The Law of the Bolo by Stanley Portal Hyatt. Read and published by Audiobook Library. If you enjoy audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss one. Like the video if you're enjoying it, and share your thoughts or audiobook requests in the comments. Chapter 1. How Felizardo Took to the Hills. Felizardo was 60 years of age, a wizened little man, quiet of voice, emphatic of gesture, when the Americans displaced the Spaniards and began to preach the doctrines of law and order, coupled with those of liberty, equality, and fraternity, as defined by the Declaration of Independence. In appearance, Felizardo was not unlike a Japanese, being purely Asiatic by descent, but so far as essential characteristics were concerned, he was a son of the tropics, with the qualities of his kind. For all practical purposes, Felizardo's history begins 35 years before the coming of the Americans. Up till that point in his career, he had been an ordinary Tao, one of the peasantry of a village some 10 miles from Manila, outwardly apathetic and inoffensive, respecting, or at least fearing, the law as represented by the president and the guardia civil, and earning such money as he needed, which was not much, by an occasional day's work in his hemp patch up on the mountainside. Then, suddenly, Dolores Lasara came into his life, and his character developed. Dolores was the daughter of Juan Lasara, the tenant of San Policarpio, the next village to that in which Felizardo had been born and bred. Rumor in the village, which possibly spoke the truth, declared that Juan was connected with the local band of ladrones, and, as that body enjoyed a degree of immunity unusual even in the Philippines, there may have been grounds for the suspicion. Juan Lasara was a mestizo, a half-caste, and Dolores herself showed strong traces of her white ancestry. Felizardo, on the other hand, was a native pure and simple, and, unlike most of his kind, prided himself on the fact. Dolores and Felizardo first met after a fiesta, the feast of the patron saint of San Policarpio. The girl, clad all in white, was walking in the procession round the plaza, following closely in the wake of the stout priest and the gaudily painted image, when the man, lounging against the timbers of the crude belfry, smoking the eternal cigarette, suddenly awakened to the fact that there were other things in life besides tobacco and native spirits and game cocks. Juan Lasara, the tenant of San Policarpio, was a very able man, as his hidden store of greasy Bank of Spain notes would have told you, if you had been able to unearth them from the hiding place up on the mountainside. And being able, he realized that there were latent possibilities in the rather shy young Tao who was so obviously taken with Dolores. The last named had come in, unostentatiously, from the jungle behind the house, after the two guardia civil, who had been sent to attend the fiesta, had gone off to keep order at the cockpit, and even now he did not seem quite at ease, knowing that those dreaded Spanish gensdarmes were still in the village. There might be trouble at the cockpit, and they might bring their prisoners here, he muttered. Juan Lasara laughed. If there were trouble, they would only beat the causes of it with the flat of their sabers. That is their way with the Tao. It is only you and your kind that they take as prisoners or kill. Sinicio's beady eyes flashed. And how about you and the Reverend Father? He snarled. Once more Lasara laughed. He is the priest of San Policarpio, and I am the tenant. If they came, which they would not do without warning, you would be Dagujob, the ladrone chief, whom we had lured here, in order that he might be taken and hanged on the new gallows at Caloocan. You understand, Sinicio. A sudden movement of his hand to his side showed that the robber did comprehend. Then the half-drawn bolo was thrust back into its wooden sheath, contemptuously. Bah! Its owner growled, "You dare not. I should talk, and there is room on that gallows for 3 of us, even when one is a fat priest. And now, what is the business we are to discuss?" Father Pablo blew out a cloud of smoke and watched it curling upwards. Don Jose Ramirez will be receiving 3,000 pesos next month to pay for the new hemp land he is buying from the friars, he said. Sinicio Dagujob leaned forward. Don Jose, the Spanish merchant at Caloocan, he asked. The priest nodded, whilst the tenant added with a grin, "His place is opposite the new gallows, which they have put up for you and your kind, Sinicio." The ladrone ignored the last remark. This was now a purely professional matter. "How are we to get in?" he demanded. "The house is of stone, well shuttered, and if we tried force, the noise would bring down the Guardia Civil, who are only a quarter of a mile away." Father Pablo had gone to the window and was staring out. He preferred not to listen to such discussions, which accorded ill with his calling, but the tenant had no such scruples. "You must have someone inside to open the door, then when Don Jose comes down," he finished with a suggestive motion. "That is easy to say," growled the ladrone. "Very easy to say, but whom can you get?" "Our own men are," he shrugged his shoulders expressively, "suspected, and they might not like to be so near your gallows. Whilst your people here are fools, every one just common Tao. Then a man from Manila would get in one of his own hands." "It is rubbish. I know Don Jose Ramirez of old. He will keep his pesos safe until he hands them over to the friars. And then, of course, one cannot rob the church." Father Pablo, standing with his back to them, seemed to have missed everything else, but he heard those last words and nodded his head, apparently in approval of the sentiment, though possibly, could the others have seen it, the smile on his face might have explained various things to them. The tenant of San Policarpio did not answer at once, but lighted a fresh cigar very carefully and got it drawing well. Then, "I have the man," he said quietly. "He came to me today, by chance, following my daughter Dolores." Father Pablo started slightly. "He is a Tao with brains. I know Don Jose wants a man to live in the house. If I send this young Felizardo to him, he will take him, and if I promise Felizardo that he shall marry Dolores, the door will be open to you. I only met him today, but," he laughed pleasantly, "I know men and women, and I saw how it was with those two, at once." There was no smile on Father Pablo's face now, and one of his hands was gripping the window frame more tightly than a casual observer might have thought necessary. But the two other men were not watching him, being interested in the details of their plan. It was sundown when Felizardo and Dolores came back, chattering gaily. On the road, they passed the two Guardia Civil, in their gorgeous uniforms, with their clattering sabers and horse pistols in vast leather holsters. Felizardo received a friendly nod from them, being known as a decent young Tao, but Father Pablo, whom they met a little further on, had no blessing to bestow, only a scowl. "I do not like him," the man said abruptly. The girl shivered slightly. "Nor I. He is a priest, I know, but still," she broke off significantly, and for the first time in his life, Felizardo felt the instinct to kill awaken in him. Unconsciously, he became a convert to the law of the Bolo. Consciously, he decided that Father Pablo must be watched. The tenant of San Policarpio was alone when the couple returned and received Felizardo very graciously. He was interested in the young man and asked him many questions, whilst Dolores was preparing some supper, a far more elaborate supper than usual. "You ought to do better," Lesara said kindly. "I see you are not like the majority, and there are careers for those who are ready to work. Look at myself. He was a hemp buyer. I started to learn in a Spaniard store and made all this myself. I should be a very happy man if only I had a son. As it is, there is Dolores alone, and my ambition now is to see her married to an honorable man, a man of the people like myself, not a frothy agitator from Manila." Felizardo fumbled badly with the cigarette he was rolling, but before he could make any reply, his host had got up abruptly. "Come and see me again soon, the day after tomorrow, if you like. I believe I know of a post which might suit you. They make love quickly in the tropics." Consequently, it was not out of the natural order of things that, as he walked home through the coconut groves that night, Felizardo should feel sure both of his own feelings and of those of Dolores. Somehow, the world seemed to have grown a very different place. He had never noticed the moon quite so bright before, never realized how wonderfully beautiful was the effect of the light dancing on the waters. Then, suddenly, with a sense of shame, he remembered how he had wasted his life. He had eaten, smoked, and gambled on fighting cocks. That was his whole record so far, but it should be different for the future. He turned into his little nipa-thatched house full of this good resolution, and awakened in the morning still of the same mind. There was a fiesta on in his own village that day, and he had saved 5 pesos in order to have an unusually large bet on his own favorite fighting cock, hitherto the champion of the place. But instead of doing so, he donned his working clothes, took his working bolo, and started off towards his hemp patch 2 miles away up the hillside. 1 or 2 women he passed. The men rose late on fiesta days, stared after him in astonishment, whilst a youth, who was taking a gamecock for its morning airing, hugging the overfed bird closely in his arms, endeavored to call him back. But Felizardo knew his own mind. In after years, they used to talk of the look which was on Felizardo's face that last evening he spent in the village. They chaffed him, of course. Who but a fool would clean up hemp on a fiesta day? But he walked past them all without appearing to notice them. He was not angry, there was no question of that. It was only that he seemed to have urgent and very pleasant business of his own on hand. He had become a man apart from them, and though none could have foreseen it, he was to remain a man apart in a very different sense. By noon the following day, Felizardo was sitting on the broad, cool veranda of Juan Lacera's house, talking to dolers. There was no hurry about business, the tenant said cheerfully. He himself was likely to be fully occupied until evening. Let the visitor stay the night, and on the morrow they would go over and interview Don Jose Ramirez, to whom he had already written, a proposal which suited both dolers and Felizardo. They talked all that afternoon and all that evening. The tenant was wonderfully discreet in keeping out of the way, and when, on the following day, Felizardo took a reluctant farewell, they were perfectly sure they understood one another. Other people of their ages have made up their minds, temporarily at least, just as quickly, even under colder skies than those of the Philippines. As the 2 men were going down to the beach, Caloocan lay round a headland, a long stretch of mangrove swamp, and you had to reach it by canoe. They met Father Pablo, apparently going to the tenant's. The tenant stopped a minute and spoke to the priest in a low voice, then rejoined Felizardo, whilst the father continued on his way. Felizardo thought of dolers, alone in the house, with only a couple of servants working in the courtyard, thought of the fat, sensual face, the self-assertive swagger, and once more that instinct to kill, which is one of the elemental corollaries of love, came back to him, stronger than ever. For a moment he hesitated, half inclined to go back, but he had not yet felt the full strength of that instinct. And so in the end he went on, reluctantly. Juan Lacera, thinking deeply over the priest's words, it will be 5,000 pesos now. Don Jose has bought a second hemp patch from the friars, did not notice his hesitation, and might not have understood it in any case, having got over his days of love, or at least of the love of woman. He worshipped the peso only. Don Jose, white-haired and courtly, was gravely polite to the tenant, as a white gentleman must be to a half-caste, but he was almost cordial to Felizardo. I have already asked the Guardia Civil, and they speak well of you, he said. Then, as if fearing his words might seem slighting to Juan Lacera, he hastened to add, of course, in any case, the recommendation of Senor Lacera would suffice. Still, in these days there are so many ladrones, you see my shutters and bars. You can read and write. Yes, the good friars taught you. Well, then it is arranged. Good. So Felizardo became warehouseman and, in a humble way, junior clerk to Don Jose Ramirez to live in the house, and, if need arose, to fire at ladrones with a musket through one of the loopholes of those same shutters, an arrangement satisfactory to himself, to the Spaniard, and perhaps most of all to his patron, the tenant of San Policarpio. There was no mistaking the cordiality of the latter's farewell. Come and see us the first holiday, he said. I shall be pleased, and he smiled meaningfully, so will dolers. If there had been no woman in the case, Felizardo would not have stayed 2 days in the warehouse. True, on the rare occasions when he did see Don Jose, the old man was kindness personified, but the merchant spent his time in his private office, whilst the other clerks, all mestizos, looked on what they called a wild Tao as a fitting subject for jests and practical jokes. A good boy, a very good boy, Don Jose remarked to the corporal of the Guardia Civil. The latter nodded. Yes, but watch him. They all want watching, these Filipinos. I say it with all respect, but what has the Holy Church done for them, save teach them our secrets and make them more dangerous than ever? He sighed heavily and twirled his huge, dyed mustache. 30 years I have been out here, Don Jose, 30 years and only home to Spain once, and I still look on them as savages who will get my head in the end. I shall never see Spain again. Don Jose took him by the arm. It was Sunday, and they were standing on the veranda. "Come inside," he said. "I have some choice wine which came in the other day, wine of Spain, and some cigars such as you could not get elsewhere, even in Spain. Come inside, Corporal, and drink to the day when we both return to Spain." Meanwhile, Felizardo had borrowed a dugout canoe and paddled round the long headland to San Policarpio. Dolores was waiting for him. "I knew you would come," she said simply, "because Don Jose always closes his warehouse on Sunday." The implied assurance in her words made him the happiest man in the islands, and as he sat talking to the tenant that afternoon, he was very full of the possibilities of a commercial career, and very severe on the subject of ladrones and the injury they did to trade, which was perhaps not very pleasant hearing to his host, for after the guest had gone. This time Dolores accompanied him down to the beach. La Sara remarked to the priest, "He will not open the door of the warehouse, even if I ask him." The priest shook his head. "He will open it because he is a special fool on one point." "What is that?" demanded the other. Father Pablo smiled grimly. "You will see. Leave it to me." And with that promise, the tenant of San Policarpio had to be content, though, knowing the priest well, he was not really uneasy in his own mind. Certainly, they would eventually share those 5,000 pesos of Don Jose's, and if, as was probable, Don Jose himself were eliminated during the process of removal, so much the better. The disappearance of a rival is never felt very keenly by a good businessman. The pesos for the purchase of the friars' hemp lands came on the appointed day, and Felizardo helped to carry them into the warehouse, wondering greatly at the amount and envying the man who possessed so much wealth. He was still thinking over the matter at closing time when a strange youth hurried up, thrust a note into his hand, and disappeared as suddenly as he had come. Felizardo read the letter slowly and forthwith forgot all about the pesos, for Dolores was in trouble. Dolores had fled from her father's house, fearing a forced marriage with a wealthy cousin who had unexpectedly reappeared after years of absence. And, what was most important of all, Dolores was coming to him for shelter and protection. At 11 o'clock that very night, she would be outside the small door at the back of the warehouse, where he must join her and take her somewhere for safety. Felizardo sat down on a pile of cases in the corner of the warehouse, where he smoked innumerable cigarettes and tried to think out the situation. For a moment, he was inclined to consult Don Jose, then dismissed the idea as impossible. It seemed like treason to Dolores. Above everything, no one must know that she had come to him secretly in the dead of night. No one, that is, except the person who actually gave her shelter until he could marry her openly in the light of day. Yet who would give her shelter? Who would not talk? He racked his brains for an answer, and then it came to him, the good sisters at the little convent on the far side of the plaza. It was only a few moments' walk, and when he took Dolores there and she knocked and told her story, and showed the letter she had written him, the first line he had ever received from her, there would be no question of her welcome or her safety. All the tenants in the islands would be powerless to wrest her from the sisters. Felizardo waited with almost savage impatience for 11 o'clock. If she missed her way, if by any chance she were overtaken, if someone should be watching outside to see if she were coming to him. Full of the latter thought, he slipped into the warehouse again and searched for a bolo, a particularly fine and keen weapon, which only that afternoon one of his fellow clerks had bought from a hill man. Then he understood. Like a flash, his bolo was out, and with his back to the door, he was facing them, shouting, "The ladrones, the ladrones." Whilst unconsciously he crumpled up and dropped that forged letter. It was his first fight. An old man, telling Captain Basil Hale of it 35 years later, declared that it was his greatest fight, and Felizardo had then been in hundreds. Be that as it may, the fact remains that he had killed 2 ladrones and mortally wounded 2 more, himself receiving only a gash across the forehead, before help came, in the form of the Guardia Civil from without, and Don Jose and his 5 men from within. Of the 12 ladrones, only 4 escaped, crawling away wounded. 4 they killed out of hand, and 4 more, including Senecio Dagujob himself, they hanged on that new gallows opposite Don Jose's warehouse, as a warning to all men. Felizardo staggered back against the wall, half blinded by the blood from his forehead, trembling, as a man does after his first fight. Then, without the slightest premeditation, he made the mistake of his life. He slipped away in the darkness, down to the beach, launched a canoe, and began frenziedly to paddle towards San Policarpio. He had remembered Dolores and her possible peril, and forgotten all else: Don Jose, the Guardia Civil, the questions he would be expected to answer. The corporal asked one of those same questions of Don Jose half an hour later, after the prisoners had been safely locked in the cells. "Who gave the alarm?" he demanded. "Felizardo," the merchant answered. "He was fighting in the doorway when we rushed down, fighting like a dozen devils." The corporal frowned. "Then he must have opened the door himself. Why? Where is he now?" Don Jose poured himself out another glass of wine with a rather shaky hand. "He was an old man, and his nerves were upset. Felizardo is gone, they tell me. They have searched, thinking he might be lying wounded, but they cannot find a trace anywhere." Once more the corporal frowned and drummed on the table with his fingers. He was not very brilliant, and he was trying to construct a theory. At last, "Let them search again," he said severely. A few minutes later, one of the clerks came back with a crumpled slip of paper in his hand. "We have found this, Senor," he said. The corporal handed it to Don Jose. Despite that huge, dyed mustache and his straight back, his eyes were growing old, and one does not take spectacles when one is on service. "Will you read it?" Don Jose read it aloud slowly. He asked with dignity, then turned a fierce gaze on the knot of clerks gathered in the doorway, who fled hurriedly. When the merchant had finished, the corporal brought his hand down on the table with a thump which made all the wine glasses dance. "A love affair, as I think I said, or rather a false assignation. He has got frightened at his mistake and gone to the hills." Don Jose sighed. "I liked him. He is a good, sensible boy, and I hope he will come back." The corporal shook his head. "He will never come back. 30 years I have been here, in this service, only going home to Spain once, and I should know that they are only savages after all. I think I have said before that the Holy Church makes a mistake in trying to tame them. Let them be brought to hear Mass every Sunday. That would be only fitting, and would doubtless save their souls, if they have any, but books and learning are not for them. When I get back to Spain, I shall make a journey to Rome to tell His Holiness these things. Doubtless, he will listen to an old soldier of Spain. No, Don Jose, your Felizardo will never come back here. Yet," he sighed regretfully, "he is a fine fighter. He was the only one on our side with a bolo, and 2 have been killed with the bolo, and 2 wounded so badly that we must hurry on the hanging of them. A fine fighter, but what will you? They are all savages at heart, as I hope to tell His Holiness one day." He stood up abruptly, saluted, and stalked out with his hand on the hilt of his great saber. There was only one light showing in San Policarpio when Felizardo beached his canoe on the shingle by the palm grove, and only one mangy dog, which relapsed into silence after the first stone, noted his arrival. On the other hand, the light was in the tenant's house, which made things easier for the newcomer. Felizardo had bandaged his forehead with a strip torn off his shirt, and as soon as he came to the stream of fresh water which ran down the one long street, he bathed the blood from his face carefully. He did not want to alarm Dolores about himself. Then, bolo in hand, he made his way to the house, clambered cautiously onto the veranda, and peered in through a tiny hole in the matting blind. He could see very little, only Dolores standing, pale and trembling, against the further wall, and the heads of La Sara and Father Pablo, who were seated at the table. But he could hear, and that was almost better than seeing. The voices were a little thick. It had been a weary task waiting for the return of the messenger Senecio Dagujob was to send, and the native spirit had been very strong, but the priest, at least, knew what he wanted. "You must let her come to me as housekeeper," he was saying. "You would like that, wouldn't you, girl?" He turned towards Dolores, "to keep house for your parish priest. I would get rid of the other. Answer me, Juan La Sara. Will you agree, or shall I denounce you as Senecio's partner?" There was a snarl in his voice. After tonight's work, there will be a hue and cry, and you remember the new gallows at Calacan. Answer me, you ladrone tenient of San Policarpio. But the reply did not come from Juan La Serra. With one cut of his bolo, Felizardo cleared away the matting and was in the room. Dolores gave a scream and fainted. La Serra fumbled drunkenly for his knife and, failing to find it, seized a bottle. But the priest stood back unarmed, trembling perhaps, but still apparently secure in the protection of his cloth. "You dare not touch me," he said. And for answer, Felizardo slew him with a single slash of that terrible bolo. Then he dealt with La Serra, whom he maimed for life. And after that, he gathered together the remains of the food and the wine. He was looking ahead even then, put out the lamp, took the insensible girl in his arms, and made his way to the jungle. So in the one night, Felizardo killed 2 ladrones, and a priest who was worse than a ladrone secured the hanging of 2 others. And then, possibly because, as the corporal said, he was a savage at heart, took Dolores La Serra with him to the hills and became a ladrone himself. Chapter 2: How the Corporal Went Back to Spain. For 6 months, the Tau of the district talked of Felizardo, the man who had slain a priest. Then, as nothing more had been heard of the outlaw, and a new band of ladrones had been formed in the neighborhood of Calacan, the center of interest shifted, and the crime at San Policarpio, if not forgotten, at least ceased to be discussed. "This Pablo was a mestizo," he said. "You knew him, I suppose." "No, a big scoundrel, gross and burly. I wonder why the church will allow natives to be priests. I am sure the Holy Father cannot know. Someday, perhaps, I may have the chance of telling him if I get back to Spain. A villain, that Pablo, but still your Felizardo was wrong to kill him. Nothing can save him now. I told you that night, even after we found how splendidly he had boloed those ladrones, that he would not come back. I was right, of course. Have I not been 30 years in these accursed islands, and if I do not know the Filipinos, who should know them, Senor? A fine fighter, that Felizardo. Had he been in our native troops, he would have risen high. And now, because he is a savage at heart, he has become a ladrone." Don Jose sighed. There had been a romance and a tragedy in his own life, many years before, in Spain. "No, Corporal. He went because he loved one woman too well to leave her to someone else." The corporal twisted his mustache. "Therein, he was a savage, as I said before. He got one idea in his mind, and he could not forget it, not having room for 2. I have loved women, Senor, and women have loved me, many of them. But as for turning highwayman, or at least outlaw, for the sake of one, poof." He shook his head with a great assumption of scorn. "I see." Don Jose smiled. They had been friends for many years, these 2, and he knew the story of the girl in Spain whom the other had gone back to marry and found dead. Therefore, he always listened patiently to those stories of subsequent love affairs, none of which ever had the slightest foundation in fact. "I see," he repeated. "Then you think a man should have as many wives as he can get, like a Moor or a Chino." "No, no," the corporal frowned. "The church would not allow that only, well," he got up rather hastily. "I was forgetting the time. I must be off. After 30 years, service in these accursed islands, one must not begin to neglect one's duty, Senor." At the door he stopped and looked back. "Think no more of your Felizardo, Don Jose. He will never return, and if he did, we should have to hang him. A fine fighter, certainly, but to kill a priest." "But you say the priest was also a ladrone," the merchant objected. The corporal shook his head. "A priest is a priest, and the church will not forgive or admit excuses. How can she, when she has the souls of all these savages to save? Still, if I ever get the chance of seeing the Holy Father and explaining," and he went out, still frowning and shaking his head. Don Jose helped himself slowly to another glass of wine and sighed. "We shall never go back to Spain. He and I, it is getting too late now, and so," he smiled sadly, "the Holy Father will lose much useful information." When Felizardo slew Pablo the priest and took to the bush, carrying Dolores La Serra in his arms, he had no definite aim, save that of gaining a temporary hiding place. But the moment he had found this, and even whilst he was bringing the girl round with some of the wine he had taken from her father's table, the bottle itself was sticky with her father's blood. His mind became busy with the problem of the future. He was an outlaw for life. He had killed a priest, had offended far beyond the offense of the ordinary ladrone, who only kills ordinary men and tortures women and children. True, the priest was a ladrone, even worse than a ladrone, but it was the cloth, and not the man beneath it, which mattered. Felizardo faced the issue squarely. Somehow, it seemed as though he had learned many things during that night. He had taken up the Bolo, and thenceforth the law of the Bolo must be his only code. A few hours before, no one had less desire to be an outlaw than he. Now, he had become an outlaw despite himself. But he did not rail against fate because he was an Asiatic, and also because, after all, he had got dollars. Still, there was one trouble, which would be greater for her than for him. He put it to her very gently after he had told her of the end of Father Pablo. "We cannot be married now, dear one," he said. "No priest would do it, even though I captured him and threatened him with death." She looked at him with shining eyes. "What matter? I shall have you all the same." He turned away. "It is not too late for you to go back. Even now, the good sisters at the convent would take you." For answer, she kissed him, the first kiss she had ever given him, and they said no more of that matter. From Felizardo's own village, from every village for miles round in fact, you can see a great range of mountains, rugged and forbidding, beginning practically at the shore of a huge bay and running inland for many miles. The lower slopes of the range are covered with dense jungle, but when you have climbed 1,000 feet or so, you leave all this behind and find bald rock and lava beds and ashes, for there are half a dozen active volcanoes there, as well as many which are merely quiescent, and hot springs and geysers, and other dangers to life and peace of mind. Felizardo had often looked at those mountains, especially when he had been fishing in the bay, waiting lazily for a bite. Then, they had always seemed to suggest harshness and danger, the very antithesis to the dreamy life amongst the coconut groves and the hemp patches. Now, however, he thought of them in a very different light, as offering an ideal refuge. And even if, as was rumored, they were the home of many bad men, well, was he himself not a bad man too? He made up his mind quickly. It was no use thinking of remaining in the jungle by the coast. He was not greatly afraid of the authorities finding him, although the church might insist on a hue and cry of an unusually vigorous nature. But he was afraid of coming across some of the local ladrones, who would assuredly take vengeance on him for what he had done to their friends. So, at the first streak of dawn, he and Dolores set out for the mountains, where the rest of their lives were to be spent. It was a long and slow journey, for Dolores was not used to the bush, and they had to avoid all footpaths and villages. Time after time, Felizardo had to carry her through those steep-banked, narrow little streams, which on the paths you cross by shaky pole bridges. And twice he had to cut down hemp palms and make rafts on which to get to the other bank of larger streams. The second night out it rained, a veritable deluge, but he had foreseen it and had made a little shelter of palm leaves, which kept them perfectly dry, greatly to the surprise of Dolores. "You seem to know everything and to be prepared for everything," she said, and he felt prouder than he had ever felt in his life. Early next morning, whilst she still slept, he went out to a neighboring village where they were also asleep, and when she awakened he was plucking a newly killed fowl, whilst there was a basket of sweet potatoes beside him. It was his first definite act of ladronism, and he shifted uneasily under her gaze, until she, understanding, laid a soft hand on his arm and said, "They drove you to it, dearest, and you have done it for me." So Felizardo enjoyed his meal after all. That night, Felizardo went much further. He found a water buffalo belonging to the priest of the village they were skirting, and from that point onwards, until they were well up the lower slopes of the range, there was plenty of meat, whilst of course, if you are a Filipino, you can always find sweet potatoes and beans and coconuts. They built a little shelter in the jungle, and there they lived like children of nature for a week. "I should be content to stay here forever," Dolores said, but the man shook his head. "It will rain every day soon, and then you would die. There are caves on the slope overlooking the bay. We will take one. Then we can store a supply of food, and if I can get a pig and some fowls from one of the villages in the valley, we shall have no need to trouble." The first 2 caves they explored were damp and dark. Then they went into a third, and came on 2 men and a woman, sitting in the entrance, smoking some fish. The men sprang to their feet, and one, the elder, came forward, bolo in hand, but the woman held the other back. "He may not be an enemy, and at least be fair," she cried, for which dolers loved her ever afterwards. The other man was a little unsteady. There was a jar of spirits beside the fire, and his eyes were staring and bloodshot. He did not stop to ask any questions, and Felizardo said nothing except, very quietly, "Go back, dolers." It was not a fight. It did not last more than a few seconds. Then, as he wiped his bolo on the white tunic of his attacker, Felizardo looked at the man beside the fire. "And you now?" he asked. The other shook his head and sheathed the bolo, which, despite the woman's efforts, he had drawn. "You are the better man," he replied. And he, nodding towards the body, he was a scoundrel. Whereat the woman gave a queer little sob, gratitude, relief, horror perhaps, which brought dolers running to her side, and they cried together, whilst the men carried the body out and threw it over the cliff, returning with dry earth with which to cover the stains. They sat down beside the fire, Felizardo in his late foe's place, and the stranger poured out some spirit, which they drank in silence. After a while Felizardo spoke. "Why did you come up here, on the mountains?" The stranger, whose name was Carlos, pointed to the woman. "I took her from a convent." Felizardo smiled grimly. "And I killed a priest for her," nodding towards dolers. Carlos leaned forward quickly. "Are you named Felizardo? I thought so. Even here, on the mountains, we hear things. Let us, stay here with you in this cave. As I said, you are the better man and can take it if you will, but I can help you, and the women will not be lonely." For answer, Felizardo held out his hand, and so was started his band, which afterwards became the most famous in the islands. The band grew rapidly, as is the way of such organizations, when the leader is infinitely stronger than any of his followers. Then, after a while, Felizardo determined to weed it out. He would have no men who were outlaws merely because of their own vicious natures, to whom ladronism was a natural calling. There were many of these already in the mountains, and they formed a rival band against him, on hearing of which he sallied out one night and cut them to pieces. From that time onwards, for many years, no native challenged his sovereign rights over the mountain range. News might go up from the coastal towns to the mountains. In fact, it did go freely. News of what the government was doing, of how the presidents and tenants were robbing the Tau, of where the Guardia Civil was. But very little came down from the mountains, at least to the white men, and of that little, practically none reached Calacan. "They are in the mountains, poof. I should let them stay there," the corporal said. "They do not seem to do much harm, and it would cost a fabulous sum to hunt them out from amongst the caves and craters," an opinion with which Don Jose, being already heavily taxed, agreed heartily. "I wonder if Felizardo is there," he added. The corporal shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows? Let me see, he went 4, or was it 5 years ago? 5, that is it. Probably he is dead by now. He was not of the true ladrone breed. Anyway, I was right when I said he would never come back, just as I was right when I said I should never go home to Spain." "Have you applied for your pension?" the merchant asked. The old soldier drew himself up. "How can I, Senor, when I am still active, and am not old, declare I am no longer fit for my work? No, if they offer it, I shall take it. But until they offer," and he went out, shaking his head. That night, a runner came in with a message for the corporal. A large band of ladrones, or rather a combination of a number of small bands, had raided and burned the village of Igat, which was about 10 miles from the foot of the mountains, on the edge of the bay. Most of the Tau had been killed, the Spanish trader had been tortured to death, and all the women and girls carried off. Troops were being hurried from Manila, in the Spanish way of hurrying, which did not mean much, but meanwhile, all the small detachments were to go in pursuit. The corporal was to take 2 of his troopers, and 20 of the native soldiers attached to his post. It was a great grief to the corporal that he had to make the trip by canoe in order to save time. He disliked service on foot, being a little stiff and short of wind, whilst, more important than that, it was always more dignified to ride in full uniform at the head of your men. Now, however, not only his horse, but his great thigh boots as well, would have to remain behind. Even his saber must be carried by a native orderly. Still, as he said to Don Jose, who came to the landing stage to see him off, one's duty came before one's sense of dignity, and an old soldier of Spain could afford to do things which would make a lesser man look absurd. They landed on the beach at Igat, which now consisted of some piles of still smoking ashes, 100 or 2 charred posts, the remains of the nipa houses, and the blackened walls of the church and the Spanish merchant's house. There were bodies everywhere, slashed hideously with bolo cuts, and beside the post in the plaza, where they had done him to death, in the hope of making him confess how he had hidden the wealth he did not possess, was all that remained of the Spanish merchant himself, seeing which the corporal swore great oaths, unconsciously drew his hand across his eyes, curious how dim they were growing, then, like a good Catholic, knelt down and prayed for the soul of the man he had never seen in life. He had been ordered to pursue the ladrones, so he marched inland on the trail of the robbers. It was not difficult to follow them, at least for the first few miles. They were a large body, and they were taking along much loot and many prisoners. A little way out, the pursuers came on the body of a woman, and then those of 2 children, all boloed, apparently because they could not travel. The trail led towards the foot of the range of mountains, Felizardo's territory, and the corporal groaned involuntarily. He had to keep at the head of his little force, yet he was very stiff, and the climbing tried him severely. Once or twice, he was sorely inclined to call a halt, just to get his breath again, but he could not let his native soldiers see any signs of weakness, and so he struggled on. It was rather curious. After 35 years' service, a man should be fit for anything, inured to all hardships. Probably it was only fancy after all, he told himself as he squared his shoulders and looked back sternly for any possible stragglers. Then suddenly, his orderly, who was just behind him, cried out that he had seen a ladrone scout moving amongst the trees, and a moment later, almost before the corporal had time to take his saber from the orderly, the ladrones were on them, 3 to 1, cutting and slashing with their bolos. The corporal's men, winded and exhausted, fired a volley from their muskets, but only one of the enemy was hit, and there was no chance of reloading. It became a case of the butt end against the bolo, and naturally, the bolo won. A few seconds afterwards, the corporal, one of his white troopers, and a native sergeant were the only survivors in sight, standing with their backs to a huge tree. The corporal had drawn his pistol with his left hand, but a slash from a bolo had taken off 3 of his fingers before he could fire, though he was hardly conscious of the fact. All he knew was that he must die like a soldier of Spain, with his saber in his hand. For a minute, they kept the Bolo men at bay. Then the native sergeant went down, and the enemy began to close in, 20 of them at least. "It is over, goodbye," the corporal cried to his one remaining comrade. There had never been any chance, and now there were more Bolo men coming, scores of them, rushing down the hillside, yelling. The corporal braced himself up. His strength was almost gone, but he meant to kill one more enemy of Spain before he himself was killed. And then a miracle seemed to happen. Suddenly, there was not an enemy within reach of his saber, for Balaman was fighting Balaman, or rather, the newcomers were slaying his enemies for him. The corporal lowered the point of his saber. He had lost a great deal of blood, and the weight of the weapon now seemed almost unbearable. Then he turned to his comrade with a question in his eyes, and before the other had time to answer, lurched forward in a dead faint. When the corporal recovered his senses, he was lying on a pile of blankets under a palm leaf shelter. His left hand, which was bandaged up, was very painful. That was his first impression. Then he began to remember, vaguely at the outset, seeing everything as through a mist of blood, which cleared away suddenly when it struck him that he was a prisoner amongst the ladrones, and he knew how ladrones treated Spanish prisoners. Better to have died there, at the foot of the big tree. Still, they should get no sign of weakness from him. He closed his eyes whilst he repeated a prayer, then opened them again to see a native, whose face was somehow familiar, standing beside him, regarding him with grave interest. The corporal returned the look, then raised himself on his unwounded arm. "You are Felizardo," he cried. Felizardo nodded. "Yes, Senor, it is Felizardo. You remember last time, outside Don Jose's warehouse, you saved me. Now," he bowed slightly, "I am able to save you, also from ladrones." The corporal lay back again. This was an unprecedented situation, for which there was no provision made in the regulations. For this same Felizardo was a ladrone who had slain a priest. At first, he tried to think what would be the correct thing to do, but in the end, he could only jerk out a question: "Why did you do it?" Felizardo waved his hand. "Those ladrones who burned Igat captured some of my men's wives, that was all. We came on you by chance, and I was glad to pay my debt." The corporal breathed heavily. He did not intend to show any anxiety, but he wanted to know his fate. "And now?" he asked. Felizardo smiled slightly. "Now, if you like, you may go back to Calacan at once, or, if you would honor me, stay with me in my mountains until your wound is healed." From any other native, the mere invitation, even without the phrase, "my mountains," would have stirred the corporal's deepest wrath. But somehow he realized, almost with a sense of humiliation, that this native was a stronger man than himself. For a moment, he was inclined to accept. Then he remembered he must go back and report his defeat. "Senor Felizardo," he said, "I must go back." He looked away and went on, a little brokenly. "Thank you, Senor. I told Don Jose we should never see you again, either of us. Now I at least have seen you, and I am glad and very grateful." Again, Felizardo smiled. "So you told Don Jose that? Well, we shall see," and he began to walk away slowly. The corporal called him back. "I might get you a pardon, even now, though you know the church." The other man's face grew hard. "I take no pardons," he said sternly. Then he shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "And anyway, Senor, they would grant none. Still, it was kind of you." They carried the corporal down to Igat, where to his surprise he found 8 survivors out of his force, and they put him on board a canoe after what seemed a day's unnecessary delay. Then they started back to Calacan, his own men paddling the canoe. The corporal was very unhappy. He knew now that he must be invalided out of the service. Not honorably, however, but in disgrace, for his haste, or rather his overdevotion to duty, had brought disaster on the arms of Spain. He wished now he had not given that promise. It was, probably, like the rest of the business, contrary to the regulations, but having given it, he must abide by it. He puzzled over the matter all the way back to Calacan, wondering what his men would say, not knowing that they had received orders on that point, orders which they now dare not disobey from Felizardo himself. When the canoe reached Calacan, the whole population was waiting on the beach to greet him. They cheered and they crowded round him, and the women showered blessings on him, whilst there was even an orderly from Manila commanding him to go to the Governor-General himself, a grandee of Spain, as soon as his wounds permitted. The corporal flushed and stammered and looked round helplessly. Then Don Jose came forward and took his arm. "Come up to my house. It will be quiet there." He led the corporal into the well-remembered room, which, somehow, seemed different now to the visitor, possibly because he had always entered it before as a proud and important man, whilst this time he felt himself an impostor. He took his glass of wine with trembling hands, put it to his lips, then set it down untasted. He might have to deceive everyone else, but he could not be false to this old friend. He drew his hand across his forehead slowly, then he blurted out, "It's a lie. I was beaten. I thought all my men were killed." Don Jose leaned forward and laid a hand on his arm. "I know the truth, my friend, everything. Felizardo told me." The corporal sat up erect in his chair and gasped, "Felizardo? When? How?" "In this room last night. He came alone, by canoe, and walked straight in. He wanted me to see you said nothing foolish, and he wanted to prove you had been wrong when you said he would never come back." For a full minute they sat in silence, then the corporal broke out. "He is a strong man, Senor." Don Jose nodded. "He is a gentleman, Senor, even if he did kill a priest." There was almost a note of defiance in the corporal's voice. Again, Don Jose nodded. There was another spell of silence, which was broken by the merchant saying, "You will do as he wishes. You will hear all and say nothing. Then you will go back to Spain with your pension. Why not? You tried your best. You held up the ladrones. You, single-handed, and gave Felizardo his chance. It was your victory, after all." They took the corporal's reticence and his rather muddled statements as the results of the wound he had received, coupled with his modesty. How could one doubt when one had been to Igat and seen the released prisoners, and the restored loot, and the heads of the ladrones stuck on posts along the beach? Don Jose came to Manila to see him start on his journey to Spain. Will you see the Holy Father now? The merchant asked. The corporal's eyes brightened. Why, yes, if I can. Why should I have changed? I, who have had 35 years in which to learn the truth. Don Jose laughed. But has not Felizardo changed you? Is he only a savage, then? For a moment, the corporal was at a loss, then. If he had not been educated, he would never have been able to read that letter, and would not have had to take to the hills, he answered stoutly. Chapter 3. How Captain Basil Hale Went to the Mountains. The corporal never went to Rome, after all, and, as a result, his message to the Holy Father remained undelivered. True, he talked about going often during the 10 years which elapsed before he himself was gathered to his mundane fathers. But somehow, life was very pleasant in his own little village, where there were no ladrones to worry you, and plenty of untraveled folk ready to listen to your stories of ladrones. Moreover, Rome was a long way off, a very long way, and the journey needed many preparations. So in the end, the only journey he did make was when he went on a visit to Don Jose Ramirez, who had also come home, rich and very weary. They talked of Calachan, of San Policarpio, and of the new gallows, on which Sinicio Dagujob was hanged, of many familiar spots and old friends, but most of all they talked of Felizardo and his doings. We were both wrong, the corporal said. He came back to Calachan, and we have come back to Spain. Curious, I am seldom wrong, but I was over those matters. Still, even an old soldier of 35 years, service may make mistakes sometimes. You say Felizardo is still in those same mountains. Don Jose nodded. He, at least, will never go back to his home to stay, the corporal went on. If there were nothing else, there is the church, you know. He shook his head gravely. Felizardo killed a priest, and even though that Father Pablo was a ladrone, the cloth remains always. And the church does not forget. How can she afford to forget, with all those half-heathen souls to be saved? The corporal stayed a week in Don Jose's big house, and then he went home to his own little house, in the village at the foot of the mountains. And with that, both he and Don Jose Ramirez go out of this story, leaving only Felizardo and Dolores La Sara, who were still in the mountains in the distant Philippines, outlaws, and, if you will, ladrones. From the transport, he had seen a great range of mountains, running right down to the sea, and had admired them in his silent way, though he made no remark about them, even to the comrade who was leaning on the rail beside him. For, as a rule, the more he liked a thing, the less he said about it. It was only when his aversion was roused that he was moved to speech. If anyone had told him then that those same mountains and the people on them were destined to play the most important part in his life, he might not have disbelieved the statement. In fact, he had a vein of superstition, or fatalism, which might have inclined him to believe it, but he would have gone on just the same until the crisis arrived. Basil Hale came of good stock on both sides. His father had been a Virginian, his mother a Swedish girl, a combination which usually turns out well, both the breeds being good ones. From his father, he had inherited his sense of chivalry, his inability to know when he was beaten, and a certain deceptive strength which looked like laziness. From his mother had come his tall figure, his fair hair, and his unwillingness to cause unnecessary pain. When, on the outbreak of the war, Basil Hale had volunteered for the front, they had drafted him into the garrison artillery on account of his size and apparent slowness, qualities which are usually considered more suitable in garrison gunners than in any other branch of the service. But they quickly discovered that they had misjudged their man. Still, he was in the garrison artillery, and a garrison gunner he had to remain, kicking his heels in a sweltering fort on the shore of Cavite Bay. With his largest gun, he could almost have thrown a shell on to the lower slopes of Felizardo's mountains, whilst the other regiments were having a splendid time amongst the insurrectos. For a few brief weeks, the agitators in the towns believed and proclaimed that the millennium had come, the reign of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Liberty to do what was good in your own sight, and evil in the sight of every decent man. Equality, so far as the goods of a richer man than yourself were concerned. Fraternity in the Canaan-able sense. The Americanos will let them bolo one another for a while, he said. Then they will send an army to put those who remain in order. Still, it is not my quarrel. I claim nothing beyond my mountains. Nonetheless, he strengthened the outposts on the lower slopes of the range, and when the provisional government in Manila sent envoys to ask him to join them, the rather nervous mestizos who brought the message were sent back, very flustered, with their mission unfulfilled. Then came other envoys, truculent ones this time, with orders to Felizardo to make his submission to the sovereign people, the latter being represented by a few score of coffee-colored little men in khaki uniforms, with huge red sashes, huge red epaulets, and even more huge sabers, which they loved to jangle over the cobblestones of the towns, greatly to their own glory and much to the detriment of their scabbards. They tell me those patriots have hewn down the gallows at Caloocan. Well, it was old, and in any case, the Americanos would doubtless have put up a new one for these patriots. But when the second deputation, that to demand his instant submission to the will of the sovereign people, arrived, and Felizardo heard that the envoys were generals, wearing that same gorgeous uniform, he waxed wroth and ordered that those distinguished soldier diplomats should be brought to him. "Bring them, sabers, revolvers, and all," he said. "Let them climb the mountains, and climb rather fast, as I am in a hurry to see the great sight." Possibly, his orders were taken too literally. At any rate, 2 of the envoys fainted halfway up the mountainside and had to be revived with pricks from the point of a bolo, whilst even the third, who was of a tougher breed, had none of his truculence left when he found himself face to face with that quiet, wizened little man. Moreover, the ends of the scabbards were worn and dented beyond all hope of repair, and when, in obedience to Felizardo's order, the owners attempted to draw their sabers in salute, not one of them could get the blade out. 1 or 2 of Felizardo's men, there were over 100 clustered round, laughed, but the chief himself looked grave. "Patriot generals should do better than that," he said. "I fear you would be certain to die for your country if an enemy were to meet you in that state. I can remember the days when our people were content with a bolo in a wooden sheath." A laugh went round the semicircle of his followers, each of whom had one of the weapons in question strapped round his waist, but the envoys did not laugh. Somehow, Felizardo's courtesy seemed to jar on their nerves. "What do you want here, on my mountains? Where is the message you have to bring me?" The chief's manner changed suddenly. The envoys exchanged glances. Then the eldest of them, rather reluctantly, produced an official-looking document decorated with a large seal. Felizardo read the paper carefully, then handed it to a youngster who was standing behind his chair. "Burn that, Enrique," he said, and after that he turned to the envoys again. "What are your names, O generals of the sovereign people?" he asked. They gave him names, and then, after telling the eldest to stand to one side, he called to his men. "Do you know these 2?" he asked. One they identified as the late doorkeeper at the palace, and the other as a money lender in a Manila suburb. Felizardo nodded. Then he beckoned to the third man. "You are the son of Sinicio Dagujob," he said. "You were one of the band of ladrones which burned San Juan 2 years ago. Do not deny it, I know you." Then he nodded to his men. "Hang him," he said curtly, and they led the general away, sullen, defiant, unresisting, a ladrone to the end, and hanged him with his great saber still on him. After that, Felizardo called up the other 2. "You shall go back to Manila with this message from Felizardo. Your government talks of the will of the sovereign people and the law of liberty. I, Felizardo, say that here, in my mountains, where I am the sovereign chief, there is only one law, the law of the Bolo, to which every man becomes subject the moment he sets foot on my land. Tell them that in Manila. See that you tell it faithfully, lest I come down to Manila and tell it them myself. And now, O generals of the sovereign people, you shall be well flogged, so that you may remember Felizardo, and then you shall go back with the message of the Bolo." The provisional government passed a resolution, or rather a series of resolutions, on the subject of Felizardo, declaring him to be a rebel, an outlaw, a tyrant, and an enemy of the people, whilst a bishop whom it had appointed, ratification from Rome, was sure to come to Catholic patriots, solemnly excommunicated the whole band. A few weeks later, the provisional government itself had taken to the hills, and many a time, when the Americans were hard on their heels, members of that same government looked longingly at Felizardo's mountains and thought of the shelter to be obtained there, or rather of the shelter which might have been obtained there, had Felizardo not been a tyrant and an enemy of the people. So the Americans chased the insurrectos, that is, the troops of the late provisional government, and the ladrones, and the head hunters who were Felizardo's northern neighbors, gathered in the stragglers on both sides, each doing in accordance with his customs, but the mountains were left alone. The army was withdrawn. The members of the late provisional government were absolved of their murders and their rapes and their other abominations, and made governors of provinces and commissioners and even judges. And from these, the civil government first learned of Felizardo and his wicked ways, how he had flogged and even hanged pure Filipino patriots. It is at this point that Captain Basil Hale of the Philippines Constabulary, late Sergeant Hale of the Garrison Artillery, USA, comes into the story, for he was the man deputed to carry out the dread fiat of Mr. Commissioner Ferber, which led to his going up into the mountains and learning the law of the Bolo. Basil Hale took his discharge from the army in Manila at the earliest possible opportunity. He was a little tired of garrison gunnery as practiced in the islands and was anxious to join one of the new corps of native troops then being formed. The chance came quickly. The civil government, desirous of proving to the army how beautifully it could manage without professional assistance, raised a force of its own, the Philippines Constabulary, the rank and file of which was composed of any stray natives who felt sufficiently energetic to enlist, whilst the officers consisted mainly of discharged private soldiers. The equipping of the constabulary gave the politicians in the government offices the chance of their lives. The rifles were Springfield carbines, manufactured in the early 70s. Most of the ammunition would not fire, whilst the clothing and boots were of the very worst quality imaginable, purchased at the very best prices. It is one thing to raise officers for such a corps, quite another thing to keep them. Basil Hale, however, was amongst those who remained, and as a result, he quickly found himself promoted captain of a company of some 60 surly, ragged little men, natives of Manila and its immediate neighborhood, who could neither drill nor shoot, whose objects in life were to smoke cigarettes, play monte, and, whenever the chance occurred, slip away to a cockfight, from which they generally returned penniless and incoherent. Basil did his best with them. He contrived to be sent to an outstation in the hopes of getting them in hand, but the sole result was that 5 joined a local band of ladrones, taking their carbines and their friends' money with them, whilst 5 more returned hurriedly, and without leave, to Manila to lay their grievances before a fellow countryman, an ex-colonel of the Army of Liberty, who was now chief secretary to Mr. Commissioner Ferber. The incident moved him to speech, and he spoke with so much emphasis and so much effect that from that time onwards he was short of an officer. Then, to crown it all, a runner came in with peremptory orders from the commissioner for him to bring his company back to Manila and explain his arbitrary proceedings. This time, there was no one to whom he could speak emphatically, save the messenger, who knew no English, whilst, so far, his own knowledge of Spanish expletives was limited. Consequently, he had to keep it all for the commissioner, who, having regarded him hitherto as a silent, docile man, even if he were a Southerner, Ferber himself came from Boston, was distinctly surprised and pained, as Basil had intended he should be. So many useful officers had resigned recently that the commissioner dare not let another go. Moreover, he had just been made fully acquainted with the evil deeds of Felizardo, that enemy of progress and the sovereign people, and Basil Hale seemed a very suitable man to go and rout out the nest of brigands in the mountains. Hale accepted the commission joyfully, knowing nothing of Felizardo, of whom he now heard for the first time. He was in the service purely for the sake of excitement and experience, and this task of clearing those mountains, which he had so often admired, of a gang of brigands and murderers, seemed to promise him both. Clancy had known the Philippines in the Spanish days, and Basil turned to him for information. "Ever heard of a ladrone called Felizardo?" he asked. No, Clancy had a passion for. correct expressions, but I have heard of an old man called Felizardo, who for the last 25 years has been recognized by the Spaniards as the chief of that range of mountains over there. He was an outlaw, certainly, but a regular ladrone, never. The Spaniards were too wise to worry him, and he left them alone. Why, what's the matter with him now? Has he been hanging any more patriots? No, only I've got to go out and catch him and break up his band. There was a note of defiance in Hale's voice. He was young, after all, a bare 20, and he did not like even the possibility of ridicule. But Clancy was very grave now. "You are going up there," he said. "You, who are new at the game yourself, going up against Felizardo with that ragged crowd of yours. Why, man, it's absurd. 20 companies like yours wouldn't suffice for the job. Your people must be stark raving mad." Clancy was an Irishman. "Take my advice and go sick. You'll be cut to pieces the moment you set foot on Felizardo's mountains." Basil got up stiffly. "Thanks," he said, "but I shall not take your advice. I have been ordered to go, and I shall go tomorrow if possible," and he went out. Clancy looked after him and shrugged his shoulders. "A fool and his folly," he muttered, "or rather, fools and their folly. Still, it is a pity." However, Captain Hale did not start for the mountains the following day, nor for many days after. Incautiously, or perhaps fortunately, he mentioned their destination to his sergeant, who repeated the news to the men, with the result that there were only 3 members of the company, the sergeant and 2 corporals, old soldiers of the Spanish times, who answered to the roll call that evening. The rest had found urgent business elsewhere, and half of them had forgotten to leave their carbines behind. It was a very angry and shamed-faced captain of constabulary who reported the occurrence to the commissioner on the following morning. But greatly to his surprise, that official was almost sympathetic. "I cannot say I was altogether unprepared for it," he said. "In fact, since I saw you, I have heard so many absurd stories concerning this Felizardo, who seems to be a kind of supernatural person in the eyes of the common people here, that I can understand your poor, ignorant soldiers going." "They took 28 carbines," Hale interjected grimly. The commissioner smiled. "My secretary assures me those will be returned. There is no vice in those little brown brothers of ours. It is only men like this Felizardo who cause all the trouble." "Well, Captain Hale, there is a company in Manila now, one which was raised in the island of Samar by Captain Martin, who has just died. You had better take command of that. You will find those Samar men are not afraid of Felizardo." So Basil Hale took over the 65 little brown men from Samar and spent the better part of a fortnight trying to instill some idea of discipline into their heads. Then, with infinite trouble, he managed to get some tolerably reliable ammunition from the stores and bought boots for his men out of his own pocket, though he knew that the money would be stolen. And after that he went back to the commissioner and reported that he was ready, adding, "It would be as well if one of these Manila men, who gave you the information about Felizardo, came along as guide." But all those same Manila men had, it appeared, very pressing private business which they could not leave. And anyway, as the commissioner said, "If you search long enough, you are bound to come on these outlaws." Whereat, Captain Hale went out, shrugging his shoulders. He had been making a few inquiries from Spaniards and other folk likely to know, and he had come to the conclusion that it was far more probable that Felizardo would find him. Still, Clancy of the Star had put him on his mettle, and he was determined to go through with it. At Igat, where the corporal of the Guardia Civil had landed 30 years before, there was a garrison consisting of a company of the Philippine Scouts, a force which held itself to be vastly superior to the constabulary. For, though the rank and file of both were drawn from the same classes, the Scouts were under the army, and so had food and clothing and high pay, and other advantages, which, if given to an Asiatic, tend to make him proud and mutinous and careful of his own skin. Still, even with these drawbacks, it was an important place. The president was an ex-member of the provisional government, whom the army was just going to hang for torturing a bugler to death when the civil government saved him. The principal merchant was a nephew of old Don Jose Ramirez of Calacan, whilst Captain Bush, the officer in command of the Scouts, lived with his wife in the large whitewashed house at the top corner of the plaza. Igut had changed greatly since the day when Felizardo had the heads of the ladrones stuck on posts along the beach and insisted on the corporal having the credit for the victory. A wheezy little steamer took Captain Hale and his men across the bay. At first, the skipper suggested that he should land the party at Igut, but greatly to his disgust, Hale declined. There was another tiny harbor practically at the foot of the mountains, and there was no sense in tramping 10 miles or so through the jungle when you could go much more comfortably by water. It was nothing to Basil if the mestizo skipper happened to be in a hurry to get back in time for a big cockfight. Felizardo had received ample warning of the coming of the constabulary. In fact, 10 of the deserters from Hale's old company had arrived with their carbines and begged to be admitted to the band. But though the chief had retained the weapons, which would be useful, he had declined the services of the men, arguing that if they had been unfaithful to the Americanos, they would possibly be unfaithful to him. For years past, he had given up active ladronism, having no further need to practice anything of the kind, and he was both annoyed and astonished that the new authorities in Manila should think of interfering with him. If Felizardo had understood these things, he might have acted differently and have made his peace with Manila. True, he was growing old and a little weary, and old men are less ready for strife than are the younger ones. But at the same time, they are less ready to change their points of view. And the one fixed idea in Felizardo's mind was that the mountains belonged to him. Still, he did not want to bring on a crisis, and so he sent word to his outposts on the lower slopes, to the villages in the valley, and to the headhunters on the northern side that the Americanos were to be turned back with as little bloodshed as possible, which was fortunate for Captain Basil Hale and his men. For a moment, Basil hesitated. It seemed a little too easy. Then he recollected that his only alternative was to blunder forward without a guide of any sort, and so he accepted the offer. 20 miles may not seem a great distance in a civilized country where there are roads, or, at least, paths, but 20 miles along the lower slopes of Felizardo's mountains, forcing one's way through the dense jungle, with the necessity of being prepared for attack at any moment, is a very different matter. It took 2 days to do the journey, and when the column arrived, weary and hungry, at the spur of the big volcano, just beyond which Felizardo's camp was supposed to be, and camped down for the night, Basil discovered that the guide had slipped away into the bush. The situation was not a pleasant one. The whole way they had seen no trace either of ladrones or of Tao. There was no chance of getting another guide, no chance of obtaining information, whilst for lack of cargadors or carriers, they had only been able to take 5 days' food supply with them. In the circumstances, most men would have made their way straight back to Cadubig and then have started afresh, but the idea was utterly repugnant to Captain Hale. He felt that, so far, he had shown himself a helpless amateur, and that to return meekly would be to make a public confession of failure. He spent half the night sitting beside the fire, smoking, and trying to think out a plan. He realized now the extreme difficulty of his task, the absurdity of it even. They had set a white man who had not the slightest idea of the geography of the range to track down a native outlaw who had spent 35 years there and knew every inch of the ground. 9 constabulary officers out of 10 would have reported the job to be hopeless. Basil Hale happened to be the 10th man, and before he lay down to sleep, he had decided to do the thing scientifically, to explore the range from end to end, even if he took months overdoing it, and then to ask for an adequate force with which to round up the outlaws. It was the only way. In accordance with this plan, he did the one thing which neither Felizardo nor anyone else would have expected him to do. At the first streak of dawn, he started to climb straight up the mountainside, beyond the jungle, beyond the scrub which succeeded the jungle, onto the rocky ground itself, and there he had his first fight. Afterwards, Felizardo hanged 2 of the survivors for not keeping a proper lookout, but though that prevented similar mishaps for the future, it did not alter the essential fact that the outlaws were badly beaten. They had a camp. It was one of their largest outpost stations, on a great ledge of rock, from which, on a clear day, you could see Manila itself. 2 large caves furnished the main shelter, but in addition to these there were half a dozen little huts, amongst which the men were sitting, smoking, and playing cards, when Basil Hale and his men suddenly appeared. For once, the rifle had its chance against the bolo, or rather the bolo had no chance at all. Moreover, the constabulary were superior numerically. The first volley really settled the question, and when a dozen Bolo men did rally and attempt a rush, half-heartedly, knowing that the bolo should be used in the jungle or in the darkness, they were beaten back easily. 5 minutes later, everything was over, and then Basil Hale made a discovery which was to alter the whole of his afterlife. There were half a dozen women and children in one of the caves, weeping and clinging to one another. Basil drew back hurriedly. He did not like to see things like that, especially as most of them were young, and one, a mestiza, was extremely nice-looking. The position was rather awkward, he told himself. He had not the slightest intention of taking them along with him, and yet, if he left them up there, on that ledge of rock, with 3 or 4 badly wounded outlaws as their sole guard, no one could tell what might happen. Possibly, Felizardo's main camp was 20 miles away, and, from what he had heard of the old man's character, it was quite likely that none of the few members of the outpost who had escaped unhurt would be in a hurry to return to their leader. Basil pushed his hat back and scratched his head. What right had women to be mixed up in an affair like this? Then, suddenly, his eyes fell on the only unwounded prisoner, a sullen-looking youth who had been knocked down with the butt end of a carbine. "Come here," he said. "Do you know Felizardo's camp?" The boy looked at him suspiciously. Then Basil went on. "Go and tell him to come and fetch these women and the wounded men. See. Get along now." He needed no second bidding. He had been expecting to be taken down to the coast and hanged as a ladrone, and he did not feel quite sure that such was not to be his fate until he was actually out of sight round the next spur of the mountain. Then he doubled back and repassed the constabulary out of sight, for, like a true outlaw, he had taken the precaution of starting off in the wrong direction. The captain, too, was satisfied, feeling he had made a good start. Moreover, he had secured an additional 2 days' provisions, and so would be able to explore the whole of one side of the range before returning to Catubig. The tenant of Catubig was very apologetic about the guide. It was all a mistake, he said. The man had taken them to the foot of the wrong volcano, and then, fearing to be punished, had fled. Still, everyone was glad to hear that the center capitaine had inflicted a severe blow on that villain, Felizardo, who would doubtless now see the wisdom of submission to those great-hearted Americanos, who had saved the islands from the oppressions of both the Spaniards and the insurrectos. As for the ladrones, Basil cut his eloquence short. "How did you hear about our fight?" he demanded. For an instant the tenant looked troubled, then he laughed. "I forgot. There is one here, a young Tao by his appearance, who has been waiting for 3 days past with a letter for you. He it was who had heard of the fight." Hale frowned. "Send him in to me," he said. The moment the messenger entered, the American knew him again, but the tenant, who was watching closely, detected no sign of recognition, nor did Basil's face give him any clue to the contents of the letter, which ran, "Felizardo thanks the American captain for returning to him his daughter, and the other women, and also the wounded men. That is how brave men make war, and if at any time Felizardo has the opportunity of doing a similar service, assuredly it will be performed. On the other hand, in the mountains, which belong to Felizardo, there is only one law, the law of the Bolo, and those who come as enemies will be met with the Bolo." This was the word Felizardo sent to the insurrectos, and he sends the same message to the Americanos. Though perhaps, someday he may be able to show the captain of the Samar men that he can be an enemy and a friend at the same time. Captain Basil Hale folded the letter carefully and thrust it into an inner pocket. He muttered, "Felizardo's own daughter, the well-dressed, pretty mestiza, I suppose. I don't think I shall mention this to Ferber, or to anyone else, for that matter, as they wouldn't understand." Chapter 4. How Mrs. Bush Heard of the Law of the Bolo. after he received the letter from Felizardo, thanking him for returning his daughter, promising to repay the service when an opportunity occurred, and threatening him with the law of the Bolo if he dared to come, as an American officer, on to his mountains, Captain Basil Hale spent 3 days in Cadubig, resting his men and preparing to do the very thing which Felizardo had forbidden. It is one thing for troops armed with carbines to surprise Bolo men in the open, quite another thing when the Bolo men jump out on the troops in the dense jungle, where you hardly have time to bring your carbine to your shoulder once, much less have time to reload, before they are right on you, slashing and jabbing with their hateful knives under cover of the smoke. He heard a good deal of Felizardo during those 3 days, for on the night of his return, a curious little tramp steamer wheezed into the bay and put ashore an equally curious old Spaniard, a hemp buyer. And from him, Basil Hale learned many things, for the newcomer had known Don Jose Ramirez and the corporal of the Guardia Civil, and could remember the building of what was then the new gallows at Calacan, on which they had hanged Sinicio Dagujob the Ladrone 35 years before. Basil Hale asked many questions, and with each answer, he grew to have more respect for the power of the wizened little man whom he was to hunt down, if he could. Of Dolores La Sara, the Spaniard could tell him little. I saw her once, and I was very young then, younger than you are now. I thought her the most beautiful mestiza in the islands. Perhaps she was. At any rate, many men have died because Felizardo loved her so well. She is still alive, they say, and I hear there is a daughter. Basil colored involuntarily. How do I hear all these things? Oh, now that they no longer have reason to fear us, we Spaniards can go anywhere, just as the English have always done. The law of the Bolo is for other Filipinos, and for you Americanos, he laughed gently, you will learn that law by and by. So far, you have hardly begun to know it. If we had taken those insurrectos, those generals and colonels and majors, we should have hanged them and finished all the foolishness. You create them judges and governors and make it worse. This same Felizardo knows better than that, even though he may have been born a Tau and have killed a priest. Just as the constabulary were starting out on the 4th morning, the old Spaniard gave their officer one last word of advice. I say you are mad to go on Felizardo's mountains at all. What harm does the old man do to your American politicians in Manila? But you will be more than mad if you go round on the northern slopes. Why? Hale demanded. The Spaniard smiled. Headhunters, hundreds of them, they say, more dangerous than any Bolo men. I have never been there to see. No, Senor, but I have heard often. What are they, Senor? How much you Americanos have to learn about these islands? Why, just savages, quite different from the Filipinos, nearly naked. Their pleasure in life is to collect heads, just as your great men collect millions of dollars. What a pleasant notion. Hale's voice was quite cheerful. No, Senor, I am not going the headhunter's direction this time, but I may do so soon. Still, if I do, I shall come back to tell you all about it. The old man shook his head rather sadly as he walked away. Perhaps, he muttered, perhaps, but first old Felizardo, then the headhunters, and only 60 half-trained Samar Tau as his troops. They are rash, very rash, these young Americans. A nice lad, too. He sighed heavily and went back to the weighing of his hemp. Captain Hale had decided to explore the seaward end of the range, where the mountains ran almost down to the shore of the Great Bay. Consequently, from Cadubig, he followed the coast until he came to what looked like a suitable place for beginning his climb. Up to that point, he had not seen a sign of any human being, not heard a sound, save that of the waves breaking on the shore and the wind murmuring through the coconut palms. But no sooner had he started to force his way into the jungle on the lower slopes than a deep note boomed out, apparently from the treetops a few hundred yards away. "What is that?" he demanded of his sergeant. The man made an expressive gesture. "The bujan, Senor, the alarm horn. Now every one of these ladrones knows we are coming. Either we shall see none at all, or we shall see too many." Basil muttered an oath then. "Come on," he said. "The quicker we move, the better our chances." But already his own hopes of another successful fight had vanished. Obviously, Felizardo's men were not to be caught asleep a second time. It had been raining all night, and as a result, the slope, bad enough at any time by reason of its horrible steepness, was now trebly bad on account of the slippery red clay underfoot. There was no trail of any sort. It was just a matter of forcing one's way through the dense, soaking undergrowth, of fighting one's way upwards, half-blinded with perspiration all the time, of dragging one's boots, which now seemed to weigh 100 pounds each, out of that horrible mire at every step, and then sliding back half the distance one had advanced. It was impossible to keep in any sort of order so as to be ready to meet an attack. There were always stragglers, those who got tangled up in the vines or had their boots wrenched off by the mud. Basil Hale went ahead and trusted that his men, who were born to the jungle, were keeping up with him, for at no time could he actually see them all on account of the dense bush. They had gone, perhaps, half a mile up the hillside when he was suddenly convinced that men were watching him, that in the jungle ahead, and on both sides too, there were Bolo men closing in. He paused and looked round and saw nothing, looked round again and caught a glimpse of something white behind a bush. At the same moment, the sergeant, who was just behind him, saw it too and gave a shout. The constabulary tried to close up, but the last man was a full 100 yards behind, down the slope, and it was too late. The Bolo men broke cover, a couple of hundred of them at least, whilst the constabulary were still a helpless rabble, and the ragged volley which the plucky little Samar men let off only made matters worse. Possibly, it injured some of the trees and bushes. Certainly, one bullet did get a Balaman square in the throat, but under cover of the smoke, which hung like a pall in that breathless atmosphere, the outlaws rushed in. The constabulary died game. They were from Samar, Viskians by race, and the outlaws were natives of Luzon, Tagalogs. And between Viskian and Tagalog, there is a never-dying blood feud. Those who had bolos dropped their carbines and set to work in their national fashion. Those who had no bolos clubbed their carbines and did their best that way. All died standing up, and almost every Viskian killed or wounded a Tagalog before he himself went down. They upheld the honor of Samar that day on the slopes of Felizardo's mountains, when the Tagalog outlaws were 3-1 and had the additional advantage of surprising a winded column. Basil found himself with a little group of some 15 men. The Bolo men were in between him and the rest of his party, and so thick was the smoke, for, despite his orders, those round him continued to blaze away wildly, that he could see nothing of what was occurring below. Only, knowing that the outlaws were in overwhelming force, and hearing no more shots from the rest of his column, he could guess with a fair degree of certainty. There were no Bolo men above him now, so far as he could make out, and when at last the smoke cleared away, he could see none on the slope below. Nor could he see any of his other men, at least until he went down to look for them. Then he found them, and everyone he saw was dead, usually with a dead outlaw somewhere near him. He did not stay to count the bodies. He did not even go through what would have been the perfectly useless formality of ascertaining if any were still alive. For some inexplicable reason, the outlaws had disappeared. They had not even made an attempt against him and his own little group, but they might be back at any moment, and his first duty was to get his pitiful handful of survivors into a place of safety. As they hurried down the hillside, Basil blamed himself savagely for his folly. He had gone on blindly, in face of the warning of the alarm horn, in face of Felizardo's warning, taking his brave little fellows to certain death. And then, in the end, he had escaped without even one single Balaman having attempted his life. Moreover, he had remained where he was, whilst his men were being cut to pieces below him. At first, this latter thought was the most bitter of all. Then suddenly he understood, with a great sense of relief, Felizardo had ordered his life to be spared, and if he had led those last 15 through the smoke, they too would have been sacrificed uselessly. Still, it was galling to feel you owed your life to the clemency of an old outlaw, whom you had been sent out to catch. He wondered what they would say in Manila. They would get his first message, telling how he had surprised the outpost on the slope of the volcano. And now he would have to send a second message, a message of a very different character, reporting that he had lost 50 men and 50 carbines, that the outlaws had scored a victory, the news of which would carry hope and encouragement to the hearts of all the criminal and all the disloyal elements in the islands. He wondered, too, what his men would think of him. They were keeping very close at his heels, expecting another attack any moment. He glanced back over his shoulder, half fearing to meet with scornful or reproachful looks, but they were loyal little fellows, being simple Tao, and, in their half-savage way, they were very sorry for him. The sergeant, a grizzled veteran who had received his first training at Calacan, under the successor of the old corporal of the Guardia Civil, tried to comfort him. "It is fate, Senor, why worry? Last time we had the luck. Today the luck is with those accursed ladrones. Doubtless, next time we shall have our chance again. We could not help it. If we had charged, instead of keeping where we were, they would have had us too, and there would have been none to avenge our comrades. They were 3-1 all the time, and they were fresh, whilst we were exhausted with the climbing and the mud. It was their day today, Senor. Tomorrow it will be ours." The little men following behind grunted approval, which eased Basil's mind considerably, knowing, as he did, that they were reliable judges. They saw no trace of the outlaws as they made their way down to the beach, though 3 of the men whom they had reckoned dead scrambled through the jungle to rejoin them. Basil breathed more freely when he found himself back in the coconut grove, off Felizardo's ground, where, at least, one had a chance to shoot. "We will get to Cadubig as quickly as possible," he said to the sergeant. "I don't think they will follow us there, but even if they do, we can put up a fight in one of the houses." 5 minutes later, however, he began to think his confidence had not been justified, for one of the men, happening to look back, caught sight of a figure moving along the edge of the jungle, where the bush ended and the coconut grove began, and then they caught fleeting glimpses of many, though all the time there was nothing at which to shoot. Basil did the right thing. He led his men on to the beach itself, where the Balaman has to come within range of the carbines long before he reaches you, and there is always sufficient breeze to clear away the smoke. They marched quickly, or rather they hurried along. As Basil Hale told himself bitterly, they were the remnant of a defeated force in full retreat, and all the time they were aware that the Bolo men were following just at the edge of the jungle. Then, suddenly, they rounded the point by Cadubig, when you come in sight of the village, and for a moment they forgot even the Bolo men, for Cadubig was in flames. Captain Hale groaned. "Well, of all the infernal luck," he began. Then he noticed that there was not a single native in sight, not a single canoe left on the beach, and straightway he understood. Cadubig was practically one of Felizardo's villages. He was a fool not to have thought of that before, and the old chief no longer intended it to be used as a base for operations against himself. There was practically only one course open to Basil, and he decided instantly to take it. He had no axes, no tools of any sort. Consequently, there was no possibility of making anything in the way of a stockade, whilst to remain in the open with only 18 men was to invite a further and final disaster. No, he must cover the 10 or 12 miles to Igat, where there was a company of the Philippine scouts quartered. There he would be safe, and from there he could send a report of his defeat to Manila. It was not a pleasant prospect. The constabulary and the scouts did not love one another overmuch, and it was humiliating to have to seek refuge with the rival force. Still, he could see no alternative. Even as he decided, he could catch glimpses of Felizardo's Bolo men in the background, dodging from bush to bush, never giving a chance for a shot, but still driving him back from Felizardo's mountains. He glanced at the sun. It was about 1 o'clock. Heavens, how much seemed to have happened since sunrise. If he went straight on, and there was no sense in going into the burning village itself, he would be at Igat by sunset, provided the path were not unusually bad. The men heaved sighs of relief when they learned their destination. They had had enough of the mountains to last them for a day or two. It was going to pour with rain again that night, and the prospect of sleeping, or rather of trying to sleep, in the open with Felizardo's Bolo men prowling round, just outside the circle of firelight, was not an exhilarating one. Consequently, they started off for Igat very cheerfully. True, they had lost most of their comrades, and had been badly beaten by the accursed Tagalog outlaws. But after all, what matter? They themselves were all right. They had plenty of cigarettes for the march. They could buy plenty more in Igat in addition to spirits, whilst, doubtless, the scouts would have money to lose at Monte. Moreover, next time they met Felizardo's men, the fight would go the other way, of that they felt sure. Somehow, Igat seemed well named. The word might mean anything, but the sound expressed the town itself, at least to Western ears. The place might appear picturesque, almost fascinating to a chance visitor who knew that he was going to leave it in a few hours. But when you had to live there, you quickly came to see it in a very different light, as Mrs. Bush, the wife of Captain Bush of the Philippine Scouts, who had not been out of it for a whole year, could have told you. From the balcony of her house at the corner of the plaza, Mrs. Bush could survey the whole scene. And, as time hung very heavily on her hands, she used to spend many an hour lying back in her long bamboo chair, watching the view with languid disfavor, striving hard not to resent the fate which had led her to bury her bright young life in such a spot. There was so little worth looking at when you got to know it. The same Tao were always asleep under the shade of the huge timber belfry in the middle of the plaza. The same hungry dogs were always nosing round for stray pieces of offal. The same shrill-voiced women wrangling with the Chinaman who kept the general store at the far corner. The priest would come out at a certain hour, meet the president, and they would then make their way together to the spirit shop next to the Chinaman's. A little later, the supervisor and the school teacher, white officials these, would come round the corner and follow the others to the same place, where presently her own husband would join them. Then, just at sundown, a squad of scouts would loaf across the plaza to perform what they called mounting guard at the jail. With that, the day's activities would end, and the long, sweltering, breathless night, when the mosquitoes and the heat, and perhaps, as in her case, your own mental torment, would not allow you an hour's real sleep. On Sundays, the only difference was that every small boy in the place was allowed to jangle those terrible bells in the plaza to his heart's content, and the white officials went to the spirit shop earlier in the day. So much for the town. If you looked seawards, and from that balcony you had an almost uninterrupted view, it was equally monotonous. The palm-fringed bay, with its multicolored coral bottom, and the vast expanses of mangrove swamp, which, almost closing its entrance, rendered it a safe anchorage, even when the monsoon was booming in its fiercest, always seemed the same. True, every now and then, at irregular intervals, a government launch would come in with mails or stores. More rarely still, a trading steamer, with rust-streaked funnel and sides, a veritable maritime curiosity which would have been condemned to the scrap heap anywhere else, would wheeze and cough her way up to the rickety wooden jetty in quest of a cargo of hemp. But save on these occasions, the waters were disturbed only by the dugouts of native fishermen, who seemed to put to sea merely for the sake of avoiding the flies on shore. Over a year ago, 12 months and 3 weeks to be correct, she had left Manila, and though the capital was only a few hours steam away, she had never been back, never spoken to a woman of her own race, for her husband had been told pointedly by the general in command that his only chance of retaining his commission was to remain at his station and get his men in hand again. There was not even male society, for the treasurer, the supervisor, and the 2 school teachers, mere political nominees of small mental attainments, had long since sunk to the point of mixing socially with the natives, a thing from which her southern blood recoiled in horror. Once, and once only, had she turned on her husband, and that was on the occasion when he brought the supervisor and the president, the latter a mestiz, in to dinner. The experiment was never repeated, possibly because Bush was really frightened at the storm he had aroused, possibly because she frightened the guests themselves, though in the end the latter had their revenge, or what passed with them as revenge, by vilifying her on every possible occasion and rendering the breach between her and her husband absolutely uncrossable. On the plaza, nothing had stirred. The women in the Chinaman's store had quickly grown weary of wrangling and had settled down to sleep in the doorway. Even the dogs and the wolfish-looking pigs had ceased to quarrel amongst themselves on the quayside. Evening brought little or no relief. Every few minutes, Mrs. Bush glanced towards the setting sun, longing for it to disappear behind the line of mangroves, when there might be some chance of a slight breeze. She was, as usual, on the veranda, behind the light matting blind, when an unwanted commotion made her start up quickly. The dogs had awakened to fresh life and were barking noisily. A native who had spread his net across the roadway that morning with the intention of repairing it and had then gone to sleep over his task, came to his senses suddenly and began to gather in his property as a small party of native soldiers, headed by a white officer, swung down the street. Mrs. Bush lay back in her chair and watched through the blind with languid interest. There was something in the manner of the officer which she liked. He seemed to know his own mind, and when half a dozen natives gathered in his path, apparently with the object of making the white man give way to them, and so raising a snigger at his expense, he brushed them aside like so many flies. "He is from the South," she said to herself, and almost unconsciously came to the rail of the balcony in order to see more easily. As soon as he reached the dusty patch of grass in the center of the plaza, Captain Hale dismissed his men, who, after piling their arms against the timbers of the belfry, threw themselves down on the ground and produced the inevitable cigarettes. From the barracks at the upper end of the plaza, a score of scouts emerged and regarded the newcomers with marked disfavor, commenting on their torn, mud-stained uniforms and their generally ragged appearance. "Only damn constabularios," sneered a sergeant who prided himself on his knowledge of English. But despite the insults, Hale's men smoked on unconcernedly. Had they not great things to relate when the women came round, whilst these scouts, mere Tagalogs after all, had never even set foot on Felizardo's mountains? Mrs. Bush remained at the rail of the balcony. The evening breeze had just begun to blow, and, moreover, she felt vaguely that she would like to get a nearer view of the newly arrived white man. A minute later, her wish was gratified, for, after asking a question of one of the scouts, who came forward rather sullenly, Basil Hale started to cross the plaza towards her house. He was a little weary, his walk showed that, but when he chanced to look up and their eyes met, he seemed to pull himself together. Then, probably because he had not expected to see a white woman in Igat, he raised his well-worn felt hat. At the door, Basil found a sleepy muchacho, who, in reply to his questions, answered that Captain Bush was out, adding gratuitously, as usual. Nor did he know where the scout officer was or when he would be in. He was not at the barracks, nor at the spirit store across the plaza. Still, the Senora might know, he would call her. From the glimpse he had obtained of her, Hale had formed the impression that Mrs. Bush was pretty. When she came in, he saw that he had been mistaken, if one judged by recognized codes, as no sane man does judge, either of faces or of character, or, I say it even with the fear of the outer darkness of the podsnaps before me, of morals. There are no rules in these matters. There can be no rules when you are dealing with such infinitely complex subjects as human form and human character. What is beauty in one woman is mere drabness in another, for beauty is 3 parts soul and 1 part form to anyone but an animal man, and animal men should not count for anything. In fact, they should be eliminated whenever possible. The same applies to morals. How can you lay down hard and fast rules when the Magdalene is a Christian saint, and whilst those who revere her as such, and dedicate churches to her, fall over themselves in their anxiety to cast the first stone at her latter-day successors? But this is all beside the scope of this story, which deals with the crude code of the Bolo, the law with 1 clause only. "I am sorry I kept you," Mrs. Bush said, with a soft southern drawl, "but I get so few visitors I am never ready to receive them." Basil flushed. "I only came to see Captain Bush on business. It wasn't fair to worry you. I wanted to get him to lend me some food and kit for my men. Felizardo's people burnt all theirs today, and I was going to ask him about sending a dispatch into Manila. The boy said you would know where to find him." Mrs. Bush's face hardened momentarily, and she looked away quickly then. "No," she replied. "I don't know where, at least. I mean you cannot find him now. But if you don't mind waiting, he is sure to be in soon. Perhaps you would like to come up on the balcony. It is cooler there." When they had sat down, Basil laughed rather awkwardly. "I forgot to tell you my name. It is Hale, Basil Hale of the Constabulary." Mrs. Bush nodded. "I guessed that when you mentioned Felizardo. We heard something of your fight up on the volcano from an old Spaniard who came in today, but he said you had gone back there." The man laughed bitterly and glanced down at his torn and mud-stained uniform. "So I did, but I have come back quickly." She looked at him with ready sympathy. "Do you mean they drove you back? What hard luck after starting so well." But did you go with just that handful of men? Mrs. Bush was sorry she had asked the question as soon as she saw the look in his eyes. No, he answered. I went out with 65 men this morning. And the others? She leaned forward anxiously. The others are there still, he replied with a catch in his voice. The Bolo men were 3-1, and they got us on a muddy hillside, you understand. He was looking away, so he did not see the pity in her eyes. And the wounded? She asked gently. Still, he did not face her. Felizardo leaves no wounded. Then, suddenly, his pent-up feelings broke out, as was inevitable they would do when he met one of his own race, one to whom he could speak freely. Oh, I feel such a hound for leaving them. I was at the head of the column, and the Bolo men cut us off from the rest, and whilst we, a dozen men and myself, were waiting for it to come, they were boloing the others. And then, she asked. Then they just disappeared into the jungle, and we came back unharmed. They followed us almost to here, and they burned our stores at Kadubig. They burned Kadubig itself, in fact, but they never tried to touch us. That's what makes me feel so bad. To think they wiped out 3/4 of my men, and then let the rest of us go. They other men, I mean, are sure to say we ran at the start. Mrs. Bush shook her head. I hardly think so. They will say you were splendidly brave to go up at all, and splendidly clever to get any of your men safely out of it. Basil thanked her with his eyes, but still he was not comforted. It looks bad, he repeated, and I can't explain. They wouldn't believe the reason. What was the reason? She asked, tell me. I shall believe. He faced her now, fairly, and from that moment there was a new factor, the all-important factor, something infinitely greater than the law of the Bolo in his life. In a flash, he understood how it was that Felizardo had been ready to take to the hills for the sake of colonial-era. Then he told her of Felizardo's daughter and of Felizardo's letter. Of course I believe, she said, when he had finished. It is just what one would expect of Felizardo. Oh, we hear a great deal about him here, from the servants. No, Captain Hale, you must not worry. Really, you must not. I know it is horrible to lose your men in that way, but you had to obey orders. 99 men out of 100 would have made an excuse for not going, but you are different. He did not answer her this time, but sat, staring out across the plaza, thinking of his men, away there on Felizardo's mountainside. At last, her voice recalled him. You are from the south, Captain Hale. He clutched eagerly at the chance of changing the subject completely. And from then, until her husband appeared, there was no more mention of Bolo men and their doings. Captain Bush proved to be a big man, as tall as Hale himself, though much heavier. Flabby, most people would have said. Good-looking in a way, though his eye was watery and his chin weak. You could see at a glance why they had transferred him from the regular infantry to the scouts and sent him to an outstation. They do not like heavy drinkers in the American service, any more than they like amateur soldiers or brigadier generals appointed from the circle of the president's personal friends. Captain Bush had already heard something of Hale's defeat, though he did not explain how or where. Basil, on his part, did not trouble to go into the story very fully. He had taken an immediate dislike to Bush, and he felt that the latter was by no means grieved over the disaster which had befallen the rival force. Still, the scout officer agreed readily enough to let him have the stores he needed, and to allow the remnant of the constabulary to occupy some vacant quarters in the barracks. As soon as this was arranged, Hale rose to leave, but Mrs. Bush detained him. Oh, Captain Hale, you must stay to dinner now. Mustn't he, John? Bush nodded assent, but Basil looked down at his dirty, torn uniform. I don't think I can, really, he began, but his hostess cut him short. You say they have burned all your kit, so how can you help that? And after all, one gets used to things in the Philippines. Where are you going to stay in Igat? I wish we could put you up, but I'm afraid it's quite impossible. There's a Spaniard here I know, he answered. Don Juan Ramirez. I promised I would stay with him if I ever came to Igat, and I sent one of my men to tell him as soon as I got in. I really ought to go there now, but still, he will forgive me, I expect, when I tell him that you insisted. Mrs. Bush nodded. He's a dear old man, quite different from, she broke off abruptly, and turned to her husband, who was tugging moodily at his mustache. John, I expect Captain Hale would like a wash and a drink before dinner. Bush brightened up considerably after the second cocktail, and after the fourth, his fourth, Basil was more careful. He was quite familiar and sympathetic. "Shame to send you up there," he said. "A rabble like yours is no good. They ought to have sent a couple of companies of scouts. We should have cleaned them up, sure enough." Basil bit his lip but did not reply. Afterwards, when he came to look back on that dinner, it seemed to him one of the most miserable experiences of his life. It was bad enough to sit down with a couple who, as the husband made only too clear, had nothing in common. But when that husband was also guilty of drinking far too much, showing he had drunk too much, the position became unbearable. Still, there was one redeeming feature: the way in which Mrs. Bush tried to make the best of the situation. She talked rapidly, nervously, all the time, trying to avoid any topic which might possibly lead to discussion. But Bush's temporary burst of good nature quickly changed to aggressiveness, then to actual surliness, and some of the things he said made Basil go white with rage. The scout officer's friends had lost no opportunity of telling him that his wife's Southern pride was the cause of his domestic unhappiness, and when he found that the guest was also from the South, he felt he had discovered a legitimate source of grievance. Had they been alone, there would have been a fight, but Basil glanced at Mrs. Bush, sitting white-faced and rigid, and remembered the duty he owed to his hostess. At last, the meal was over. Mrs. Bush rose, and as Hale opened the door for her, "I think we had better go up on the balcony, Captain Hale. It will be pleasanter there," she said. Her husband got up too, then staggered and went down onto his knees. Basil turned to help him, but stopped when Mrs. Bush laid a restraining hand on his arm. "I will see to him, Captain Hale," she said. "I was afraid he was not very well tonight. Perhaps you had better go," but she saw him out, saying goodbye to him at the door, before she returned to the invalid, who had got back into his chair and greeted her with a curse. Don Juan Ramirez, who was very like what old Don Jose had been 30 years previously, shook his head when Basil mentioned that he had dined with the Bushes. Was he as usual?" he asked. Basil's pent-up wrath broke out. If being as usual means being a foul-mouthed, drunken hog, with a wife a million times too good for him, then he was, the Spaniard nodded. "He seldom dines at home. Perhaps she thought that, with a guest there, he would be moderate. Poor lady, he drinks all day with the president, a mestizo insurrecto, and with the supervisor and the school teacher who came from his own state. Then there is worse. There is a mestiza girl under his wife's eyes." Basil Hale walked up and down the room, raging, whilst the old Spaniard watched him sympathetically, understanding, being a worthy nephew of Don Jose of Calacan. Then, adroitly, he turned the conversation on to the subject of that morning's fight. "You were rash," he said, when Basil had finished, "but you were lucky to escape yourself. Why, Felizardo must have 300 Bolo men, 500 perhaps, as well as many rifles. My uncle knew him well before he took to the hills. Old Don Jose did not love the Filipinos, who could, but he used to say always that Felizardo was a gentleman, even though he had killed a priest. Your government will never catch Felizardo, Senor, never. They will waste lives and money, and they will find that, in the end, Felizardo will be stronger than ever. Why, tomorrow, when the news of your ill fortune is known, there will be hundreds of fresh recruits clamoring to join his band." In the morning, Basil wrote his report to Mr. Commissioner Ferber, telling the truth plainly and baldly. Then he sent it off by a launch which happened to come in, and sat down to wait for the reply, half hoping that the latter would take the form of his dismissal. He wanted to get right away, he told himself, not because of Felizardo's Bolo men, but because, as had been the case when Felizardo himself had first met Father Pablo in San Policarpio, the instinct to kill had awakened in him. He had caught the spirit of the islands, where the law of the Bolo is the natural code, and if he remained, he knew he should kill Captain Bush. He told himself that he was a fool, that after all, they were strangers with whom he had no concern, that he would avoid them in future. And then, seeing Mrs. Bush walking across the plaza, he took his hat and hurried after her, completing the mischief, so far as he himself was concerned, possibly, too, so far as she was concerned. The school teacher saw them out of the window of the spirit shop and winked at the supervisor, who glanced out too and then called to Bush, "Say, Captain." The Virginian seems to have cottoned on to your wife. Two Southerners, Bush flushed, half rose with the intention of having a look, then resumed his seat, but he did not forget the words, thereby fulfilling the intentions of his friends. That night, a messenger left Igut with a letter for Felizardo, written by no less a person than the supervisor's principal clerk, who was also, in a sense, the supervisor's brother-in-law. In that letter, the clerk, who was no mean observer, made some pointed and, as it happened, perfectly true remarks concerning Captain Basil Hale's feelings towards Mrs. Bush, remarks which, as subsequent events proved, Felizardo did not forget. Chapter 5. How Mr. Commissioner Gumpertz and Mr. Joseph Gobbet talked of high finance. When Mr. Joseph Gobbet's friends heard that old Joe himself was going out to Manila to bring order into the chaos caused by the sudden death of young Albert Dunk, they shook their heads gravely. It was a foolish and unnecessary thing to do, they declared. The firm of Gobbet and Dunk had not a very large sum at stake in the Philippines, and one of the other young Dunks, or even Pretty, the chief clerk, would have been able to do all that was necessary. Mr. Gobbet, however, knew his own mind, and after only a week of preparation, started overland to catch the Hong Kong mail steamer. It is curious how some people get the names which suit them exactly. Joseph Gobbet was a case in point. Inevitably, you expected a man of East Anglian tradesman stock, and the moment you set eyes on him, you felt you had been right. Hosea Gobbet, his father, had been mayor and pork butcher in a small Suffolk town, having risen to wealth and position by what he called judicious trading. A little bit of all sorts, for all sorts of people, he used to say to his particular friends at the tradesmen's meetings, which meant that those customers who were particular got meat for which he had to pay the farmers what he considered a wholly outrageous price, showing a bare profit of 60%. What tradesman in England ever did, at least what tradesman of his, Hosea Gobbet's, ability? Footman the ironmonger and Woods the grocer. Sandy, Woods they used to call him amongst themselves, because of his sugar, not because of his hair, did very well over contracts, and there was no reason why he should not do well over pork. After all, the inspector was their servant. They could discharge him at any moment. Joseph Gobbet learnt the rudiments of business in his father's shop, but he had no intention of spending his life in a country town. Consequently, at the age of 18, he went to London and obtained a junior clerkship in a Mincing Lane house. When he was 30, he entered into partnership with Henry Dunk and proceeded to turn the knowledge he had secured to such good use that, within 5 years, he had pretty well ruined his former employers. When he was 60, he was reckoned, if not amongst the biggest men of Mincing Lane, at least amongst the bigger ones. He had several branches in the East, including one at Manila, which had been under the charge of Albert Dunk, son of his late partner. Taken all round, matters were going very well when, just about the time that Basil Hale began the campaign against Felizardo, Albert Dunk died suddenly, and, to Mr. Gobbet's mind, mysteriously. Edward Dunk, the new junior partner, Albert's elder brother, had volunteered to go out, but greatly to his surprise, Mr. Gobbet had declared his intention of going himself. "You can manage here by yourself, Edward," he said. "I have every confidence in you, every confidence. The sea trip will do me good, and possibly there may be complications in Manila which we have not foreseen." Edward Dunk, not unnaturally, took the latter sentence as a slur on his brother's memory, as foreshadowing unpleasant discoveries, and he laid his plans accordingly, with a view to repaying Mr. Gobbet in kind. As a matter of fact, however, it was a chance conversation with an American consular official which had determined the senior partner to go to the East. "It's money they want out in the islands," the American had said. "There's lots of good things to be got cheap, concessions, hemp lands, church lands even, though our own people hold back, not knowing if we shall stay out there, whilst the British banks and financiers are too fastidious, won't grease the commissioner's palms. There's a fortune, sir, for the man who will risk his dollars. And it isn't much risk anyway. We are bound to stay in the islands, now we've been chuckleheads enough to take them." Mr. Joseph Gobbett pondered deeply over these words during the long journey to Hong Kong, where, from his own manager, he obtained a certain degree of confirmation. But before he had been in Manila 2 days, he knew that they were true. The report was that he died of fever, the official said. They buried him where he died. Violence, murder. My dear sir, no, the islands are pacified now. You could go from end to end of them unarmed. Pay no heed to the wild stories you will hear, stories circulated deliberately by our political enemies and by the army, which is jealous of our success. You are sure to hear them all, perhaps more than I hear. Unconsciously, he slipped some blank sheets of paper over a copy of Captain Basil Hale's report, which he had just been studying anew, the grim record of 47 men out of 65 slaughtered on Felizardo's mountains by Felizardo's Bolo men. You will hear them because you are the type of man, a broad-minded capitalist, whom they are specially anxious to keep out. His words gave Mr. Gobbett his cue, and a few minutes later they were no longer talking officially, but privately about a railway concession and a copra concession, but most of all about some hemp lands. Mr. Gobbett was essentially a businessman, and he put his finger on the weak spot, or what seemed the weak spot, at once. Why, he asked, if there is all this splendid hemp land vacant, have not people, the natives for instance, or the Spaniards, made use of it? And he leaned back in his chair, twirling his gold-rimmed glasses. The commissioner met his objections with an easy smile. You know what the Spaniards were. Did they make use of anything? Moreover, in their days there were large bands of ladrones in the neighborhood. Mr. Gobbett knit his forehead and was making a mental note of the drawback when the commissioner went on, but there are none now. We have cleared them all out, and we have a company of constabulary under a most energetic officer, Captain Hale, quartered permanently in the district. Then, as to your other point, is it likely we should allow any unauthorized person to seize this land? Mr. Joseph Gobbett got up. He divined that, at the first interview with a high official, it would hardly be diplomatic to talk of business, of the sort of business which was obviously intended. I will think it over, he said. Possibly I may hear from you. The commissioner rose, too. Very possibly some friends of mine might call, he answered. Down at the consulate, the vice-consul received Mr. Gobbett with what that pillar of finance considered most unbecoming levity. Got anything out of old Gumpert's? He asked. I suppose you had a long lecture on Liberty and Brown Brothers. No. You are lucky, then. He's not what you might call inspired, unless it's on a question of dollars. He got his job because he kept some big city solid for the party, they say. He owned, or bought up, all the bars in the place, lost his money over it, and so, to keep him quiet and give him a chance to retrieve his fortune, they sent him out here. He is retrieving fast, but he's really still what he was by birth, a petty, huckstering tradesman. They say that his father used to be a pork butcher in the happy fatherland. Had it not been for the last few words, Mr. Gobbett might have paid some attention to the rest, but those decided him. Obviously, the whole thing was rank prejudice. He got up, waving aside a proffered cigar. Thank you. I do not smoke. Is the consul in? The vice-consul got up wearily. Shan't I do? Oh, very well, I'll see. He was having an extra siesta, didn't feel quite the thing after tiffin. I'd be careful of the club whiskey, if I were you. Rotten brand they've got on tap now, and, without noticing Mr. Gobbett's indignant looks, he lounged into the inner office. The consul, or rather acting consul, the regular consul general being on leave, did not seem exactly delighted to see Mr. Gobbett. Well, did you hear anything new from Gumpert's? He asked. Mr. Gobbett shook his head. He says Mr. Dunk died of fever and was buried in the jungle. That is all they know, the consul yawned. It's about their mark. The army would have sent out to see quick, and so would the Guardia Civil. Those people get in a fluster if a native is killed, and don't worry about a white man. Is that all? Find your books all right, the visitor flushed. He did not like this man any better than he liked the vice-consul. They were correct, he said severely. The books of our firm always are, but there is one curious thing. The day before he left Manila, Mr. Dunk drew 10,000 pesos from the bank, and we cannot trace to whom he paid it. Hugh, 10,000 pesos, eh? The consul whistled in what struck Mr. Gobbet as a most undignified manner. A big sum that. Do you think he was mixed up in any sort of graft here? Corruption, you'd call it, with the officials? There was wrath on Mr. Gobbet's face as he got up from his chair. Sir, members of our firm are not mixed up in such things. No, sir, I do not smoke, nor will I have a whiskey and soda. I myself drink only at meals. When he had gone, with such dignity as a large and perspiring man who wears a frock coat in the tropics can command, the acting consul yawned again. Queer old chap, isn't he in a paddywhack? Then he went to the door and called the vice-consul. I say, Blackiston, come and drink the whiskey and soda our heavy friend refused. Did he slam the door as he went out? Mr. Joseph Gobbet did not go to the English club that night, partly because he was unwilling to run the risk of further shocks to his dignity, but chiefly because he thought it possible that some friends of Mr. Commissioner Gumpert's might chance to call on him. The latter supposition proved to be correct. He had just finished dinner and was waiting on the veranda of the hotel for his coffee when the waiter announced two gentlemen who introduced themselves as Mr. William P. Hart and Senor de Vega, the latter being a mestizo. Mr. Gobbet received them graciously, scenting business, and it only needed 2 liqueurs to produce a definite proposition. Mr. William P. Hart was not shy, whilst Senor de Vega backed him loyally in all he had to say. There was this splendid stretch of hemp-growing land on the north of the range of mountains, which Mr. Gobbet had doubtless noticed. Mr. Commissioner Gumpert's had the selling of it, and the commissioner's price would be so much for himself, or rather for himself, Mr. Hart, and Senor de Vega, and so much for the government. There was no useless beating about the bush, a feature which Mr. Gobbet rather appreciated. It was, after all, a plain matter of business, and, as it was shorn of all pretense and shams, a businessman could discuss it. They came to terms, provisionally. Mr. Gobbet had made careful inquiries as to the value of really good hemp land in that part of the island, and he knew that, if he bought at the figure named, he would be making an amazingly good bargain. Unfortunately, however, he did not know good hemp land from bad, or, for that matter, from any other sort of land. And much though he respected the cleverness, the money-making genius, of Commissioner Gumpert's, he was not going to take that gentleman's word for anything which involved financial risk to himself. I must inspect this land first, of course, he said. That is only a matter of common sense. I will find some reliable person who can give me an expert opinion on it, and then, if he reports favorably, I will come to terms with your government. And the commissioner? Mr. Hart asked with a leer. The merchant bowed gravely. And the commissioner, of course. That is understood, can't be done without him. Mr. Hart was inclined to frankness. It is quite unnecessary to tell me that. Mr. Gobbet spoke severely. I am accustomed to business. There is one thing more. Mr. Hart laid a hand which was none too clean on his host's knee. The commissioner wants a deposit so that he has something to show the government in case another buyer happens along. He wants $6,000, gold down, to be refunded if you do not wish to complete the purchase at the end of 3 months. Mr. Gobbet frowned. It was a large sum, but then the value of the land would be enormous. $6,000, humph. 1,200 pounds, a great deal of money. If I considered the proposal, I do not say I should require the proper receipt of the department, not the mere private receipt of the commissioner. The readiness with which Mr. Hart assented dissipated the other's suspicions. Certainly, sir, it would be an official receipt, and any time you wish to call off, you could get your money back. It is proposed just in your interest to give you a free run with no competition. When they had gone, Mr. Gobbet sat for a long time deep in thought. This was the sort of business he had come out hoping to do, and therefore he was prepared to make certain allowances for the weakness of those with whom he was dealing. When one is about to reap huge profits, one cannot be overcensorious concerning those who are assisting one. He thought the whole scheme out before he went to bed that night. The sum he would expend on it, it would be his private venture. Nothing to do with the firm of Gobbet and Dunk, the sum for which he would float it as soon as he had got it into working order, and the profits which he himself would make out of the flotation. It was all very simple and straightforward. There was always a demand for hemp, always would be a demand for it. No crop paid better to raise, no crop, so far as he knew, involved less capital expenditure on clearing the land and planting. As for security of title, he would make certain on that point before he parted with any of the purchase money, whilst he was shrewd enough to see that there was no prospect of the Americans withdrawing from the islands for many years to come, until long after he had floated his company. The matter of the deposit did not trouble him greatly. After all, the sum was not a large one to him. He ran no risk of losing it, and it would be a distinct advantage to have what would amount to a 3-month option. It was a cheap option, after all, a very cheap one, and the more he thought of it, the more convinced he became that, in the end, he would be able to get the better of Mr. Gumpert's in many ways. He, himself, would have insisted on a payment outright, in addition to the deposit. In the morning, Mr. Gobbet set out to find a reliable man to advise him on the question of the hemp lands. It was rather a delicate matter. He did not want to advertise the fact that he had any business of the kind in contemplation, yet, at the same time, he was anxious to secure someone who would be thoroughly trustworthy. It would not do to go to the new manager of the Manila branch of Gobbet and Dunk, for this was his personal affair. The Dunk family had done well enough out of him already, even though old Dunk had found the capital in the first instance, and he did not fancy the idea of consulting the acting consul. In the end, he decided to call on the bank manager, to whom he could speak in confidence. The bank manager looked dubious. "Yes, I can get you a good man, several if you like, men you can trust. There's John Mackay, a Scotchman, and Lucio Morales, a Spaniard. Either would do well, and I would take the opinion of either as final. Only, let me warn you, Mr. Gobbet, that this is a risky form of speculation. Hemp pays well enough until the insurrectos, or the Pulajanes, or the ladrones come along and burn your place and cut your men's throats. It's all very well for Ferber and Gumperts, and the rest to say the islands are at peace. Gumperts may know all about pork chops and public houses, but it doesn't follow he understands these things." The son of Hosea Gobbet, pork butcher and mayor, flushed. It was only too clear that Mr. Gumperts had been right when he talked about unreasoning prejudice and a desire to injure the government. "I think I am fully aware of the conditions," he said severely. "I have made the most exhaustive inquiries from those who should know." Unconsciously, he emphasized the last 5 words. "And now, if you would give me the addresses of these 2 men, Mackay and Morales, I will ask them to call on me." Senator Morales was the first to make his appearance at the hotel, a grave young Spaniard, whose rather elaborate courtesy disconcerted Mr. Gobbet somewhat. But when the proposition was put to him bluntly, as such things should be put, he shook his head. "No, Senator, it is impossible that I go. These Americans have got the country into such a state that—" He spread out his hands expressively and rose to leave. Mr. Gobbet rose too, a little annoyed at the waste of his time. "You don't like the Americans," he said, with what he took for sternness and the other for rudeness. The Spaniard laughed gently. "Why no, Senator? Why should I a Spaniard like them?" And he went out, leaving Mr. Gobbet more than ever convinced of the intense prejudice against the administration. Mr. John Mackay, who did not arrive till late in the afternoon, proved to be more suitable. He was middle-aged and hard-faced, at least when he was talking business, and he went to the root of the matter at once, the question of his professional fee, which was finally settled more to his own satisfaction than to that of Mr. Gobbet, who had a distinct aversion to giving mere employees a chance to imitate the late Jeshurun, of whom the one recorded fact is that he waxed fat and kicked. "And where are we going to?" John Mackay asked. Mr. Gobbet hesitated. "Well, I must tell you, I suppose, but it is in confidence, the strictest confidence." The Scotchman gave a quick little nod. He was not prone to unnecessary speech. "We land at a place called Igut, and from there make our way round the end of that large range of mountains to some land on the northern side. They tell me, Commissioner Gumperts tells me, that the journey will not be a difficult one. We keep in the valley for some 25 miles, then cross at an easy pass." Taking any escort, the Scotchman asked, The merchant shook his head. I am informed it is quite unnecessary, though some of the native soldiers, scouts, I think they are called, will come along to help us with transport arrangements. John Mackay stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, at least they all know me well enough, Felizardo, and the others as well. I myself can go anywhere, a saying which gave food for thought to Mr. Gobbet, who could not decide whether it was to be construed as encouraging or otherwise. Commissioner Gumpertz received Mr. Gobbet very graciously when that gentleman came to pay the deposit. I am delighted, sir, he said, flattered to think you are taking my advice, which was given in the interests of these islands and their people, and proves, most fortunately, to be in your interest as well. I might tell you in confidence that there will be a bill before Congress next session forbidding these large sales of land, a most unfortunate proposal, but your business will be through long before then. When, however, Mr. Gobbet handed him a check, crossed, for the deposit, the commissioner looked doubtful. I am afraid, sir, I cannot take this. My dear sir, I mean no slight on yourself, but the rules of the department are very strict. No checks taken, they say. Still, would you write another one, a bearer check, and I will send a messenger down to the bank with it. That will only take 10 minutes, and we can fix up the matter at once. If you will excuse me, I will get the secretary to make out the receipt. He came back a few minutes later with the receipt which his secretary, whose name was William P. Hart, had made out in due form. It was already signed, and as he handed it to his visitor, the Commissioner for Lands and Registration remarked jocularly, "Now, Mr. Gobbet, you have my receipt before I have the money. You have only to stop the messenger on the way, and you can make $6,000 out of the department, or rather out of me, for they would hold me responsible." Mr. Gobbet, who had assured himself at a glance that the receipt was in due form, laughed too. "I don't think in my firm we do things like that," he said. "We rather pride ourselves on being old-fashioned, almost straight-laced, perhaps. My father always impressed on me that honesty paid in the long run, and I have found that he was right. I have no doubt your experience has been the same." The commissioner nodded. This was a most admirable and tactful man of business. It is always pleasant to keep affairs of this sort on a certain high plane. If you talk of the welfare of the people, or the will of the multitude, or the moral aspect, you can make infinitely more money than if you adopt a crudely commercial tone, especially if you have a William P. Hart in the background. The messenger returned with the package of notes, which he handed to Mr. Gobbet, who in turn handed them to Mr. Commissioner Gumpertz, and then the two men parted. "The launch will be ready for you early tomorrow," the official said. "I will send you down letters of introduction from Commissioner Ferber. You must meet him on your return, to Captain Bush at Igut, and Captain Basil Hale, who has a camp somewhere on the edge of the jungle. Captain Bush will arrange all your equipment for you, or at least he will get the local officials to do so. Now, goodbye, Mr. Gobbet, and good luck. I shall look forward to your early return." Mr. Joseph Gobbet was an experienced businessman. He prided himself on the fact that there was little he did not know about certain forms of finance. Yet, had he learnt that, instead of being paid into the account of the government, those notes of his were, that very night, distributed at a slight discount through some of the most shady and even improper quarters in Manila, he might have found food for much speculation and thought. Chapter 6, concerning Mr. Joseph Gobbet, Captain Basil Hale, and the head of Albert Dunk. Mr. Joseph Gobbet was tall and stout, and possessed a pair of side whiskers of which he was distinctly proud. Consequently, though he certainly did appear impressive when carrying the bag, he was vicar's churchwarden in a suburban church. He looked almost ridiculous when he landed on the quay at Igut, attired in a very tight khaki suit, with an immense khaki-colored helmet on his head. Basil Hale had not been dismissed in consequence of his crushing defeat at the hands of Felizardo's Bolo men. In fact, greatly to his surprise, he had not even been reprimanded. Commissioner Ferber had been quick to see that really, he, himself, was to blame for having sent the small force of constabulary against the outlaws, and he was not anxious to have Basil back in Manila, telling all men of what had happened on the mountainside. From first to last, Basil Hale had only remained 10 days in Igat, but the time had sufficed to complete his infatuation for Mrs. Bush and to confirm his detestation of her husband. At first by accident, then by design, he had met Mrs. Bush practically every day, whilst he had barely spoken to Bush or his white associates. Old Don Juan Ramirez, the Spanish merchant, had told him all about the lives they led, of the mestiza girls at the other end of the town, and the drinking bouts in the spirit shop at the corner of the plaza. In Europe and America, where men and women are discreet, such things do not happen. At least they are supposed not to happen for fear of the law, or the church, or of the mightiest one of all, Mrs. Grundy. But in the tropics, especially in the Philippines, and more especially under the shadow of places like Felizardo's mountains, where death is stalking by your side all day, squatting just outside the circle of firelight at night, conventions are apt to lose much of their force. That would have been very wicked elsewhere. Possibly it was wicked in Igat, but what was wholly admirable was that, in the circumstances, Basil Hale did not become an open convert to the law of the Bolo and deal with Captain Bush according to that code. But this is a view of the case which few could understand, unless they had lived with Bolo men as the background of their lives. Basil Hale had marched away up the valley to the end of Felizardo's range, over the pass which formed the boundary of the old outlaws' territory, and down into the rich hemp lands on the other side, where, near a village called Silang, he had built a stockaded post, after the custom of the islands, big nipa-covered shacks, surrounded at a little distance by a high palisade, with a platform at a convenient height and little watchtowers at each corner. Old Felizardo or Dolores La Sara could have told you. When he landed at Igat and found that there was no hotel in the place, Mr. Joseph Gobbett turned angrily to John Mackay. "Most scandalous thing, you should have warned me about this. We may be here a day, even 2 days. What are we going to do?" The Scotchman answered without removing his cigar from his mouth. Mr. Gobbett hated to see an employee, a mere paid person, smoking in his presence, as Mackay had already divined. "I guess the Bushes will put you up, whilst I shall go to old Don Juan's," he answered. Mr. Gobbett snorted, not liking the casual disposal of himself, and his temper was not improved when, without the slightest warning, he found himself the center of an unusually vigorous dog-and-pig fight, none of the combatants in which was over-clean. "Most scandalous thing," he repeated, "most scandalous. I wonder what the police can be about to allow it. I shall certainly summons the owners if I can. I am sure I see nothing to smile at, Mr. Mackay," he added with great dignity. A moment later, Captain Bush lounged up and nodded to Mackay. "Hello, John, what's on now?" Coming across soon, indicating the spirit shop with a jerk of his thumb. He was passing on to see if there were any mails on the launch when Mackay stopped him. "Here, Captain. This is Mr. Joseph Gobbett of London, who has a letter of introduction to you from the Commission." Captain Bush pulled himself together. "Glad to meet you, sir. If you'll wait a moment, we might go up to the house together. It is only a step. I suppose you're not going on." "No, well, you must stay with us. My wife will be delighted. Here, muchachos, take the Senor's luggage up to my house." Captain Bush was in an exceptionally good humor, having just won some money off the treasurer. But in addition to that, he had understood instantly that the stranger must be a man of position, probably a wealthy English merchant, and his own state of chronic insolvency made it necessary for him to lose no chances. Perhaps Mrs. Bush was not favorably impressed with this suddenly arrived guest. Certainly, he was not favorably impressed with her, or at least he did not like her. Amongst men, even amongst those of far better social position than himself, he was able to hold his own by reason of a certain aggressive strength of character. But when he found himself in the company of a lady, he was hopelessly at a loss, and, as is the way of his kind, revenged himself by abusing her afterwards. Mrs. Bush did not stay long in the room. "I see you have business to discuss," she said, "so I will leave you till dinner. Be sure and look after Mr. Gobbett, John." At first, Mr. Gobbett was not very communicative, telling his host little beyond what was contained in the letter of introduction. But after a while, under the scout officer's skillful handling, he began to thaw and finally unfolded the whole of his scheme. After all, he told himself, why not? This American had to give him active aid, was bound to know everything very shortly, whilst his deposit of $6,000 secured him against possible competitors. Captain Bush was a little puzzled. He was an experienced soldier, despite his recently acquired habits. He knew the islands well, and therefore could see various weak points in the business. On the other hand, this man Gobbett obviously had capital, obviously had the government behind him, and it would be most unwise to venture on any interference at that stage. Once the expedition was across the pass, it would be Basil Hale's task to look after it, and Captain Bush grinned to himself as he thought of the possible trouble which this stout and pompous old man might cause the constabulary officer. At dinner, Mrs. Bush made an attempt to talk to Mr. Gobbett, then, finding they had no interests in common, relapsed into silence. When she rose to leave the room, somehow she had to open the door for herself, whereat she raised her eyebrows slightly. Mr. Gobbett, deep in conversation with his host, never seemed to notice her go. After a while, Captain Bush yawned. "It's slow here. Ever seen a Filipino town at night? No, I don't suppose you have. Would you like a walk round?" They went first to the spirit shop, where the Englishman became almost jovial. It may have been the sense of being free for once from his frock coat. It may have been the cocktails on which Captain Bush had insisted before dinner. It may have been the native spirit which the supervisor suggested he should taste. But whatever the cause, time seemed to pass very quickly indeed, and when, about midnight, the school teacher suggested they should have a stroll down to the lower end of the town, Mr. Joseph Gobbett, merchant and churchwarden, had no objection to make. Other things were vague also, but of two things he was certain, that he had a splitting headache, and that the beauty of the mestizas was not overrated. When Captain Bush came in, the merchant mentioned the former fact, whereat his host laughed, and went on to refer to the latter, thereby making Mr. Gobbett rather uncomfortable. Mrs. Bush did not come down to breakfast that morning, and she did not trouble to make any excuses. She had heard certain rumors from her maid, which had sent her white with passion. She was used to her husband's ways, but her guest, it was absolutely abominable. Mr. Gobbett, on his part, was thankful for her absence. He made no reference to the fact, however, nor did his host, and as soon as the meal was over, they went out together to make arrangements for the carriers. There's a road part of the way, 20 miles or so up the valley, and you can ride so far in a bullock cart. Mr. Gobbett had declined the offer of a horse, but from there onwards it'll be a case of walking, the scout officer said. The merchant sighed. He was not a good walker. Then he thought of the profits he would make out of the trip, and straightway became reconciled to the idea. The arrangements were quickly made, thanks to the help of the president, and Mr. Gobbett breathed more freely. He was anxious to get away as soon as possible for various reasons, of which Mrs. Bush was one. As they walked back to the house, the Englishman remembered a question he had meant to ask before. "Did you ever meet a son of my late partner, Albert Dunk, who was our manager in Manila? He died near Hippopad some months back." The captain shook his head. "He never passed through here. Probably he landed at Catarman, further round the bay. You might have gone in that way, too. I wonder old Gumperts didn't suggest it. No, very little news of that sort drifts across the mountains to us. You see, there are so few white men on that side for a good many miles. Then, of course, you get plenty again." Meanwhile, John Mackay had strolled out of the town, carrying a small switch as his sole weapon. About a mile past the last shack, he sat down at the edge of the coconut grove, lit a cigar, and puffed away contentedly. A few minutes later, a little man, clad in blue jean and wearing two formidable-looking bolos, emerged from the bush some 20 yards away, looked cautiously up and down the grove, then came forward. "Good morning, Senor," he said. John Mackay nodded. "Good morning, Simon. Can a message go to the Senor Felizardo?" "It is this. I am going round this side of his mountain and across the pass with an Englishman. There will be 6 scouts to look after the carriers, that is all. He will leave us alone." The little man grinned. "Assuredly, he will leave the Senor alone, as always. Only he will ask, where does the Senor go there?" "Down the northern valley, not onto his mountains at all." "Very well, Senor. The message will go," and the outlaw disappeared as silently as he had come. Felizardo said afterwards that John Mackay should have been more explicit as to his exact destination, in which case the latter part of this story would have been very different. Mr. Joseph Gobbett did not like the 20-mile ride in the cart, which was drawn by a couple of water buffalo, beasts for which he seemed to entertain a most wholesome dread. He was absolutely shaken to pieces as he told John Mackay with what that naturally silent person seemed to consider wearisome persistency. Yet he liked the climb over the pass still less. And when they reached the northern valley, he insisted on a rest of 2 days, despite the protests of John Mackay, who urged, "Why, it's only some 15 miles now to Hale's stockade at Sillang. He can put you up comfortably there, whilst I have a run round and look at the land. From what I can see, it is all right. We are at a fair elevation, even here, quite high enough above sea level." But Mr. Gobbett was firm. "I will rest here, and then we will go straight on. I see no reason for wasting time going to this stockade, which appears to be well off our route." The Scotchman shrugged his shoulders and rested too. Then, on the third morning, they moved down the valley slowly, cutting across from one side to another so as to get an accurate idea of the whole area. On the fifth morning, their task was practically complete. Mackay's verdict was wholly favorable. "It's valuable land," he said, "as good as any I know, except, of course, that in Samar. Only, it is curious no one has made use of it before." But I suppose they were afraid of the ladrones or of old Felizardo. "Who is Felizardo?" the merchant demanded. The Scotchman jerked his thumb in the direction of the mountains. "He's the chief up there, an outlaw." Mr. Gobbett flushed. "Rubbish. They assure me that all that sort of thing has been put down, and I can see it now for myself." Mackay shrugged his shoulders. "Very well, I suppose you know best. You are my employer, and I have come here merely to advise you on the nature of the land." And, from that point onwards, he declined to discuss anything but hemp and hemp growing. The following morning, they decided to turn back. Mr. Gobbett was now in great good humor. There was no question that, at the price arranged, including the payment to Mr. Gumpertz, or rather to Mr. Hart on behalf of Mr. Gumpertz, he would be making an extraordinarily good bargain. He forgot the trials of the journey, that horrible cart, his sore feet and aching limbs, and thought only of what those trials would bring him ultimately. They were then taking a route slightly different from that by which they had come, and were just thinking of making a halt for breakfast, when, to the surprise of everyone, they saw the roofs of some nipa shacks through the trees. The place proved to be the most miserable little village Mackay had ever seen. There was not a soul in sight, and, as the carriers filed in, they looked at one another with anxious, questioning faces. John Mackay turned to the sergeant of the scouts. "What is this?" he asked. Then, as the man shook his head, a sudden thought struck the Scotchman, and he clambered on to the veranda of the largest house, a dilapidated place of some size, pulled aside the matting at the door and went in, revolver in hand. Half a minute later he came out again, a little pale. "As I thought," he said. "Headhunters." The natives looked at one another with wide-open eyes, whilst Mr. Gobbett's jaw dropped suddenly. What do you mean?" he quavered. "Headhunters. What are they?" "People who hunt heads, your head and mine, for instance." The Scotchman's temper was up. "There are a dozen heads hanging up inside, if you want to see, including a white man, S. We must get out of this, quick." However, it was already too late. As he spoke, a score of practically naked savages, armed with spears and primitive bolos, appeared on the edge of the clearing. "Up here, all of you." Mackay grasped the situation instantly, but even whilst the carriers and scouts were scrambling onto the platform of the shack, the enemy secured 2 heads. Mr. Gobbett was one of the last up. In fact, had not 3 carriers assisted him, he would have been in a bad case, for the little ladder had given way, and climbing was impossible for him. Meanwhile, the scouts had begun to blaze away, hitting no one, but none the less preventing any rush. Then Mackay himself took one of the carbines and dropped a headhunter stone dead, a lesson which was not lost, for the rest promptly withdrew to cover. "They will wait till evening now," the sergeant remarked, "then they will attack." They will not try and burn the place because of those, pointing towards the ghastly trophies hanging from the roof. Mackay nodded and went on with his task of making loopholes in the walls, although, as he told himself, 6 carbines and a revolver would not go very far as means of defense. Mr. Gobbet was lying back against some of the hastily thrown down packs, panting. He had lost his helmet, and both his coat and trousers were torn. "It's disgraceful," he said. "Absolutely disgraceful. I shall report it to the consul or to the Foreign Office. Why, I actually saw them kill 2 of the men in my presence." He spoke to nobody in particular, but Mackay overheard him and smiled grimly, thinking of the killing which was yet to come. But in spite of that, when the merchant had recovered sufficiently to ask questions, he spoke hopefully, though he added, "You see now why no one has made use of this hemp land, and why they offered it to you cheaply." Mr. Gobbet's business instinct overmastered his fear, and he sat up suddenly. "Do you mean that Mr. Gumpert's knew?" Once again the Scotchman shrugged his shoulders. "It is quite possible," he said dryly. "And if we had taken a slightly different route, you would have bought it, not knowing." The merchant lay back again, thinking of many things, of his present danger, of his narrow escape from buying land having such undesirable inhabitants, of his deposit which he might not return to claim. Then he happened to glance upwards and received the greatest shock of his life, for there, amongst those grisly treasures of the village, was the head of Albert Dunk. John Mackay looked round sharply at the cry and hurried to his employer's side. As soon as the Scotchman could make sense out of the other man's almost incoherent utterance, he reached up and pulled down the trophy, which he placed beneath a blanket in the corner. Then he gave Mr. Gobbet half a glass of neat brandy, the only liquid they had, and strove, without much success, to calm him down. "We shall get out of it all right. We shall get out of it," he repeated. "And then we'll get Basil Hale to come along and clear out this gang. Can't we go now?" The merchant asked feebly, "And be cut to pieces before we've gone a quarter of a mile?" "No, we must stay here, and chance beating them off when they attack tonight. Then they'll probably leave us alone altogether. It is always a weary job, waiting for savages to come and attempt to kill you, but it becomes even more than a weariness when you are half mad with thirst, when you know there is water nearby and you dare not go to it. John Mackay found it long, and the scouts and carriers found it long, but it is doubtful whether Mr. Joseph Gobbet, lying in the corner, was conscious of the passage of time. His thoughts were just one long nightmare, in which Albert Dunk's head, Commissioner Gumpert's, 2 dead carriers outside, and a bearer check for $6,000 played the principal parts. Once only was his mind clear for a few minutes, and that was when he remembered Albert Dunk's bearer check for 10,000 pesos, $5,000. That had been cashed just as the drawer was starting for this same district. How he wished that head could speak. Then he fell a-shuddering at the idea. John Mackay watched the sun set with unusual interest, possibly because he did not expect to see it rise again. "The attack will come soon now," he remarked to the sergeant, who was endeavoring to smoke despite his parched mouth. The little man nodded. "Yes, Senor. I, for one, am glad I went to Mass last Sunday. There was a girl who asked me to meet her afterwards. Then, for the 50th time, he tried the action of his carbine. The head hunters have them in the big shack. They will kill them all soon after sunset." There was a perfectly matter-of-fact ring in the messenger's voice. Felizardo knit his brows. He had given certain orders to the head hunters, and he was not used to being disobeyed. Moreover, he had a very kindly feeling towards John Mackay, who had once done him a good turn. Consequently, he did not share the messenger's cheerful frame of mind. "What are you at the outpost doing that you allow this?" he thundered. "You know the orders I have given to those savages to leave all Englishmen alone. I suppose they think that, because I left them unpunished last time, I shall do the same again. Go down now, at once, and tell Manuel to make them withdraw, and then go to the constabulario at Silang, and tell the captain to come and fetch Senor Mackay and the fat fool away. Of course, you will tell the captain you come from me. What else would you say? I can trust him." The result was that dawn found the little garrison, half dead with thirst, but still awaiting the attack. And an hour after dawn, John Mackay caught sight of Captain Hale's tall figure coming through the trees, with 30 of his men at his heels. When Mr. Gobbet had swallowed a quart or so of water, followed by some brandy, his courage began to revive. "I told you we should be all right," he said peevishly to Mackay. "I never thought they were in earnest." Then he remembered the 2 carriers, slain in his presence, and that ghastly head, and he went a little pale, though the shuddering had ceased. They buried the heads, a useless formality, for the headhunters unearthed them within a few hours, and then Basil Hale escorted the party back to his stockade to rest for a day or 2. That evening, whilst Mr. Gobbet was having a much-needed wash and change, Mackay turned suddenly to his host. "By the way, I've got a message for you from Mrs. Bush. She says she is very well and hears of you often through the natives." Basil did not look up from the cigar he was cutting. "Thanks very much," he said briefly. Mr. Gobbet felt much better after the evening meal, so much better, in fact, that he could discuss matters calmly. "And did you know anything of the fate of my late partner's son?" he asked. "Of course I did," Hale answered promptly. "Didn't they tell you in Manila?" "It was before I came to this side of the range, but Lieutenant Stott at Cadarman told me, and I saw the copy of the report he sent to the commission. He asked permission to hunt those savages down, but he never got any reply." Oh, all the commissioners knew, and I supposed it had been made public. The merchant got up suddenly and began to pace the rather rickety floor. "I see it now," he growled. "I see it all. Either I am to buy this land which no one else will look at, because of these abominable persons who tried to take my head, or else I shall not come back at all, and they will keep the deposit. I will lay the matter before the consul. No, I will lay it before the Foreign Office. I will have compensation. Aye, and he spluttered with rage. Mackay winked at Basil, who smiled in return, unseen by the merchant, who went on. "It is scandalous, an outrage. I can see how I have been misled. They say the islands are at peace, and yet 2 men are killed actually in my presence, and no arrests are made, whilst the head of my late partner's son is used as a trophy. Abominable. Even in Igat, when I wished to summons the owners of those most offensive pigs, they laughed at me." "Which is my quickest way back to Manila?" "Through Cadarman," Basil answered. "That is the route you should have come. Only in that case Stott would have told you of Mr. Dunk's death. Do you see?" Mr. Gobbet's first visit in Manila was to the consulate when he demanded to see the acting consul instantly. The consul received him without effusion. "Had a good time in the bush, Mr. Gobbet. You look a bit thinner. Yes, a lot thinner. What can I do for you?" "It is a long story," Mr. Gobbet began, whereupon the acting consul put his feet on the table and selected an extra-large cigar. "Fire away," he said, but before the merchant had got very far, the cigar had been allowed to go out, and the official was all attention. When it was finished, he drew a deep breath. "You had a lucky escape, a very lucky escape." There was no levity in his voice now, "but you must admit that I warned you against Gumperts. And I am afraid we can do nothing in the matter." "Why?" "What are you here for then, sir?" It was the voice of the British taxpayer talking to his employee. The consul explained patiently. "As regards the negotiations, you were alone, were you not?" "Yes, your word, the word of an unknown man, pardon me, I mean unknown in America, against that of a high official. And I take it, I must speak plainly, you offered something in the nature of a bribe. You did." "A present," he smiled a little grimly. "The price asked shows that, and it comes to the same thing. Graft, they call it here. That fact destroys your case at once." Mr. Gobbet breathed heavily. "And how about my deposit of $6,000? The receipt is at the bank." "Then ask the bank to collect it," answered the consul. "They may succeed." "May succeed, sir." "They must succeed." Again, there was the British taxpayer note. The consul smiled. "We will say we hope they succeed. Still, after your other experiences, they've had the old boy this time, Blackiston," the consul said to the vice-consul when the visitor had departed. "Proper murder trick. Seems to have shaken his nerves badly. It would have shaken mine, too. Headhunters, aye." The vice-consul closed the letter book wearily. "Serve him right. He shouldn't be so cocksure and pompous." One of the senior clerks from the bank took the receipt of Commissioner Gumpert's to the palace, presently returning with a grave face. "They know nothing about any such sum, sir, and it is neither a regular official receipt, nor is it the commissioner's signature." Mr. Gobbett gasped. Why, he gave it to me himself. There must be some mistake. The clerk shook his head. They are positive, sir. Did you see him sign it? The manager asked, a little coldly. The merchant mopped the perspiration off his forehead. No, I cannot say I did. He went into another room. But your cashier can identify the messenger, one of those belonging to the palace. When the cashier came, he remembered the incident perfectly. It was a large sum, and I should not have handed it to a strange native, but I knew the porter at the hotel was reliable. It was the last straw, so far as Mr. Gobbett was concerned. They have swindled me out of £1,200, he groaned, fanning himself with his handkerchief the while. Then a thought struck him. You have the numbers of the notes. You can trace them. The manager looked doubtful. Some, perhaps. We will do our best. Come in again tomorrow, Mr. Gobbett. Meanwhile, if I were you, I should say nothing and stay indoors. You need rest. In the morning, the merchant found the bank manager very cold and distant in his manner. We have traced several of the notes, he said. In each case, they have come from most questionable places, places of no repute, in fact. I presume you have witnesses to prove where you were that night. I was in my room at the hotel. I went to bed very early, as I was starting early next morning. Ah, there was no mistaking the tone, so no one saw you after dinner. That is a pity. Mr. Gobbett brought his hand down on the table with a thump. Do you mean to insinuate, sir, that I myself passed those notes at those infamous places? Never in my life, he had forgotten Igut, never in my life was I in one. I mean to insinuate nothing, the manager answered wearily. Only you cannot prove that you were not out, and if you make a fuss, the commissioners will quickly prove that you were. They will get police, native officials, and perhaps even a native judge or two to remember having met you. You can do nothing, and I can do nothing, and, if you will excuse me, I am very busy. Good morning. Basil Hale spent several hours in drawing up a report concerning Mr. Gobbett, the headhunters, and Felizardo. Then he read it through again and straightway destroyed it. The less said, the better, he muttered. They'll never believe anything to the old man's credit, and they might shift me over it. So instead of sending the report, he marched out by night to the headhunters' village, hoping to catch them there, but only found the ashes of the houses and had one of his men wounded by a spear thrown in the darkness. Then he went back to his stockade at Sillang, where he sat down, and thought of Felizardo and of Captain Bush, and most of all of Mrs. Bush, and cursed at the dreary inaction, and prayed that the ladrones would come along and give him a fight. Chapter 7. How they rebuilt the gallows at Calacan. During the 2 months following Mr. Gobbett's adventure, things were very quiet in the neighborhood of Felizardo's mountains. In Manila, however, neither Commissioner Ferber nor the late members of the provisional government had forgotten Felizardo. The commissioner was smarting over the failure of his plans. The ex-insurrecto generals and colonels had not forgiven the old chief, who, besides refusing help at a critical juncture, had also hanged ignominiously an envoy of the sovereign people. Consequently, having the ear of the commissioner, they lost no opportunity of relating the evil deeds of Felizardo, and when their imaginations failed them, they ascribed to him some of their own abominable doings during the rebellion. Mr. Ferber believed it all, were they not his little brown brothers, and he found an ally in Commissioner Gumpertz, who also had reason for feeling sore against Felizardo. But one or two of the other commissioners shook their heads. What harm does the old man do? They asked. As it is, we have to waste enough money on active ladrones, and a small war of this kind would not leave much balance, which, being interpreted, meant much to be divided amongst the faithful supporters of the party. So they put their heads together, smoking many cigarettes and drinking much spirit during secret conclaves in closely shuttered old houses in the walled city, which is the name for old Manila, and at last they evolved a scheme which seemed to them excellent. It will set the Americanos against Felizardo, they said. Nothing enrages them so much as to have their women carried off. Then there will be a long and expensive war in the mountains, with the loss of many men, and our doings will not be noticed until we are ready. So they appointed a committee, including, amongst others, Senator Guiterres, Mr. Ferber's secretary, and Senator Vargas, an assistant collector of customs, brother-in-law to Chief Collector Charler, and Senator Talabat, the judge. And after that, they dispersed in great good humor, feeling sure that, before many months had passed, they would once more be wearing large red epaulets and large red sashes, and trailing huge cavalry sabers behind them. There were funds to be collected and sent to other brown brothers in Hong Kong, who, after taking as much as they thought would not be noticed, patriots are never greedy, handed the balance to certain discreet Chinamen, wherewith to purchase certain articles, which, packed in small and convenient cases and crates, were presently put on board the German steamer Bertha Hellwig and dispatched to Manila. Chief Collector Charler was a young man with a clean-shaven face, gold-rimmed spectacles, and ideas. It is the latter only which are really important so far as this story is concerned. His appearance certainly suited his theories, but had he been gross and sensual-looking like Mr. Gumpertz, or lean and wolfish like Mr. Ferber, and still held those same theories, the result would have been the same. The chief collector had come out from the United States full of ardor for the cause of the Filipino victims of Spanish tyranny. When I said he had ideas, perhaps I was wrong. Certainly, I understated the case. He had obsessions, the chief of which was the doctrine of racial equality, which may be quite harmless when practiced in a small American city where there is no native problem, but becomes positively and actively dangerous when preached in the tropics. Another obsession of his, a very strange one in the eyes of his colleagues, was his objection to all forms of corruption, a doctrine which is admirable everywhere and practiced in very few places. Mr. Charler had not been in the islands long before he showed his faith in the first of his theories by marrying a mestiza, the sister of Enrique Vargas, then one of the junior clerks in his office. It cannot be said that this practical demonstration of his principles was welcome, even to those other heads of the civil service who had been the loudest in their praise of the little brown brother policy of the Governor General. It made things awkward with their own wives, they said. Whilst, as for the army, orders were given to the porters of the military club that no one was to be permitted to bring Mr. Charler into the building again as a guest. The other white members of the customs staff encouraged their chief in his obsession, and all those who had not actually got their white wives on the spot went through forms of marriage with mestizas. Moreover, the chief's earnestness on this question left him less time for translating his other theory, his objection to graft, into practice. So for a time things went very smoothly, and bank balances grew at a most pleasant rate. After the inquiry, there was a considerable number of vacancies, and what was more natural and fitting than that Enrique Vargas and those other incorruptible brown brothers who had helped him track the offenders should be promoted to the posts. From that time onwards, whatever the importers might say, matters went smoothly in the office. The chief collector heard not a single rumor of graft now, save from interested parties outside, and so convinced was he of the integrity and loyalty of everybody that more than once, at the suggestion of Vargas, he attempted to secure the withdrawal of those officious and useless military detectives who were detailed to watch for smuggled arms. But on that point, he failed signally. "We have had some before," the general answered curtly. "Good morning." By a curious coincidence, the Bertha Hellwig happened to arrive early on the morning of a public holiday. It was equally curious that Senator Vargas had arranged an outing for that day. One of the large customs launches was to convey a party, of which the chief collector was to be a member, to a charming spot some 15 miles away, where everybody would land and have lunch, and afterwards talk of equality and the rights of the people. When the other guests assembled on the quay, they found Senator Vargas in the highest spirits. "Congratulate me," he said. "My fiancée has returned on that steamer, the Bertha Hellwig. We will fetch her and some other friends of mine who are aboard and take them with us." The chief collector beamed through his glasses. It was a good idea, he said, and ordered the launch to go alongside the German steamer. As they went out, the Bertha Hellwig was some distance from the shore. They passed close to the police boat, whose captain, seeing the chief collector in the other craft, paid no more attention to her and her doings, as was but natural and very convenient for Senator Vargas, who would have been watched had he been alone, and would have been stopped had he headed away up the bay when he left the Bertha Hellwig. As it was, there was plenty of time to transfer all those cases and crates, which the discreet Chinaman in Hong Kong had shipped from the steamer to the launch, whilst the chief collector was in the little saloon, going through a series of introductions and drinking the beer of the fatherland with the skipper. By the time he came on deck again, everything had been stowed out of sight on the launch, which then made her way to the appointed landing place. The next transfer of those cases took place a couple of hours later, whilst the party was lunching in a charming little banana grove about half a mile away. This transshipment, like the other, did not take long. 2 large dugouts appeared from out of what was apparently an impenetrable mangrove swamp, took the cases aboard, and in the space of a few minutes had vanished again down the narrow passage from which they had emerged. Later on, when their crews opened those cases and crates in the moonlight, they unpacked 100 small-bore rifles and many thousands of rounds of ammunition, a fact which goes to prove the statement that Mr. Charler's views were a danger to the community. Neither Basil Hale nor Captain Bush had any system of intelligence worth mentioning, and, as their official reports were the only source of information the authorities had, it follows that the latter knew as little, less perhaps, than they did of what was happening in that part of the island. Practically every native in the district was in sympathy with the old insurrecto party, or else was one of Felizardo's agents. Consequently, it was absurd to blame either of the officers for not hearing of the landing of the guns, or for not being forewarned concerning the schemes of Senor Vargas and his fellow patriots. Felizardo had forbidden his men to make an attack on any of the towns, so they were compelled to leave the guns alone. But they had a little compensation, for they came on 2 ex-members of the band who had deserted to the insurrectos, and these they hanged during the night on the great timber belfry in the middle of the plaza, facing the president's house. Men of his, who had been with him for years, said they had never before seen him so angry. Even Dolores La Sara was unable to calm him down. For half a day he sat alone, smoking innumerable cigarettes and thinking out schemes of revenge. Then suddenly he came back to the camp, apparently calm, and gave his orders. Then the old chief himself, with 50 of his best men, all of whom had rifles as well as bolos, shifted down to the outpost nearest to Igat and waited patiently for the maturing of the scheme of Senor Vargas of the customs, and Senor Gaiterez the secretary to Mr. Ferber, and Senor Talabat the judge, each of whom would probably have taken the first steamer to Hong Kong had he known of the plans of this enemy of the sovereign people. He put his book down quickly and went out onto the platform of the stockade, where he found the sergeant of the guard listening intently. A minute later, another bujan sounded, very loud and clear, within a few hundred yards this time, evidently answering the other. Basil and the sergeant exchanged glances. This was the first hint of anything in the nature of hostilities they had received since Mr. Gobbett's adventure with the headhunters. "Pretty close, that," the captain said. The sergeant nodded. "Yes, Senor, but it does not mean an attack. They would not warn us beforehand in that way. Possibly, it means a message. We shall see." A quarter of an hour later, his prediction was justified, for a native, an ordinary Tao by his dress, strolled up to the gate of the stockade, announced that he had a letter for the senor in command of the constabulario, delivered the envelope to the corporal of the guard, then, without another word, strolled back into the bush. The corporal lingered a few moments, until the expression on Basil's face told him what he wanted to know. "The cooks might hurry on the dinner," he said, as he got back to the little guardhouse. "We shall be going out." It was from Felizardo. I recognized the messenger. He was in the fight on the hillside, and, having the first information, he set to work to borrow as many cigarettes as possible, so as to be well supplied for the march. Basil read the note once, rapidly, then reread it very carefully and immediately made up his mind. It ran, "The Senor Felizardo, chief of the mountains, sends a greeting to the chief of the constabulario. This morning, a band of 100 men, all formerly of the foolish insurrecto army, started from the neighborhood of San Francisco. At dawn tomorrow morning, they will burn Igat. They wish it to be thought in Manila that the Señor Felizardo has done this thing, so that the government will send an army against him, and, meanwhile, they will be able to prepare another rebellion unobserved. If the captain of the constabulario marches quickly, he may take them in the rear. His stockade at Silang will be safe, on the word of Felizardo. They wish to kill all at Igat, save the Senora, who is promised to one Juan Vargas, the leader, brother to Enrique Vargas in the customs. Then followed a brief supplementary note on the way in which the rifles had been introduced. Basil Hale did not hesitate. Had it been his first experience of Felizardo, he would have feared a trap. As it was, however, no suspicion of that kind entered his mind. All he thought about now was to be in time, to take those insurrectos in the rear, just as they were attacking, and himself to kill Juan Vargas. He was more like a wild beast than a man when he thought of what Felizardo really meant, but a dangerously quiet wild beast, one which means to kill. The law of the Bolo had come into his life now, fully, absolutely displacing all other rules of conduct. There was to be no quarter this time, as he told the sergeant, who grinned in great appreciation. In little over 20 minutes the column had started, leaving only 5 sick men in the stockade. So far as the latter was concerned, Basil trusted to Felizardo's word. He could not spare enough men to defend it, so he decided, very wisely, to leave it undefended. They wasted no time on the road, and before sundown they were across the pass, where they found a solitary balaman seated on a large rock, apparently awaiting them. "I am the guide," he said briefly. "There is a short cut." The ladrones passed down 2 hours ago. Most men would have called Basil Hale a rash fool when he nodded and said, "Very well. Lead on," but it was a question of taking risks, or of allowing the promise to Juan Vargas to be kept. They halted once, and once only, during the night, and then it was at the suggestion of the guide. "We shall be in time," he said. The soldiers might rest a little. The men threw themselves down and smoked and chattered in undertones about the great killing they were going to do, but Captain Basil Hale stalked up and down, chewing fiercely on the end of his cigar. After a while, the guide spoke again. "We should be going now. One thing first, though. Tell your soldiers that the ladrones all have rifles and are dressed in blue, like Felizardo's men usually are. Possibly, however, there will be Bolo men dressed in white come out of the jungle to help you. Tell your men so that they will know." The little soldiers grinned, understanding who those Bolo men would be. He, the old chief, might be there himself, they whispered to one another. "Who knows, we might even see him." Half a mile from Igat, the guide brought them back into the main road. "They have passed already," he said, pointing to the spoor. They went on very cautiously then, for there was just the faintest hint of dawn in the east, and they knew it was only a question of a few minutes before the attack would begin. In fact, had the patriots been Bolo men, it would have begun already, but it is different when you have rifles. The enemy had no rear guard, partially because they had no thought of being attacked, partially because each man was so anxious for his share of the glory and of the loot. Consequently, Basil Hale was quite close behind them when they entered the plaza and slew the sleeping scout sentry. So close, in fact, that his men managed to get a most telling volley into the crowd of patriots bunched in the gateway of the barracks. After that, it did not take very long. True, half a dozen scouts were killed before the rest could awaken and start shooting, but the sudden attack from behind had paralyzed the patriots, and, after the second volley from Hale's little men, they broke and fled. It was then that those Bolo men in white appeared, seemingly from nowhere, at the corners of the plaza, and got to work quietly. Basil Hale stood in the middle of the plaza, repeating shotgun in hand, wondering whether by any chance Juan Vargas had been trapped in the barracks. He had no orders to give his men. He had given the only one necessary immediately after the last volley, no quarter, and he knew that the fight, if fight it could be called, had passed clean out of his control. It was getting light now, and he looked round towards the Bush's house, the house he had saved, and saw a white-clad figure standing on the balcony, watching him. Instantly, he forgot everything, even Juan Vargas, and ran across the plaza. Mrs. Bush gripped the balcony to steady herself. "You!" she cried. "You, thank God." "What is it all? Oh, what is it?" He told her in a few brief sentences. "I was only just in time," he added. They were still killing patriots at the lower end of the plaza, Constabulary and Felizardo's men in white working together. She gave one glance in that direction, then covered her face. Who are those in white and the man on the gray horse? It was light enough now to see fairly distinctly, and Basil realized at once who the little horseman, calmly smoking a cigarette, watching the killing, must be. "It is Felizardo himself," he said. Then, thinking the other was looking, he raised his hand in salute. Instantly, the broad-brimmed hat was swept off in reply. Captain Hale turned round quickly. They had seen one another now, as friends, and he must not know officially that the outlaw was there. When he looked round again, the killing was finished. The constabulary were collecting together the weapons of the fallen, and both gray horse and white-clad Bolo men had disappeared as suddenly as they had come. "Captain Hale, have you seen my husband?" Basil started. "No, I never thought. Oh, there he is," as the scout officer came hurrying up one of the streets, accompanied by 3 more breathless white men. Hale went to meet them. "Mighty close shave, Captain," he said. Bush looked at him with wild eyes. "What is it all? What has happened? What are you doing here?" "I was in the treasurer's. We had been playing cards late, when we heard the shooting and saw the streets full of Bolo men. I suppose this is Felizardo's doing." "No, it isn't," Basil answered curtly. He had detected the lie. "It was the old Insurrecto gang. If I had been 10 minutes later, they would have wiped out Igat," and he gave the other a brief outline of what had occurred, omitting all mention of Felizardo. Bush flushed. "I reckon my men would have put up a fight," he said ungraciously, whereupon Basil turned on his heel and left him. Already, the sergeant had reported that, though there were 5 dead insurrectos in the barracks, there were 6 dead scouts, not including the sentry, though the constabulary had only lost 1 man and Felizardo had lost none. Whilst Bush was going up to the barracks, Basil glanced towards the balcony again, but Mrs. Bush had disappeared. Still, he had the knowledge that he had saved her, and, what was better still, he had the memory of her grateful look. Suddenly, it struck him that he was deadly weary. They had been marching since midday the previous day, and it was now about 6 in the morning, doing a forced march through jungle without stopping to cook food. He leaned against the timbers of the belfry and beckoned to the sergeant, who was examining a small-bore rifle he had captured. "I don't see the bugler anywhere, sergeant, but get the men together and tell them all to pile their arms here and dismiss. They must be hungry and tired, and the scouts can do the rest." The sergeant grinned. "We have left no rest for them to do, Senor." It was not very dignified to be leaning against one of the posts of the belfry, so Basil tried to stand up erect whilst waiting for his men. But the sudden relaxation of the strain had left him a little dazed, and almost unconsciously, he sat down on the ground with his shotgun across his knees and his head forward. A stray shot, a chance slash with a bolo, and, "Captain Hale, what do you mean by this? Come into the house at once. You must be absolutely done up after that awful march from Silang." Basil felt a hand laid gently on his shoulder and scrambled to his feet at once. "Mrs. Bush, oh, I'm all right really, but tired, you know." Even her touch had not quite cleared his mind yet. Then, with an effort, he pulled himself together. "I am waiting for my men, and I am afraid I was almost asleep. No, I don't think I will come in. Captain Bush seemed a little annoyed, you know." Mrs. Bush looked him square in the eyes. "Captain Hale, I ask whom I think fit into my house. You will come now. You know your men can look after themselves. I have already sent word to Ah Lung to let them have what they want. The scouts can guard Igat now." He followed her in without a word. First, she brought him brandy and soda water, and then she glanced at his torn and muddy uniform and his soaking boots, one of which was minus a heel. "I like you in those," she said suddenly. They tell me many things. Only, you must change. I will put some other clothes in the spare room for you." When he came out again, dressed in a white suit of Captain Bush's, she had some breakfast ready for him, but he could not touch it for sheer weariness. Whereupon she made a couch for him on one of the long cane sofas in the drawing room, and then she left him. Within a couple of minutes, he was fast asleep. Mrs. Bush opened the door quietly, looked in, went on tiptoe to his side, and stooping down, kissed his hair lightly. "I know you did it for me, dearest," she murmured. Then she went out, just as her husband came into the house, accompanied by the treasurer and the supervisor. They were talking loudly and did not appear to notice Mrs. Bush until she spoke. "Please be more quiet," she said. "Captain Hale is asleep in the drawing room." The treasurer and the supervisor exchanged sheepish glances, but Bush flushed. "I never asked him in here." Then he was sorry he had spoken, for her answer came, cutting like a lash. "I asked him." But for him, none of us would be asking anyone anywhere now. "There were the scouts," her husband began, but she did not let him finish. The scouts, and where was the scout officer and the other white heroes who would have saved Igat? She turned away scornfully and swept upstairs. "I say, Bush, we had better get out. We aren't exactly welcome." The Virginian seems to be first favorite. The supervisor was already moving towards the door when Captain Bush stopped him. "You stay here. This is my house, and if I want to ask you in for a drink, I will." But both the others declined. "We'd sooner not. She may come back, and the spirit shop's open now." So, in the end, Bush had to give way, and instead of seeing to his wounded and investigating the whole affair, sat drinking himself into a sodden state and listening to the vile insinuations of his civilian friends. Meanwhile, out on the plaza, the sergeant and half a dozen men were keeping guard over 4 prisoners. The rest of the constabulary were scattered. Some were still feeding in Ah Lung's store, some were sitting in the shade of the belfry smoking, but most had drifted away in search of sleeping places. But the sergeant and his little guard remained, for they had received those 4 prisoners from no less a person than Felizardo himself, who had handed them over with the words, "Tell your captain these must be hanged." And the sergeant, who had been in the Spanish service, had saluted and had taken his prizes to the plaza and trussed them up securely, and then had sat down to wait until it should please his captain to reappear. He knew who those prisoners were. One was Juan Vargas himself, whilst the other 3 had been majors in the insurrecto army. Presently there came along the president and many Tau, with carts drawn by water buffalo, and started collecting the dead. 81 they found out of the 100 who had come in, which, as the sergeant said, was a good killing. And when that task was finished, the president chanced to notice those 4 trussed-up prisoners beside the belfry and came to inspect them. But when he saw their faces, he seemed to shiver a little, and a quick glance passed between him and Juan Vargas. Then he spoke in the voice which had so often made the Tau themselves shiver and pay fines without asking for receipts. "What are you doing with those men? If they are prisoners, why have you not handed them over to me, so that I can put them in jail? I will send my police for them at once." But the sergeant cared for no precedents. Moreover, he had seen that glance of recognition between Juan Vargas and the official. "These are the prisoners of the constabulary," he said. "They remain here until I receive orders from my captain." The president used unofficial language. "I will send my police for them," he retorted, and departed, storming. When the sergeant saw a dozen or so ragged civil police approaching, he nodded to his men. "Load," he said curtly, and the police halted forthwith. Once more, the president came forward. It was a matter of absolutely vital importance for him to get possession of those prisoners, even if, as was possible, they did happen to escape during the night. "Where is your captain?" he demanded. The sergeant pointed with his revolver towards the Bush's house. "In there," he said. The president bit his lip. He was not really anxious to meet Basil Hale, and he was much less anxious to meet Mrs. Bush. So, as a compromise, he went to the spirit shop to consult Captain Bush, who did not receive him cordially. "What have I got to do with it?" The scout growled. "I'm a soldier, not a forsaken policeman like Hale. If I had taken them, I should have shot them out of hand to save the trouble of hanging them. Are they friends or relatives of yours?" Usually he and the president were on very good terms, but today his nerves were shaken. He knew he deserved, and might possibly get, his dismissal from the service. That is, if Basil Hale told the whole truth. He had got to go to Basil Hale and ask his forbearance. That was the most bitter thought of all. He was completely in the hands of this constabulary officer, whom, perhaps, he hated more than any other man living. They could not blame him for not knowing that the attack was coming, but they could and would blame him for not being prepared for an attack. Whilst, if they learnt that he had been one of the last men on the scene, he made a grimace at the thought. It was midday when Basil awakened, wondering at first where he could be. Then, as he looked round, he remembered suddenly. A few minutes later, Mrs. Bush came in. "You look better now," she said. "You were dreadfully tired this morning. You ought to have something to eat, though, before you go out. One of your sergeants has been asking for you, and I have been watching the president stalking up and down in front of the house like a maniac." Basil shrugged his shoulders. "They can wait," he said. "I really am hungry now." Whilst he was eating, he gave her a few more details of the night's adventure. "It was Felizardo who really saved you," he said. Whereat she shook her head. "Yes, it was," he went on. "But for him, I should still have been at that dreary hole, Silang. Was it very dreary?" She asked. He looked away. "Of course it was. I never hated a place so much in my life. You see," he broke off suddenly, and for a few minutes there was silence. Then he got up rather abruptly. "If you'll excuse me now, I must see what the sergeant wants." As he went out, the president stopped him. "May I speak to you a moment, Captain?" The official began, but Basil cut him short. "Yes, in a few minutes. I must see to my men first. I'll come to your office if you like." The sergeant grinned as he saluted. "I wanted to see you about those," Senner, jerking his thumb in the direction of his prisoners. "I received them from the chief of the mountains himself. He said they must be hanged. One is Juan Vargas, and the other 3 are his chief lieutenants." Basil drew a quick breath. Juan Vargas, so he had him after all. He strode over to them, and when Juan Vargas saw the look in his face, he knew that there would be no escape this time. The sergeant, who was standing beside Captain Hale, nodded with a kind of grim satisfaction. "Doubtless they will rebuild the gallows at Calacan now, Senner. You do not remember the old ones on which they hanged Sinicio Dagujab and his friends many years ago, when I first came to this island from Samar. I was only a little boy then, but I can recall how this same Felizardo, who is now in the mountains, fought the ladrones behind old Don Jose's warehouse, and how the old corporal of the Guardia Civil had to hurry on the hanging of those Felizardo had wounded. Without question, these ladrones here will meet Sinicio in purgatory, somewhere near the big fire." Then he drew his officer to one side and spoke very gravely. "Senner, the president has been trying to get the prisoners. I had to tell the men to load with ball cartridge. That Vargas is a friend of the president, and if they got them into the jail, there would be an escape tonight." "I understand," Basil nodded. He realized now that this attack on Igat was only a part of a widespread conspiracy against American rule, and the moment he had seen the prisoners, he had decided himself to take them into Manila and fight the question out there. "I understand, Sergeant," he repeated. "They are to be delivered to no one without my orders. Where is Sergeant Reyes? Tell him to get 10 men and take the prisoners into that shed at the back of Ah Lung's store. You and these other men had better go and get some rest now. I will see the president myself." The president was pacing up and down his room when Basil entered. The constabulary officer wasted no words. "I hear you have demanded those prisoners, Senner. By what authority do you threaten my men?" The official stuttered a little. I represent the civil arm, Senner, and these ladrones should be lodged in jail." Basil laughed in a rather disconcerting fashion. "I, too, represent the civil government," he retorted, "and I am going to take those prisoners into Manila. I have heard of escapes from Igat jail." His tone suddenly became severe, almost fierce. "Take care, Senner. Be very careful. I am inclined to carry you along with me as a prisoner too. Probably I shall come for you later, unless you can clear yourself meanwhile. And now you will send to the jail for 4 sets of irons, and have them delivered, without delay, to Sergeant Reyes in the shed at the back of Ah Lung's store." The president gave the order with shivering reluctance. Then Basil seated himself at the table in the official's own chair. "Have you a return of the dead found this morning?" "Let me see it," but the moment he set eyes on the document, he tore it across. "You head it list of Felizardo's brigands killed by the town police, the scouts, and the constabulary," he stormed. "How dare you? You know as well as I do that they were insurrectos, and nothing whatever to do with Felizardo." As for your town police and scouts, he laughed scornfully, and now make me out a proper return and sign it. When, half an hour later, Captain Hale took his leave, he left a sad and perspiring president behind him, one who had reached the point of wondering whether it would not be wiser, after all, to retire to Hong Kong. In the end, however, the official decided to stay, mainly because he knew that the next Coast Guard steamer, that which was expected in during the course of the afternoon, would inevitably have as passengers Basil Hale and Juan Vargas. Basil went down to Ah Lung's store and saw his prisoners safely ironed, then ordered from the Chinaman sufficient stores to last his men for 3 days and sufficient cigarettes for a month, and after that sent for the old sergeant. "Sergeant," he said, "I am going into Manila, taking Sergeant Reyes and 10 men as guard for the prisoners. You will take command of the rest and start at dawn for the stockade at Silang. Ah Lung will give you supplies for the journey. Also some cigarettes. Have the assembly sounded. I want to speak to the men." Perhaps it was not entirely by accident that they fell in opposite the Bushes' house, though for that the old sergeant was responsible. Mrs. Bush, sitting as usual on the balcony, behind the matting blind, could hear every word of his short speech, a little broken when he came to thank them for their loyal devotion of the night before, but ringing out clearly when he expressed his conviction that, during his absence, they would take every order the old sergeant gave as coming direct from himself. This time, there were no scouts clustering in the gateway of the barracks, making disparaging remarks on damn constabulario. They were all inside, wondering how they would explain matters to the girls of Igat. There was to be a fiesta, and of course, a cockfight on the following day, which meant that many questions, awkward to answer, would be asked. As Basil dismissed his men, the expected Coast Guard steamer came in sight round the point, greatly to his relief. True, she would not go out until the morning, but once his prisoners were aboard, he knew they would be safe. He waited on the quay until she had come to an anchor, then went off to her, calmly taking the president's own boat, and explained matters to her skipper. Half an hour later, the president, watching from his window, saw Juan Vargas and his comrades marched down to the quay, bundled, none too gently, into a boat, and taken aboard the Coast Guard. He drew his hand across his forehead and found it damp with a cold sweat. If one of those 4, young Pablo for instance, turned informer to save his own neck, how many other necks would be in danger? After seeing his prisoners aboard, Basil walked back slowly to the Bush's house. He had to say goodbye to Mrs. Bush, and for all he knew, it might be many months before he saw her again. At the back of his mind, there was still that haunting sense of resentment against fate for allowing Bush to escape. The ethical side of the question, the morality or immorality of it, never occurred to him, as was but natural in a district where the law of the Bolo was the only code which had any force. Mrs. Bush had never given him any reason to suppose that she regarded him otherwise than as a chance acquaintance, whom the accidents of life, as represented by the insurrectos, had raised to the level of a friend. Rather to his surprise, he met Bush himself at the doorway of the house, and, even more to his surprise, the scout officer treated him with rather sheepish cordiality. "Come in, Hale," he said. "Glad you called back before you went. I hear you sent your prisoners aboard the Coast Guard. You're a wise man." The president wanted me to rescue them for him, and I told him to go somewhere hotter, have a drink. My wife will be down in a few minutes. After he had mixed the cocktails and finished his at a gulp, he seemed to get a fresh grip on his own nerves. "I'm sorry if I was a bit short this morning," he said, "but the thing upset me, the suddenness of it, and I thought at first that you might have sent me warning. Now, I hear that there was no time for anything of that sort. 18 hours from Silang, most of it in the darkness. It was a thundering good march." For a moment, the soldier in him, and he had been a soldier of no mean quality, got the upper hand of his more recently acquired personality. "I wish I had had the chance, and I wish I had been in the fight." For a space he stared out through the window, then he faced round again. "Look here, Hale, what are you going to tell them in Manila about me?" Basil flushed. It was an awkward question, one not to be answered offhand. Had he believed that Bush's absence was due to anything in the nature of cowardice, he would have spared him nothing. But so far as that point was concerned, he had gauged the man accurately. Sober or drunk, Bush was brave enough. And the real reason was ugly, horribly ugly. Moreover, if it came out, it would give the natives just cause for scoffing at the white man, and, what was of infinitely greater importance in his eyes, it would deal a deadly blow to Mrs. Bush's pride. "I shall report what my men did," he said at last, "and say that your scouts were fully occupied with those who tried to rush the barracks. If they ask me concerning you, I shall merely say I had no time to speak to you until it was over. On the other hand, I want you to make a deal. If I do that for you, you are to say nothing of being here." Captain Bush stared at him with wide-open eyes. Felizardo here. What do you mean, man?" Felizardo was at the lower corner of the plaza this morning. It was he who sent word to me at Silang, his men who cut up the insurrectos as they fled. We've got to thank him, and no one else, that Iga wasn't burned. But Captain Hale said nothing of Mrs. Bush and the promise to Juan Vargas. He himself was going to see to the settling of that score. Captain Bush mopped his forehead. "Old Felizardo himself here, in Igat," he repeated, then a thought struck him. "Why didn't he send me warning?" he demanded, with sudden suspicion. Basil looked out of the window at the president, who was just crossing the plaza. "If you had shown a sign of being prepared, the insurrectos would have become suspicious and would not have come in. As it was, my fellows never entered into their calculations at all." The explanation satisfied Bush. "It sounds all right," he began, then he was cut short by the entrance of Mrs. Bush. For a while, they talked on indifferent subjects, then Basil rose to leave. "I think I shall go aboard now," he said. He had arranged for his men to spend the night in the scout barracks. "I haven't got over my long march yet, and the Coast Guard is sailing at dawn." Both Captain Bush and his wife accompanied their guest to the door. "We shall see you again?" Mrs. Bush asked. Basil nodded. "Yes, I am sure to call in here on my way back, and very possibly I shall go through to Silang this route. It is as short as the other way, through Cadarman," a statement which was not strictly true. Mrs. Bush smiled. "So it's only au revoir?" "Yes, only au revoir," he answered. The Coast Guard steamer entered Manila, flying a signal for the police launch, which presently arrived in a great hurry. Basil went aboard her at once. "I want to speak to you, Jimmy," he said to the captain, who had been one of his fellow non-commissioned officers in the garrison artillery. When they were in the little cabin, "Is there any special news in Manila?" he demanded. "A story about a big fight at Igat," the other responded promptly, "or rather a lot of stories. The first was that old Felizardo had burned the place, massacred everyone except the scout officer's wife, whom he had carried off. Now they say he was beaten after all. Do you know anything?" Captain Hale smiled. "A little. It was my fight." Then, in the briefest terms, he outlined the story. "And now," he added, "you had better get ashore ahead of us and telephone up to have these fellows, Enrique Vargas and the others, watched right away. And tell them to send down a strong guard for my prisoners. I don't want to march through the streets with everyone staring at me. Besides, my little chaps are in rags. We'll give you half an hour's start." It did not take long for the news to travel round Manila. Commissioner Ferber heard it by telephone from the police and was dumbfounded. "Do you think it can be true?" He asked of Senator Guiterres, his secretary, who had gone deadly pale. "Shall I go and find out more details?" "I might go down to the Coast Guard and tell Captain Hale to come up at once," the secretary murmured, and, barely waiting for a reply, he hurried away, though not in the direction of the Coast Guard quay. He took a caramato, which is the local libel on a cab, but on looking back, he saw that another caramato was following his. He told the driver to take a sharp turn into the walled city and found the other vehicle took the same turn. Then, realizing that the game was up, he took a very small revolver out of his hip pocket and shot himself dead. Down at the custom house, Senator Enrique Vargas heard the news and suddenly discovered that he had left some papers aboard the Hong Kong mail steamer, which was just leaving. He slipped out of a side entrance, of the existence of which the detective, who had just arrived, did not know, got aboard the mail boat unperceived, and from that point onwards he disappears from the story. Senator Simeon Talabat, the judge, heard the news and merely smiled, knowing well that they dare not indict him. Commissioner Ferber was sitting very grim and silent when Basil Hale was shown in. This was, without exception, the worst blow the civil government had received, and in the first outburst of bitterness, he felt he would sooner that Igat had been destroyed so that the blame could have fallen on Felizardo, rather than have had this exposure of the treachery of his little brown brothers. Any sort of concealment was practically impossible now, in view of the suicide of his secretary, of which he had just heard. The whole city had heard of it too, and had put its own construction on it. Consequently, he did not feel kindly towards Captain Basil Hale, and showed so by his manner. The wonderful forced march from Silang, over the pass to Igat, the sudden, paralyzing attack, the relentless justice meted out to the insurrectos, were, he knew, things which would appeal to the mob, but they left him and his colleagues cold. They were contrary to the interests of the party and of themselves. The interview with Basil was a brief one. Basil himself had come intending to say nothing of Felizardo's intervention, feeling certain that, by mentioning it, he would only increase the bitterness against the old chief and lay himself open to suspicion, which would result in his removal from the district. He had ample proof that it was the insurrectos who had made the attack, proofs in the form of certain papers found on the prisoners, which he did not mention to the commissioner. "Make out a formal report and let me have it as soon as possible," the commissioner said, after Basil had given him an outline of what had occurred. Basil got up. "And the prisoners?" he asked. "They will be brought to trial, of course," the other snapped. "I presume you have good evidence. We took them red-handed," Basil answered grimly, and prepared to go out. The commissioner called him back for a parting shot. "How many did you kill?" he asked. "We found 81 dead out of 100. It is abominable." Mr. Ferber's voice shook with indignation. "You should have taken them prisoners. Probably most of them were poor, misguided peasants who thought they were serving their country. You must have had a carnival of bloodshed." "It is monstrous." Basil did not trouble whether the door banged behind him or no. Half the non-official white population of Manila seemed to be out in the street waiting for him. The captain of the Coast Guard steamer had been talking freely, as had also the constabulary soldiers, and Mr. Commissioner Ferber could hear the cheers, even after he had closed the windows of his office. "Where did they get the guns?" Clancy asked suddenly. "They say they were all new smallbores," but Basil would not tell him. Wait for the trial was all they could get from him. When the trial came, however, that point, and a great many others as well, did not come out. Juan Vargas and his comrades were tried as ordinary ladrones. No reference was made to any political conspiracy, and the evidence was merely of a formal nature. It was a matter of common knowledge that tremendous efforts had been made to save the accused at any cost, on account of their family connections. But though the commission would have given way gladly enough, it dare not face the storm of indignation which would have been aroused amongst the white population. So, in the end, Juan Vargas and the 3 ex-majors were condemned to be hanged by the neck as common highway robbers, which they were not. Still, the subterfuge did not prevent people from talking, because there were the suicide of Mr. Ferber's secretary and the disappearance of Chief Collector Charler's brother-in-law to be explained. Also, that matter of the smuggling of the rifles and 1 or 2 other little things. But the commissioners were true to the party and to themselves all through. The chief collector continued collecting and preaching racial equality. Senator Simeon Talabat continued judging and often sentencing honorable men, some of whom were white, and the only unfortunate thing was that Vargas and his friends had to be hanged. Moreover, it had been hinted unmistakably that they must be hanged publicly, so that all men might be sure of their death. It was over that execution that Commissioner Ferber sought to have his revenge on Captain Basil Hale for the trouble he had caused. "You brought them in. They are your prisoners. You shall have the hanging of them," he snarled, looking to see the Virginian flush with rage. But therein he was disappointed, not knowing of the score against Juan Vargas. "Where shall I have them hanged?" Basil asked calmly. "On the luneta in front of the bandstand." All Manila could see there. Again Mr. Ferber snarled. "Of course not. Take them out to Caloocan, and do it very early one morning. I'll leave it all to you, as you seem ready enough to do the job." Basil Hale looked him squarely in the face, which was a thing the commissioner himself never did to a man. "I would hang them, and a dozen more, some insurrectos, some white men who are traitors to their race, if I could," he said very quietly. Then he went to Calacan and arranged for the building of a new gallows on the site of the old one, opposite what had once been Don Jose Ramirez's store, and was now the store of Lipman and Klosky, American citizens. No man except Basil Hale and the prison officials knew where the prisoners were spending the night before the execution. As a matter of fact, however, they were on board a large launch, which was moored a mile from the shore, and the party of patriots, who were in ambush on the road, with the idea of rescuing their brethren, merely got wet and cramped as a reward for their devotion. Still, there was a crowd of 200 or 300 on the plaza, of whom at least half were wearing bolos. Basil's total force consisted of his own 10 men, with 20 more Manila constabulary under a lieutenant, and even this reinforcement had been granted to him grudgingly. "There are the local police," the commissioner had said, to which Basil had replied in practical fashion by taking all the rifles away from those police on the night previous to the execution. Still, despite this precaution, matters looked dangerous when they marched the prisoners ashore. They had roped in a space overnight, and in that space, Basil posted the constabulary in front of the new gallows, facing the crowd, and told them to load with ball so that all men might be warned. But he noticed one, at least, of the Manila men slip in a blank cartridge, which made him feel more uneasy than ever. "Be as quick as you can," he said, "and if we haven't time to hang them, shoot them. I'll take all responsibility." He had hardly spoken the words before he caught the flash of a bolo being drawn in the crowd. Vargas was then at the foot of the gallows, and Basil was by his side in a moment, pressing the muzzle of his revolver against his head. "Go up the ladder," he said. Then he saw another bolo being drawn, and another, and yet another. The crowd was swaying now. "Steady, steady." He called to his men, "If they break the ropes or cut them, fire at once." Those in front, against the ropes, heard his words, and seeing the revolver at Juan Vargas's head, tried to draw back, knowing that they would have been the sufferers from the one volley which the constabulary could have hoped to get off. But those behind, the mass of the crowd, having no such fears, struggled and fought to get forward, or to force the others forward. There were 100 drawn bolos now. A few seconds more, and the ropes would have been down, when a bujan brayed out with startling suddenness from the line of bush which formed the top end of the little plaza, and, as men looked round in astonishment, they saw what seemed to be innumerable white-clad bolo men, jumping up out of the long grass into which they had crawled from the jungle, whilst, in the background, was a little old man on a gray horse. Twice more the bujan sounded, and then the word passed from man to man in the crowd. Felizardo himself. He has sworn they shall be hanged because of what they had planned to do. Before the third blast had died away, every bolo had been sheathed, and every man was standing still, shivering a little. Basil Hale thrust his revolver into his holster again and came back to his place in front of his men, where he stood very still whilst they did justice on Juan Vargas and his fellows. Then, when it was over, for the second time in his life, he raised his hand in salute to the little old man on the gray horse, and also for the second time Felizardo lifted his hat. A moment later, the bush had swallowed up him and his men. There were 3 reporters at the execution, and the copy they handed in rejoiced exceedingly the hearts of their respective editors. But Mr. Commissioner Ferber and Mr. Commissioner Gumpertz and 1 or 2 other commissioners used violent language. The scoundrel's impertinence must be stopped at once, they said, whilst, in the walled city, the ex-generals and colonels and majors of the patriot forces gnashed their teeth with fury and began to evolve new schemes against Felizardo. Chapter 8. How Mr. Commissioner Ferber Met Felizardo. The night after the hanging of Juan Vargas, the insurrecto, who had tried to raid Igat and carry off Mrs. Bush, Basil Hale dined at the military club, where they made much of him, although, as a rule, the army regarded the constabulary much as it regarded the civil service, as being beneath its notice, which was quite unjust, so far as the constabulary was concerned. It was well after midnight when Basil left the club in the company of old Major John Flint of the infantry. They were both staying at the same hotel, and their way back led through the narrow streets of the walled city, and thence across the Bridge of Spain into the newer part of Manila. They passed one or two native police slouching along, looking what they really were, more like thieves than thief-takers. With the exception of these, however, the streets seemed to be absolutely deserted. Consequently, when from out of a dark gateway, a couple of natives, or rather mestizos, armed with knives, sprang at Basil and his companion, the white men were taken absolutely unawares. The second mestizo staggered, dropped his knife, then took to his heels and fled down the street, right into the arms of a gigantic Sikh watchman from a neighboring government building. You can make your little brown brother into a judge of the high court, but you cannot trust him to guard government stores, who, hearing shouts, had hurried up. The Sikh did not waste either time or words. He took that mestizo by the collar of his coat with one hand, and by his belt with the other hand, and forthwith dashed his brains out on the pavement, then tossed the body into the middle of the street, and began to wonder how he should purify himself after having touched such an unclean thing. Basil was binding his handkerchief round an ugly flesh wound in the major's forearm, and keeping his foot on the neck of the other mestizo, when the Sikh came up and saluted. "I have killed the one, Sahib," the watchman said. "Shall I?" He nodded expressively towards the other would-be murderer, who, hearing the words, squirmed. Basil smiled and shook his head. "I think not, Sergeant. But I wish you would look after him, whilst we go along the street, and see if we can find some of the police. How about the other one?" The Sikh saluted again. "I caught him trying to break into the government storehouse. He attacked me with a knife, and in the struggle I happened to kill him, so I shall report tomorrow, Sahib. It will save trouble," he added simply. "Curious dearth of police," Basil remarked to the major as they walked up the street after leaving the Sikh in charge. "It rather looks as if they didn't want to be about. I shouldn't have had much of a show if I had been alone, as I suppose they expected me to be. Hello, what's that building lighted up? The Manila Star, isn't it? We might go in and see Clancy and get him to telephone for a Karamado for you. That hand of yours ought to be seen to at once, and I expect he's got a drink there." Clancy was just preparing to leave. He had just sent his paper to press. He was his own chief sub-editor, but he went back to his room when he saw his visitors. "Hullo," he exclaimed. "What's this? You've got it in the hand, Major, and you seem to have got it in the ribs, Hale," pointing to a wet, dull red patch on Basil's tunic. Basil looked down in surprise. "I didn't even know the little beast had got through my clothes," he said. "It can only be a scratch. I wish you would telephone to the livery stable for a Karamado, and then to the police." Whilst they were waiting, Basil gave the editor an outline of what had occurred. Clancy groaned. "My luck, if it had been half an hour earlier, it would have been a fine scoop for the paper. Vengeance for Vagas, there's a snorting good headline for you." They saw the major off to the hospital in the Karamado, and then Clancy walked down the street with Basil to the scene of the attack. The Sikh was still on guard, having secured the prisoner with his belt. "Let us have a look at this chap," Clancy said, but when he had scrutinized the mestizo's features, he shook his head. "I don't know him at all." Then they went over to where the other lay, in the middle of the road, and Clancy gave a low whistle. "This one I do know, though. He is, or rather he was, in the education department, one of Dr. Charburn's especial pets. In fact, I heard they were going to make him headmaster of some government school. There'll be a vacancy now, I guess." A few minutes later, the police came along, 3 natives, and took over the prisoner with an air of surly indifference to the whole matter. Even the sight of the constabulary officer's uniform was insufficient to make them outwardly civil and respectful. As they were moving off, Basil caught the word hangman and flushed crimson. Then he called them back. "When I come round tomorrow morning, I shall report you for not saluting. Do you hear? I will take no insolence from you. Now get along quick, or there'll be more trouble for you." Clancy smiled. "You needn't worry to go to the station in the morning. That prisoner will escape. He proved to be a true prophet." When Basil was shown into the police captain's room, the latter gave him a queer look. "Want me on business, Captain Hale?" he asked. "Or is this just a friendly social call?" Basil understood. "Has he got away?" The police captain nodded and pushed the box of cigars across to his guest. It never happened. Major Flint had an accident to his hand, and your ribs don't show. The night captain called up someone, and he said that, with the Vagas and Gaiterez business, they had had about enough to be going on with for some time. So your friend was let loose, and has probably bought a new knife by now. Who was he? Basil asked. The captain mentioned the name of a well-known mestizo planter. His youngest son, just back from London, where they seemed to allow any fool doctrine to be taught to colored men. Pity the Sikh didn't finish him too whilst he was about it. I'll make sure myself next time, Basil said grimly. One gets tired of this sort of business. What did they do with the other fellow? That carrion, the police captain, was a man of plain speech. The night captain proposed to tie a stone to it and drop it over the bridge of Spain into the Pasig, but he got orders to discover an accidental death, a fall from an upper window, you understand. And they're going to have a big funeral today, all the education department, wreaths, speeches, flourishing career cut short, and so on. Makes you smile, doesn't it? Basil Hale thought of the knife which had glanced along his ribs, and the big gash in the old major's hand, and the Sikh wondering how he could purify himself after having touched such vermin. But most of all, he thought of the shame and the danger to his country, and therefore he did not smile. As he got up to leave, a sudden thought struck him. Clancy knows, he said. Clancy was on the spot a few minutes afterwards. The police captain nodded. I've just seen him, and, as a favor to the force, he is going to forget it. But he wouldn't have done so for Ferber. No, sir. Awkward sort of an Irishman, unless you handle him right. They'd have deported him long ago if he had been an American citizen. Well, so long, Captain. I'd be careful, if I were you, at nights. You might have a worse accident next time. I'm leaving for Igat by the Coast Guard steamer this afternoon, Basil answered. Commissioner Ferber made no reference to the incident of the previous night when Basil called on him to see if there were any further orders, nor did the captain himself allude to it. You will go back to your post at Silang, the commissioner said, and police that district, endeavoring to obtain as much information as possible concerning Felizardo. One thing more, remember you are posted on the northern side of the mountains, and there you are to remain. We want no more of these theatrical marches, ending in massacres of deluded peasants. I have had reports from the president and other local officials, as well as from some friends in Manila, which go to prove that Igat was never in any real danger. I might add that the Governor General is extremely annoyed at your conduct. You know his constant endeavor has been to gain the confidence and goodwill of our little brown brothers. It was one of Mr. Commissioner Ferber's customs never to look a man in the face. Consequently, he missed Basil's expression, though, perhaps, the way in which Basil strode out of the room may have told him something. Mr. Ferber sighed. A most dangerous, insolent Southerner, he murmured. And yet, whilst he is a hero in Manila, it would be unsafe to dismiss him. I could almost wish that those men last night, he broke off suddenly, conscious that he was lapsing from those strict Methodist principles in which he had been brought up. Mr. Commissioner Gumpertz, on the other hand, had fewer religious scruples, having been in politics much longer than his colleague. I wish to blazes they had knifed the swine, he said. He's put a stop to the sale of that hemp land. I can't get anyone to go out and have a look at it now. They just shake their heads and say, headhunters. Mr. William P. Hart, to whom he spoke, expectorated carefully at a lizard on the windowsill. Ferber will give him plenty of chances of getting his throat cut. Ferber's a bit pious, but he don't forget all the same, nor does Charler. This Vaga's business has hit him hard, and Mrs. Charler, Vaga's sister you know, has a tongue. It's not nice for a chief collector of customs to have his brother-in-law hanged publicly. Did you hear they burned the new gallows at Calacan last night? Basil heard the same news as he was going aboard the Coast Guard steamer and laughed grimly. A bit futile, isn't it? He remarked to his informant. They had served their purpose already. Basil only stayed a few hours at Igat, just long enough to see Mrs. Bush and tell her what had occurred in Manila. She shuddered a little when she heard how he had been ordered to superintend the executions. How horrible, she said, and what an abominable insult to you. I wonder you did not refuse. He shook his head. It was meant as an insult, I know, but I was glad to do the job. Why? She looked at him in amazement, and he thought a little coldly. Why, Captain Hale? "You say you were glad to be a kind of hangman. I did not mean Juan Vargas to escape," he answered. "I had sworn he should die if I had to go into the prison and shoot him myself," and there was a look on his face which showed her he meant what he was saying. "But I don't quite understand why you should have been so bitter against him personally. What was the reason?" Basil was staring out of the window. "I can't explain now. Perhaps I will someday later on." And with that, she had to be content for the moment, though. By dint of questioning her maid, who in turn questioned others in the town, she got some clue to the truth a few days later, and found much food for thought therein. She began to understand what had kept Basil going through that terrible march from Silling. Captain Bush came in just before Basil left. The scout officer was grateful for what the other had not said in his report, and expressed his thanks with what was for him almost heartiness. "Going to stay tonight," he added. "We can put you up." "Sorry it can't be managed," Basil answered. "I brought my 10 men back with me, and I want to get across to Silling as soon as I can." "No, I must go." He stared out of the window again. Mrs. Bush, watching him, understood what an effort it was costing him to say those words, and honored him in her heart accordingly. "I am going to have a try at Felizardo. They are sending Veen's company of scouts round to cooperate with mine." Bush's voice recalled Basil suddenly. "We are going to try and show you constabulary how to do things." Basil gripped the arm of his chair at the thought which immediately flashed through his mind. Bush is going up to Felizardo's mountains. Would Bush ever come back? He, Basil Hale, knew only too well what the dangers of the expedition would be. For an instant, Basil thought of saying nothing, of letting the other go to his fate. Then he remembered that, though Bush might be a man he loathed, Bush was also, and above all things, an officer in the service of the United States, so he spoke very gravely. "I have been up there, Bush, and I know what it means. 2 companies of scouts are utterly useless for the job. You will be able to do practically nothing, and you'll be lucky if you don't get cut to pieces as soon as you are well into the jungle. It is sheer lunacy sending you up." Bush flushed crimson. "When I want your advice," he began, then checked himself. "Thanks for the information," he went on more quietly, "but scouts are not constabulary." Unconsciously, perhaps, Basil glanced towards Mrs. Bush. She was leaning forward, with her chin resting on her hand, and he thought he read an appeal in the look she gave him. He got up at once. "No," he said, "scouts are not constabulary, so you may have different luck from what I had. I hope so." Bush, ashamed of his outburst, muttered some thanks, but Mrs. Bush, pondering over it afterwards, was not quite sure whether he had understood the other man's meaning aright, for had not Basil been up the mountains and come back unharmed? Basil Hale found the stockade at Silling in perfect order. The 5 sick men he had left in it when he made the forced march to Igat were all well again, and back at duty. No one had interfered with them during the days when they had formed the sole garrison. Rather otherwise, in fact, for a party of Felizardo's men had actually come down and made a camp a few hundred yards away, thus preventing any possibility of attack from a wandering band of ladrones or from those abominable headhunters. For the first few hours, the 5 had been distinctly alarmed. Then some of the outlaws had come forward and explained matters. After that, everything had gone very smoothly. Felizardo's men had plenty of fresh meat. The constabulary had some especially choice cigarettes. Consequently, it was no difficult matter to do a deal. On the second morning, 3 of the soldiers were actually guests in the outlaws' camp, but a return invitation was declined. The chief had given definite orders on that point. Then, suddenly, there had come the news of the killing at Igat, wonderful, splendid news, which had made the 5 rejoice greatly one moment, and the next moment gnash their teeth with envy of their comrades who had been in the fight. The fact that they, themselves, must inevitably have fallen out long before the column had reached the head of the pass was entirely forgot. Half an hour before the sergeant and the other men had returned, a bujan had sounded a mile or so away, and when, a few minutes later, one of the 5 had glanced towards the outlaws' camp, not a trace of Felizardo's men was to be seen. Their special mission was concluded. From that time onwards, matters had gone very smoothly. Possibly, the sergeant's rule had been a little lax, but nonetheless it had been effective, and even if the Tau of Silang had seen a good deal of the constabularios, more perhaps than they wanted, guards had been mounted regularly, and every man had slept within the stockade. The little men were unaffectedly glad to see their officer back, and Basil, on his part, was by no means sorry to settle down again. So much had happened since he had left Silang that the prospect of arrest was not unwelcome, even though it entailed being practically cut off from the outer world, which, to his mind, now meant from Mrs. Bush. Unfortunately, however, his contentment did not last very long. Before he had been at Silang a week, he had begun to hunger for news from the other side of the mountain range, especially for news of the scout expedition against Felizardo, which was due to start about that time. Yet, though he sent messenger after messenger to his brother officer, Lieutenant Stott, at Cadarman, he learned nothing definite. Veen's scouts haven't turned up yet at Igat, was all that Stott could report, whereat Basil had raged, knowing that every day of delay must make disaster more certain. Then suddenly a messenger had come in from Cadarman, bringing news not only of the starting of the expedition, but also of its return. Mrs. Bush had watched the scouts march out dry-eyed. The parting between her husband and herself had been unmarked even by the formality of a handshake, for she had heard already of another parting which had taken place in the lower end of the town an hour previously, and he had divined that she knew. Still, there had been something almost wistful in the man's eyes, some hint of the lover which had been, and a word, the right word, would have changed everything. She had thought, too, that she was giving him a chance to say it when she pleaded. "Do be careful, John, won't you? Don't do anything rash. Remember how they cut Captain Hale's force to pieces." The mistake had lain in mentioning Basil, as she realized immediately. Bush's face had grown dark at once, and he had muttered a curse on the constabulary in general and Basil Hale in particular. Then with a curt goodbye, he had stalked out into the plaza, where Lieutenant Veen was awaiting him. Mrs. Bush had kept her tears back until they were out of sight. Then she had hurried to her room, wondering why people were allowed to be so wretched. It was a cargador, one of Bush's carriers, who brought in the first news. He arrived about noon on the following day, breathless, in rags, with a slight bolo cut in his shoulder. He was the sole survivor, he declared to old Don Juan Ramirez, who cross-examined him. Was he quite sure of that? They gave him a much-needed glass of spirits and a cigarette, and then asked him again, was he still sure there were none others? No, now he came to think of it, there were some left, a little group, which, with Bush as its rear guard, was retreating down the hillside, fighting all the way, when he himself managed to dive into the jungle. There were many wounded too, very many, and the other officer was dead. He, Pedro, had actually seen his head cut off with a bolo. On that point he was certain. Don Juan had heard enough. He sighed, put on the black silk jacket he kept for ceremonial occasions, and went to pay one of his rare visits to Mrs. Bush, whom he admired as much as he loathed her husband. She came down to meet him, white-faced and trembling, having seen the cargador arrive. "They are coming back," Don Juan said. She drew a deep breath. "Ah." And Captain Bush, Don Jose prided himself on his knowledge of womankind, but he could not decide what her tone meant. "Captain Bush is bringing them back. I hear, though, that there are many wounded. I have told them to clear out my big warehouse to serve as a hospital. Perhaps you would honor me by coming to see to the arrangements." She clutched eagerly at the chance of having something to do, and when, just before sundown, the remnant of the column crawled in, with half a dozen badly wounded on rough stretchers, and only 15 unwounded out of the 48 survivors, it found everything ready. The surgeon, who had come up with Lieutenant Veen and had himself escaped untouched, forgot half his weariness when he glanced round. "Thank God," he said. "I was afraid there might be nothing, not even hot water. Do you think you could help me, Mrs. Bush? Can you stand the sight of it? Very well." Then he stripped off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and barely said a word till midnight, when he straightened himself up, and after that staggered a little. "That is all, Mrs. Bush. Now could you give me a drink?" She brought him the bottle and a glass. He poured out nearly half a tumblerful of brandy and drank it off like water. "You can do that when you've been through hell, Mrs. Bush," he said, noticing her look. "I think I'll have a sleep now," and he rolled his jacket up for a pillow and put it in one of the corners. She laid her hand on his sleeve. "But you can't do that, doctor. You must come to the house. I have a room ready for you." He bent down and kissed her hand, being overwrought. "One of those men will certainly die before dawn. 2 others are just on the borderline. If I am here, I may save them. The orderlies will call me when the crises come." Mrs. Bush went out, returning a couple of minutes later. The doctor was already asleep, so she took a blanket from a pile behind the door and covered him over very gently. Then she went back to the house to look for her husband, whom, so far, she had only seen for a moment, just long enough to make sure that he was unwounded. But Captain Bush was not to be found. He went out with the treasurer and the supervisor, Senora, a very sleepy muchacho informed her. Like the doctor, Mrs. Bush was deadly tired, and yet it was almost dawn before she went to sleep. This was the final, the most abominable insult of all. Next morning, she took a definite step, writing a long letter to Captain Basil Hale, giving him an account of the expedition as she had heard it from the doctor, in itself a perfectly harmless letter, and yet one the sending of which amounted to a repudiation of her husband's right to control her. He had his friends, she would have hers. The story of the fight had been the story of Basil's defeat of 2 or 3 months previously over again. Only, this time, no Bujans had given warning, and the attack had begun with a volley poured in at 20 yards range by riflemen hidden amongst the undergrowth. The scouts, winded by the long climb up the muddy hillside, had been able to put up no effective resistance against the Bolo men, who came in under cover of the smoke. Those who did escape, leaving some 70 of their comrades, including Lieutenant Veen, dead in the jungle, owed their safety to the fact that they had been able to keep together in a bunch. But even then, it had been a running fight all the way back to the level ground, a fight in which Bush had showed a savage, dogged courage, being himself the last man the whole time. The army had the best of reasons for despising and detesting the politicians at the palace, so it was not long before all Manila was in possession of the facts. Mr. Commissioner Ferber waxed exceeding wroth and proceeded to make matters much worse for his colleagues and himself by attempting to blame the scouts. "Felizardo has only some 50 followers in all," he declared to a representative of the leading mestizo paper, which reproduced his remarks. "We have that on the best authority. It seems amazing that the scouts should have retreated before such a small body, leaving so many dead behind them. The Governor-General is most perturbed about the affair, fearing that people at home may imagine that the culprits are some of our little brown brothers, instead of being a gang of thieves and murderers." During the following months, expedition after expedition was dispatched against Felizardo, each larger and more costly than the last. Yet each came back with a story of hardship and disaster. If Felizardo did allow it to get above the jungle onto the open mountainside, it was sniped at every foot of the way by unseen riflemen until its nerve was gone, and it decided to return to the cover of the bush, where the Bolo men speedily got to work on it. No trace of a permanent camp was ever found. The enemy was never seen, save when he himself had chosen the time and place. It was inglorious, nerve-shattering, futile, and when the last expedition, which had consisted of some 400 scouts and constabulary, returned with 20 men short and nearly 50 wounded, there was a very general feeling that Felizardo should be left alone for the future. After all, as the general in command of Manila said to the governor, "What harm does the old man do to us? I understand that, from the first, he has only asked to be left alone. I know he hanged some of your brown brothers, a good thing too. I wish he had hanged every insurrecto. They all deserved it." "I will go out myself," Mr. Ferber said. "Then I shall know that no chance of escape is being allowed to the old villain." The scheme, like that of the late Juan Vargas, took a little time to prepare. "We must get some source of information from within," the commissioner declared, and with that end in view, he gave 2 of his mestizo assistants a free hand to buy the help of one, or, if possible, more of Felizardo's men. The first pair of mestizos drew 5,000 pesos for a start, then, probably in a fit of mental aberration, wandered aboard the Hong Kong steamer and were seen no more in the Philippine Islands. The second pair were more successful. In fact, possibly because they were escorted as far as Igat, the men did their work extremely well. Mr. Ferber never inquired into the means employed, and no explanation was volunteered. Still, as the reports which came in showed, 2 of the band had unquestionably turned traitors. The commissioner was well pleased. It was a good start. Then, from all parts of the islands, native troops, scouts, and constabulary, every man who could be spared from his district, began to come into Manila until there were fully 3,000 of them ready, if not exactly eager, to start on the great rounding up of the outlaws. Only Basil Hale and his company seemed to have been left out. "There is always trouble where that man goes," the commissioner said to the governor-general. "We had better let him stay at Silang. He must be pretty weary of the place by now, and he may resign." "I hope so," a view with which the other, who had no fondness for soldiers and men of action, agreed. They made a base camp at Igat, greatly to the astonishment and profit of the people of the place. Mr. Commissioner Ferber stayed with the president and was not introduced to Mrs. Bush, although he had expressed a desire to meet her. "Tell him," Mrs. Bush said to a mutual acquaintance who mentioned the matter to her, "tell him that if he chooses to stay in a native's house, he can remain with the natives. I have a prejudice in favor of my own color," words which, when repeated to Mr. Ferber, tended to confirm his prejudice against women from the South. He, in turn, repeated the words to the president, who thereupon made a remark about Mrs. Bush and Captain Hale, which would have caused most white men to throw him out of the window, and would inevitably have made Basil Hale kill him. But Mr. Commissioner Ferber, being of the Brown Brother school, listened to it all, and congratulated himself on having got a new weapon against the constabulary officer. They distributed 1,000 men along the northern side of the range and 1,000 along the southern side, whilst 1,000 more went up onto the pass which you crossed going to Silang and started to sweep the upper heights, whilst the others closed in gradually. They were going to drive the outlaws into that same patch of jungle where Basil had met with defeat at the seaward end of the range near Catubig. Mr. Ferber himself took up his quarters near the site of the latter place, whither the president of Igat accompanied him, rather reluctantly, feeling, perhaps, that he was going rather too near to Felizardo's country, though he did not like to say so much to the commissioner. Still, the little fellows did their best, despite the constant loss from snipers, who never save a chance of a shot in reply, and the officers were satisfied that none of the outlaws had slipped through the line. The men on the northern slope met with no resistance, although, when the roll was called, it was obvious that, somehow or other, the headhunters had secured 24 fresh trophies from stragglers, whilst the party on the south side never even fired a shot. On the 4th morning, they reported to Mr. Ferber that they must have driven the outlaws down onto the seaward slope, and that it was now only a case of closing in and capturing, or slaying, the whole band. The message had hardly been delivered when another came in, this time from one of those 2 traitors in Felizardo's own camp. The band had broken up suddenly the previous night. The outlaws, feeling the game was hopeless, had gone, each his own way, slipping through the cordon of troops in the darkness, singly, and leaving old Felizardo alone with the 2 traitors. The 3 were now hiding in a small patch of jungle, almost on the same spot where Basil had his fight, and if the troops closed in quickly, they would be certain to get the old chief. Mr. Ferber's heart rejoiced, whilst a load of anxiety seemed to slip from the shoulders of the president. "Let them close in at once," Mr. Ferber said. "They must lose no time, and when they have him, let them bring him down here to Catubig. I have had a set of irons brought. As for the two men who have been aiding us, traitor is an ugly word. See that they are not injured in the excitement." The troops moved quickly. They were utterly weary of their task, believing in their own minds that it must prove futile, but the unexpected news passed out by the traitors put fresh heart into them. They were going to capture the great Felizardo, after all, and each man would be able to declare to the girls in his village that it was he who had done the deed. They surrounded that stretch of jungle on every side, and they drew in the cordon until the men were almost touching one another, hand to hand, and yet there was never a sign of life from inside the ring. A queer nervousness ran through them all, white officers and natives alike. Was he still there, the terrible little old man? Was he really going to be captured at last, after nearly 36 years? What was he doing now? What would he do? What? And then Felizardo himself answered all the questions. A gray horse seemed to spring from nowhere, and the look on the face of his rider was like nothing else any of them had ever seen. It was before that look that they cowered, rather than before the revolver in the outstretched hand. The horse went through the line as if no one were there, though one of its hoofs cracked the skull of a sergeant of constabulary, who was standing, open-mouthed, in its course. From first to last, it was a matter of seconds, 20 yards of open jungle at the outside, and both the gray and its rider were out of sight before the belated volley rattled harmlessly after them. They passed the word round the cordon, and the white officers sat down and mopped their foreheads and wondered what Commissioner Ferber would say. Then a thought struck one of them. Where are those 2 spies of Ferber's? I wonder whether. He did not finish the sentence, but took half a company and went to investigate for himself. After a while, he found them both, hanging from the branch of a tree, with the torn fragments of the banknotes, which had been the price of their treason, scattered over the ground beneath them. The officer exchanged glances with his sergeant. "He has done it single-handed," he said in an awestruck voice. The sergeant drew a deep breath. "It is ill work to betray Felizardo, Senor." Mr. Commissioner Ferber and the president of IGUT were sitting in the cool, nipa-thatched shack which served them as headquarters, waiting for news of the capture of Felizardo, when one of the half-dozen members of the IGUT police, who were serving as escort, suddenly tumbled up the little ladder into the shack and tried to hide himself in a corner. "There are Bolo men," he gasped. "They have taken the others prisoners." The president of IGUT sat rigid, apparently glued to his chair, staring through the doorway at a little man on a gray horse who had just ridden into the clearing, followed by a score of Bolo men. But Commissioner Ferber stood up to face the danger, like a white man should. It was, in a sense, the supreme moment of his life, and the good blood which was in him proved stronger than the effects of the evil training he had been given. He had left his revolver hanging on one of the posts of the little veranda, which was fortunate for him. Otherwise, he would have started to shoot, and they would have had to kill him. Felizardo brought his horse right up to the foot of the little ladder, and then he spoke. "You are the Senor Ferber. Good. I am Felizardo. I was told you wished to see me, so I have come. What is it you would say, Senor?" For the first time for many years, Commissioner Ferber was at a loss for words. He stammered a little. "You are at war with the government, and it is my duty to have you captured." The old man smiled. "But no, Senor, the Americanos make war on me, which is very different. I am the chief of these mountains. All I wish is to be left alone, as I have said many times." Greatly to his own surprise, Mr. Ferber felt a keen desire to argue the point with this outlaw and enemy of the sovereign people. "It is impossible," he said. "The whole island must be under our law." "There is only one law here," the other retorted, "the law of the Bolo." "Will you carry that word back to Manila?" Ferber flushed slightly, so his life was to be spared. "You are in my power. Your troops cannot be here for at least an hour, time enough in which to kill many men, but I will let you go because, after all, I want peace. Will you take my message to your people?" And Mr. Ferber promised. Felizardo beckoned to a couple of his men, then turned to the commissioner again. "There is justice to be done, though, on the president of IGUT. He was in league with the band of Juan Vargas. Read that, Senor," and he handed a letter to the white man, who, after having read it, looked very sternly at the trembling magistrate of IGUT. Somehow, Mr. Ferber's views had changed greatly during the last few minutes. He turned to Felizardo again. "I will deal with him, Senor, on my honor," he said, and for a moment there was a spark of hope in the president's heart. But Felizardo said, "He is my prisoner, Senor Ferber. Besides, it will save time and trouble." Then he nodded to his 2 men, who dragged the president out of the shack. The shivering wretch caught hold of Ferber's leg as he was hauled past, but the commissioner shook himself free and went inside so that he should not see what they were going to do. It was, as Felizardo had predicted, an hour later when the first of the troops came back. Whilst the men were cutting down the body of the president, the officer in command hurried to the shack, where he found the commissioner sitting at the table with his head buried in his hands. He looked wearily up as the other came in. "We have lost him after all, sir," the officer reported. He had expected an outburst of wrath, but instead of that the commissioner said, very quietly, "I know. Felizardo himself has been here to tell me." Chapter 9. How Mr. Commissioner Gumpertz offered a reward. In his stockade at Silang, Basil Hale waited anxiously for news of the result of the great expedition against Felizardo. As an officer of the Philippines Constabulary, he felt he ought to hope that the band of outlaws would be broken up, and their chief either captured or killed. As a man, he could not disguise from himself the fact that he would be extremely sorry were any ill luck to befall the old chief, who had proved his friend on so many occasions. The idea of Felizardo being taken and hanged, as Juan Vargas had deservedly been hanged, was absolutely repulsive to him, though on that point he had not much fear, feeling certain that they would never take the outlaw alive. Basil knew perfectly well that he had been excluded from all participation in the movement purposely, with a view to hurting his pride, by forcing him to remain in a state of inglorious inaction, a few miles from the scene of hostilities, whilst constabulary from other parts of the archipelago were brought in to do the work. He knew Bush and his company were going. Mrs. Bush had told him so in the latest of those letters, which were now the great interest of his life. But the news did not move him, knowing, as he did, that the chances of any fighting were extremely small. It was 2 days after the meeting between Felizardo and Commissioner Ferber that Basil heard the result of the expedition. Even then, all he got was a brief note from Lieutenant Stott at Cadarman. Felizardo escaped after all, simply laughed at them, and rode down to Ferber's camp, where he gave the commissioner the fright of his life, and hanged your old friend, the president of IGUT. That is all I know yet. We'll let you have details when they come in. They are sending all the troops back to Manila. Basil laid the note down with a sigh of relief. He knew now which way his sympathies really lay. After all, life at Silang would have seemed very drab and dreary had the fierce, chivalrous little man up on the mountainside been killed, or, worse still, captured. It was from Mrs. Bush that he received the first detailed account of the great drive, and he smiled grimly to himself as he read of the dramatic ending of it all, the sudden dash on horseback through the cordon of troops, the equally sudden appearance at Commissioner Ferber's camp, the execution of the president of IGUT. My husband and his men saw nothing and did nothing, save force their way through jungle and scramble over rocks. They all came back very tired and cross. In fact, everyone is tired and cross, and in favor of leaving Felizardo alone for the future. Still, the man who must decide, the commissioner, says nothing. Somehow, he seems to have changed, and everyone is wondering what he said to Felizardo, or what Felizardo said to him. But the only witness, that hateful president, cannot tell us now. Basil read the letter several times, then sat down and cursed things in general, and Silang in particular, which was extremely illogical. If he had cursed anything, he should have cursed his own folly in falling in love with a married woman who was far too proud ever to be more than a friend to him. But, as I said before, when men, and women too, live under the shadow of a place like Felizardo's mountain and have the law of the Bolo as the background of their lives, they are apt to become illogical or even rash, and to do things which are never supposed to be done in civilized countries. All these things he would have seen and reasoned out had he been amongst ordinary surroundings, or, at least, he ought to have done so, just as Mrs. Bush would have seen the danger, and impropriety even, of writing to a man her husband loathed. But the fact remains that they did these unwise things, and were very miserable in consequence. They could not settle their love affairs as Felizardo had settled his, many years before, with a slash of the bolo. When Commissioner Ferber got back to Manila, he set his face hard, expecting to meet with veiled jeers and jibes. But though men did rejoice over his failure, they did not do so in his presence, possibly because they saw that, for the time at least, he was a broken man. However, he did not say it all. In fact, he had hardly got into his main argument before he found it wiser to stop altogether. Though, instead of taking his colleague's advice and finishing it outside the door, he hurried back to his own office and vented his spleen on his clerks. Nonetheless, he scored off Commissioner Ferber at the meeting of the commission on the following day. The Governor-General himself brought up the question of Felizardo. "What do you propose as your next move, Commissioner?" he said to Ferber. The latter did not hesitate. "I have no further move in contemplation," he replied. Mr. Gumpertz leaned forward. "May I ask why?" he inquired with dangerous politeness. The Commissioner for Constabulary and Trade addressed his answer to the governor, ignoring the other. "I see no use in further expeditions. They will do no good. We have done our best, but we have been mistaken all along. Felizardo would have done us no harm had we left him alone. He is an old man now, as I have seen for myself. He wishes for peace, and I should grant it to him." He spoke slowly, coldly, decisively, as a man whose mind was made up. The other commissioners exchanged glances, and the governor spoke in an unusually severe tone. "It was your department, Commissioner, which started these expeditions." Ferber nodded. "Yes, my department. I myself take full responsibility for them, though I have been misled all through by some of our native officials here in Manila. It is to them that I shall give my attention now. I learnt a good many things whilst I was out this time. We have carried our philanthropy too far." Again, the commissioners exchanged glances. Could this be the same man who had been the one really sincere and pro-native amongst them, at whom they had always laughed amongst themselves, because he thought of his principles and not his pocket? But the Governor-General was growing angry. He, at least, had to stand or fall by the little brown brother theory of radical equality. "Supposing, Commissioner," he said, with a veiled insult in his voice, "supposing the Commission decides not to make peace with this old scoundrel, but to continue operations, it will still be the work of your department to carry those out." The Commissioner laid his winning card on the table. "My department will carry out no more expeditions of the kind whilst I remain head of it. I should resign first." He spoke very quietly, knowing well that they dare not force his resignation, and so allow him to return to the United States and tell many things to the President, whose personal friend he was, or, more terrible still, tell them to the press. But though he could refuse to send out further expeditions, and he knew well that the army authorities would refuse too, he could not open peace negotiations without the consent of the Commission, and that question was adjourned indefinitely. Commissioner Gumpertz tried one parting shot. "What about the $3 million your mistake has cost?" he demanded. His colleague's composure remained unruffled. "They are spent," he answered. The Governor-General corrected him mildly. "Wasted, you mean, perhaps," Ferber smiled. "I thank you, Governor. They have been wasted, I should have said, and also many good lives. But," and for once he looked them all squarely in the face, with flashing eyes, "I am not the only man here who has made mistakes and wasted money and lives." And his glance traveled from the governor to Commissioner Gumpertz, and from Commissioner Gumpertz to Commissioner Johnson, and on to Commissioner George. "I have never been accused of graft." Then, regardless of etiquette, he got up abruptly and left the room. I am afraid his nerves have been a little tried by his recent experiences. The Governor-General sighed. He must see a doctor. And now, has anyone a proposition to make regarding this Felizardo? Commissioner Gumpertz had been building great hopes on the capture of Felizardo, arguing that, once the band of outlaws was destroyed, the destruction of the head hunters, who had so nearly secured a trophy at the expense of Mr. Joseph Gobbett, would become a simple matter. Then, those hemp lands on the northern side of Felizardo's mountains would acquire a commercial value, which meant that he himself would rake in a very considerable sum over the selling of them. Consequently, he was very greatly opposed to the principle of leaving Felizardo alone. "There is a way," he said, in answer to the Governor-General's question. "We should offer a large reward for the old brigand's head, say $5,000, gold. We know that Commissioner Ferber's department managed to bribe 2 of the band to give information, and a big reward like this should soon bring in the scoundrel's head. It is far cheaper than expeditions." They discussed the matter, not at very great length, and the result of their discussions was seen the following morning, when bills were posted in Manila itself offering $5,000 United States currency for the head of Felizardo, the outlaw of the mountains, and other copies of that proclamation were sent to Igat and Cadharman and Silang, though at the latter place they went straight on to the fire. The army, seeing the bills, shook its head. "It's properly low down," it said, "a pitiful confession of weakness." As if there wasn't enough treachery already, without making it into a profitable trade, Commissioner Ferber, interviewed by the press on the subject, declined to make any statement. "I have nothing to say," he answered to the inquiries. "The proclamation does not emanate from my department. No, I have no opinion to offer." The change in the commissioner's views had perhaps been too sudden to last long. The shock of the meeting with Felizardo, the contact with a personality infinitely stronger than his own, the striking contrast between the old outlaw and the servile, lying mestizos of Manila could not fail to leave some permanent result behind, some readjustment of his ideas on the native question. Basil Hale, however, perceived it on the occasion of his next interview with his official chief, and wrote of it to Mrs. Bush, who replied, "I knew when he came back from Catobig that time, after he had met the old chief, that he was a different man." Weeks passed without any news of Felizardo, and the commission was beginning to fear that its offer for his head had been made in vain, when, in some mysterious way, rumors began to float round concerning the breaking up of the band. The old man had grown so suspicious, it was said, that the others would stand him no longer, and now he was practically alone. The hopes of his enemies rose high at the news, which was confirmed a few days later by the announcement that overtures for pardon had actually been made by the mutineers. "It is the beginning of the end," Commissioner Gumpert said to his secretary, William P. Hart. "When Felizardo is finished with, we can get the headhunters cleared out and then sell that hemp land. It'll be easy as falling off a log then." It was a week after these words were spoken that two natives, ordinary Tao by their appearance, came in with a large native basket, made their way to the police headquarters, and asked for the captain. "Well, what is it?" the latter demanded. The elder of the strangers pointed to the basket. "We have brought the head, Senor, the head of Felizardo." "Holy Moses," the captain jumped out of his chair. "What do you bring the beastly thing in here for? Never mind, though." "Wait a minute," and he went to the telephone box, where he rang up Commissioner Ferber. The answer came back in a curt tone. "The matter is nothing to do with this department. I will not interfere, nor must you. Send them with a guide over to Commissioner Gumpert's office. I believe he has the affair in hand." The police captain whistled. "Phew. He's in a sweet temper. Glad I didn't go and see him myself." Then he called a native constable and put the two Tao and their ghastly burden in his charge. Mr. Gumpert's was pleased. In fact, he was more than pleased, delighted, but nonetheless, he did not care to inspect the trophy. Instead, he sent for his secretary. "Who can identify this thing, Hart?" he asked. Mr. Hart scratched his head. "Well, there's Ferber, of course, but I guess he wouldn't. He's mighty sore about it all. See here, I'll get De Vega to have a look round. There must be someone in the town who knew him by sight." It was curious how many people there were who had actually seen and even spoken to Felizardo. Some had been prisoners in his camp, others had done business with him during the Spanish times. Senor De Vega picked 6 out of 20 or so, all men he knew personally, for whose honor he could vouch, and brought them back to the palace. Then they took the basket into a small room and set the head on a table, and all of those 6 reliable witnesses declared on their oath that it was the head of Felizardo. So there was great rejoicing, and the press published obituary notices, and the two Tao received much praise and $5,000 in United States currency. Yet, curiously enough, those two Tao did not go back to the unnamed village whence they had come, but instead made their way to a house in the suburbs, where, that same evening, they were joined by Senor De Vega and all the 6 witnesses, and the $5,000 were forthwith divided into 9 parts. Then each man went on his way rejoicing, his pockets bulging with notes. Up in the palace, however, Commissioner Ferber was almost unsafe to approach, though both the Governor-General and Commissioner Gumpert's were more than usually genial. A week later, the position of affairs was somewhat different, for Basil Hale had sent in a certain dispatch through Lieutenant Stott at Cadharman. It ran, "The report of Felizardo's death as having occurred some 10 days ago is untrue. I have the best of reasons for knowing, as only this morning I received a communication from him, warning me that certain mestizos and natives of Manila had secured the head of a cousin of his own, who had recently died at Caloocan, and that they were bringing this in with the idea of claiming the reward for his, Felizardo's, head." I am sending this by special runner to Cadarman and trust it will reach you in time." When the secretary came in a few minutes later in answer to his chief's bell, he found the commissioner actually smiling. "Make copies of this letter, Jones," he said. He had finished with Mestizo secretaries, "and send one to each member of the commission." At the next meeting of the commission, the governor-general brought up the subject. "It was rather an unfortunate proposal of yours, Commissioner Gumpert's. It is a pity that, when you made it, you did not think of a contingency like this. We left it to you, as you will remember. Most unfortunate, throwing good money after bad, and though we know, or think we know, the culprits, we should all look foolish if we were to prosecute. It is obvious we can accomplish nothing in this way, and though I do not think we should go as far as Commissioner Ferber suggests and make peace with Felizardo, I think that, for the time being at least, it would be wiser to suspend all operations and only attack him if he leaves the mountains." And so, for a space, Felizardo was left alone. Chapter 10: How Felizardo Went Back to San Policarpio. One of the results of the new policy towards Felizardo was a decision to abandon the post at Silang, which, never of any great value, had now become quite useless. "You will take over the command at Calacan," Commissioner Ferber wrote to Captain Hale. "The officer who is there now is going to the island of Leyte, and you will replace him. There are good quarters in what used to be the barracks of the Guardia Civil. You had better march overland, as we cannot spare a Coast Guard steamer at the moment." Basil received the news joyfully. He was utterly weary of doing nothing and seeing nobody at Silang. Moreover, at Calacan he would at least be in touch with Igat, where Mrs. Bush was. Whilst most important of all, the route overland to Calacan lay through Igat. His men also were pleased. There were stores and spirit shops at Calacan, institutions conspicuous by their absence at Silang, while some of the company, at least, had already made an impression on the local inhabitants of the new station, when they had acted as guard during the hanging of Juan Vargas and his fellow insurrectos, loading with ball cartridge to keep the swaying crowd in order. "We had better burn the stockade, Senor," the old sergeant said, when he was told of the forthcoming move. "If we leave it, who knows but that some ladrone band may use it as headquarters, and then it will be no easy task to retake it." So they collected brushwood and grass and piled it high against the walls, and when the last man had left, Basil himself set fire to it, greatly to the disgust of some of the young men of Silang village, who had already decided to make the place into a robber's castle. Up on Felizardo's mountains they saw the smoke, and reported the fact to the old chief, who nodded and said, "I am glad." Silang was no place for a brave man like that. Down at Calacan, which I know well, he may find work to do. There are insurrectos in the town itself, and ladrones in the bush, the two working hand in hand. Possibly he may build up the gallows again for the third time. Who knows, there are many in Calacan who need hanging, even as it used to be 36 years ago, when I worked in the warehouse of Don Jose Ramirez. The old corporal of the Guardia Civil kept order well in those days, and I think this young captain of the Constabulario will keep order too. They need a strong man. There should always be a gallows at Calacan, as I, Felizardo, have reason to know. Basil halted for the night at Igat, staying with Don Juan Ramirez, but he did not have a meal in Mrs. Bush's house, nor did she ask him to stay for one, Captain Bush himself being away at San Francisco, higher up the valley. Still, they had a long talk, sitting out on the balcony where all men might see them. "I am glad you wrote," he said suddenly. "I wanted to do so myself often, but somehow I was afraid to begin. What made you do it?" She looked away towards Felizardo's mountains. "I had news for you," she said in a low voice. "The news of what had happened up on the mountainside, where my husband and Lieutenant Veen went after the outlaws." For a while neither of them spoke. "Then they are the only letters I get," he said abruptly. "There is no one else, there never was anyone else, and there never will be." Mrs. Bush did not look round. It was the first time he had given any hint of his feelings, at least in words, and she dare not let him see her face, distrusting herself. When at last she did speak, it was of her husband. "I am sorry John is away," she said. "You might have liked to hear his account of the great and inglorious expedition against Felizardo, and so you are going to Calacan." It will not be so dull there as at Silang. You will be much nearer Manila. Caloocan was not that where they executed those insurrectos who tried to burn this town. Yes, I thought so. You were going to tell me one day why you were so bitter against that man Vargas. Basil muttered something inaudible and got up suddenly, whereupon Mrs. Bush, feeling she had already punished him sufficiently for his outburst, for which she was partially responsible, made him sit down again, and from that point onwards they avoided dangerous subjects. Only when he got back to Don Juan's, the old Spaniard's quick eyes saw that there was something wrong, and knowing much concerning Captain Bush, was sorry for Mrs. Bush and Basil Hale. Still, as he said to himself, it was a good thing that the constabulary officer was not quartered in Igat itself, for any man with eyes in his head could see that, perhaps unknown to himself, Basil Hale had become a convert to the code of the Bolo, and that, sooner or later, he would kill Captain Bush. His very quietness was in itself a dangerous sign, or at least old Don Juan, who knew most things connected with such matters, looked on it in that light. Basil saw Mrs. Bush once more, early on the following morning. He had drawn his men up in the plaza and was about to start when he caught sight of her in the doorway of her house. He told the old sergeant to march the company off down the Caloocan road, then himself went across the square to say farewell. "Is it au revoir again?" he asked. Mrs. Bush nodded. "Of course. It is always au revoir with you. Will you send to me if anything happens?" "I can get over in a few hours by boat," he said suddenly. Mrs. Bush tried to smile. What should happen? And yet, her eyes grew suspiciously soft. "You came once before when I had not sent, on the morning of the great fight in the plaza here, and saved us all." Basil flushed. "So you will send?" he persisted. She held out her hand. "Yes, I will send if necessary." Then he hurried after his men, and in due course marched them into Caloocan, where he took possession of the old barracks of the Guardia Civil, in which the Spanish corporal had lived for many years. The people of Caloocan had hewn down and burned the new gallows, which he had caused to be erected a few months before, and when he made his first tour of inspection round the town, the men shambled away, cursing under their breath, while some of the women shouted hangman. But Basil did not trouble, remembering who it was he had hanged, Juan Vargas, whose share of the plunder of Igat was to have been Mrs. Bush. His men, on the other hand, did not take matters so quietly, and there were many bruised heads and sore backs in Caloocan before an understanding was reached. Before Basil had been at Caloocan a week, the old Spanish priest died, and there came to replace him a young American, Father Doyle. Father Doyle had been in Caloocan a couple of months when the chance of his lifetime came. Probably most men, 9 out of 10 perhaps, have one great chance sooner or later, and yet it is doubtful whether 1 in 10 realizes when that chance has come, and whether 1 in 100 profits by it to the full. Some are so amazed that they rush off to discuss it with their friends, or stay at home and ponder over it until the psychological moment has passed. Others are too dull or too heartbroken to understand that it has come at all, having often got beyond the stage when hope is a living thing, whilst yet others are suddenly filled with a blind self-confidence which ruins everything. Dolores Lacera was dying, and Felizardo wanted a priest, a white priest, not a mestizo like the padre at Igat, or like Father Pablo, whom Felizardo himself had slain in the house of the tenant of San Policarpio. Don Juan found Father Doyle in the old barracks, dining with Basil Hale, and delivered his message at once, adding, "I have a launch waiting to take you as far as Catubig. A Scotchman, John Mackay, a hemp planter, will be waiting there to go up with us." Father Doyle, who had risen from his seat, looked from Don Juan to Basil Hale, a question in his eyes. "But this Felizardo," he began, "the old chief's word can be trusted." "He will not harm you," Basil said, and then was sorry he had spoken, for that was not the question at all. "I was not thinking of that. It never occurred to me," the priest answered simply. "I was thinking that this man had killed a priest and was outside the church." Don Juan, understanding the momentary confusion in the other's mind, laid a hand on his arm. "Dolores Lacera never killed a priest, Father," he said, "and it is Dolores who is dying." 10 minutes later, the launch was on its way to Catubig. Basil went down to the beach to see them off. He was longing to ask Don Juan about Mrs. Bush, but somehow he could not get the words out, and the old Spaniard, being fully occupied with the matter in hand, forgot to mention the scout officer's wife. At Catubig, which was now being rebuilt, they found John Mackay, who had been Mr. Joseph Gobbett's companion in the adventure of the headhunters. Also, they found half a dozen of Felizardo's men and 3 horses. "It is not far," the leader of the outlaws said. "If the Reverend Father and the other sinners do not mind traveling in the dark, we shall be there in 2 hours. The road is easy enough for horses when one knows it, so they rode into the darkness, up the mountainside by an easy trail, the existence of which no man would have suspected, and at last they came to Felizardo's own dwelling, a large cave with an entrance screened by great boulders. Inside, a number of rooms were partitioned off, and in the largest of these dolors, La Sera lay dying. Felizardo himself met them outside, looking as an old man does look when the greatest sorrow of his life is coming upon him, but his eyes brightened when he saw the priest. "I thank you, my friends," he said to Don Juan and John Mackay. Then he saluted the priest. "You are an American, Father?" he asked. Father Doyle nodded. "I am an American, yes, but first I am a priest of the Holy Church." "I am glad," the old man spoke almost dreamily. "I am glad, because the Americans are a strong people who will rule these islands well in the end when they have learnt." Then suddenly he pulled himself together. "I have sent for you to marry me, Father," he said. Don Juan and John Mackay exchanged looks of utter surprise, but the priest kept his composure. "How can I?" he said. "You are at war with the Holy Church. How can I give you absolution after you have killed a priest?" His voice was very low and full of pity and a bitter sorrow. Felizardo's tone also was low when he answered, "I will confess, Father, and when you have heard all you will give me absolution. I swore when I slew Father Pablo that I would never have aught to do with priests again, but now it is for the sake of dolors, and that alters everything." For the first time since he had taken to the hills, Felizardo's voice broke a little. Then, after a pause, he went on proudly, almost defiantly. "But first I will ask some questions of these sinners, who, as you know, would not lie, even though I, Felizardo the outlaw, might do so." Father Doyle sat down on one of the boulders and rested his chin on his hand. He, at least, was amongst those who know when a great chance has come, and he listened with almost breathless anxiety for the questions and the answers. He was a judge of men, as a priest should be, and he realized that, as Felizardo had said, neither the Scotchman nor the Spaniard would lie. Curiously enough, the fact that they were in the outlaw's own camp, with probably hundreds of Bolo men within call, struck none of them. They never gave a thought to the idea of treachery on the part of Felizardo. "What happened in Calacan, Senner, the night I left there? You were young then, very young, but perhaps you remember." Felizardo looked at Don Juan as he spoke, and the old Spaniard in turn looked towards the priest when he replied. "You fought the Ladrones, Sinicio Dagujob's band, fought them single-handed, and saved the life and the money of my uncle, Don Jose Ramirez. And when I slew Father Pablo, the priest of San Policarpio, whom did I slay also?" There was a note of fierceness in the old man's voice now. The answer came at once, spoken slowly and deliberately, so that each word should tell. "You slew a man who, besides being a priest, was also one of the leaders of the band of Sinicio Dagujob, the ladrone, who sought to put shame on Dolores La Sera. And since I have been on the hills, have I ever harmed the Tau? Even in the first years, did I not only levy tribute on those who were oppressing the people?" Don Juan nodded. "That is so," and John Mackay nodded too. Father Doyle rose. "It is enough," he said, and he went into the cave with Felizardo, and having heard his confession, gave him absolution, being a man who, having no other interest in life save the service of his master, was not afraid of what other men might say concerning him. So, at last, after 36 years, Dolores La Sera was married to Felizardo by Father Doyle, the American priest, in the presence of old Don Juan Ramirez the Spaniard, and John Mackay the Scotchman. Then the two latter went outside and sat by a fire in the open and waited for dawn, when Father Doyle came out and told them that the gentle, faithful soul of the wife of Felizardo had gone to its own place. Presently Felizardo came out also, looking a very old man for his years, and saw to their wants with a grave courtesy, making no mention of his loss until he had arranged everything for them. "Then I shall bury my wife at San Policarpio, where she was born," he said very quietly. Don Juan gave an exclamation of surprise, foreseeing the difficulties, but Father Doyle nodded sympathetically, whilst John Mackay rose from his seat at once. "Then I had better see Basil Hale," he said. "Calacan is but a mile or two by water from San Policarpio. And how about the scouts at Igat?" Don Juan's voice was full of anxiety. If they heard and made an attack, what would happen then? "Why not tell Captain Bush also?" Felizardo shook his head. "They will not hear. We shall pass Igat in the night, and even if they did attack, well, there will be Bolo men, though I want peace above all things, if only for this journey." "You say, tell Captain Bush, Senor. No, he is not like the captain of the constabulary. He could not understand, treating his own wife as he does. I know, Senor, even about that." So no word went down to Igat concerning the death of Dolores and Felizardo's intention of burying her in her own birthplace, San Policarpio. But John Mackay hastened to Calacan and saw Basil Hale, to whom he told the whole matter. Basil stroked his mustache thoughtfully. "I shall be there myself," he said at last, "and I will take those of my men who escaped from the fight on the hillside when Felizardo cut my company to pieces. They will go, not as guard to me, but as a guard of honor to the body of Felizardo's wife." John Mackay looked at him curiously. Somehow, he had never suspected Captain Hale of being sentimental, but at that time, he had heard nothing concerning the friendship between Mrs. Bush and his host. Otherwise, he would have known that any man who honored his own wife was Basil Hale's friend, just as Captain Bush was his enemy. It was late in the afternoon when they started down the mountainside with the body of Dolores, and it was already dark when they skirted round Igat town. There were nearly 100 Bolo men in the procession when it left the mountains, and 10 more joined it from Catubig, and 20 from Igat itself, greatly to the surprise of old Don Juan, who recognized 2 of his own warehousemen amongst them. The Spaniard was going through to San Policarpio because Felizardo was an old acquaintance, almost an old friend, because Felizardo and Dolores La Serra had, somehow, always been in the background of his life, and because now he felt that a definite factor had gone out of his life. He sighed heavily as he thought of it. Like Felizardo, he was growing old. It was time he went back to Spain. He had one advantage over the outlaw, he told himself, in that he had no wife whose death would make the rest of his existence a mere waiting for death, in the hope of reunion. Then suddenly it struck him that, after all, Felizardo was more fortunate, for he had a child, whilst Don Juan Ramirez of Igat was the last of the family. All those things the Spaniard thought of, as he rode by Father Doyle's side through the long night. Father Doyle went with the procession because it was his duty. It was therefore a matter of total indifference to him whether or no the government learnt of his action and showed its annoyance. He was not responsible to the Philippine Commission for what he did in his capacity as priest. He owed allegiance to a very different power. As for his actions of the previous night, his mind was at rest on that point. He had acted according to his own conscience, and he told himself with a sigh that if he could have given absolution to the commissioners themselves with as little hesitation as he had given it to Felizardo the outlaw, it would have been a good augury for the future of the islands. It was 3 o'clock in the morning when they reached San Policarpio. Felizardo drew a deep breath, possibly to choke back a sob, as he looked round in the moonlight. He had not been there for 36 years, not since he had fled to the bush, carrying Dolores La Serra in his arms, after having slain Father Pablo, the parish priest and ladrone. It still looked the same. It had been just such another moonlight night on that occasion. There seemed to be no new buildings. No more bush had been cleared. The village was sleeping as it had slept that night, whilst he was doing the deed which was to make him an outlaw. Nothing had changed in San Policarpio, only he was an old man, and Dolores, his wife, was dead. That was all. They had brought spades and pickaxes to dig a grave, but when they arrived at the burial ground, lo, there was one ready on a rise under a big tree, with its foot towards Felizardo's own mountains, behind which the sun would rise. A tall man and a short, stout priest were standing near the grave, whilst in the background were some 15 native soldiers, who saluted as the body went by. Felizardo dismounted and came forward. The priest began to tremble, having heard of what had happened to a certain predecessor of his when Felizardo was last in San Policarpio. But Basil Hale held out his hand, and he and the outlaw actually met at last. Yet, even now, there was no word spoken, though they walked side by side to the church. Then Basil fell behind and whispered to Father Doyle, "I made the parish priest come out. He was half dead with fear, because I was not sure if you would be here." Father Doyle nodded. It was his duty in any case. This is his parish, not mine. So they buried Dolores, the wife of Felizardo, in the graveyard of San Policarpio, with her face towards the mountains where her womanhood had been passed. Dawn was just breaking when they had finished, and then they all drew back and left the old chief kneeling beside the grave, where he remained until the first ray of sunlight came from behind the mountains and struck the newly turned earth, when he got up and came towards them, and they saw that there was a look of peace on his face. Then he shook hands with Father Doyle and with Don Juan and with Basil Hale, and disappeared with his men into the bush, taking a circuitous route back to the mountains, which was fortunate, for Captain Bush, having heard a rumor of his going to San Policarpio, and being still sore over his own defeat, had arranged an ambush for him, of which Felizardo heard in due course, and did not forget. Chapter 11. How the Bolo of Felizardo cut a knot. Many things which happen in the jungle can be kept secret, but a matter like the burying of Dolores in the graveyard of San Policarpio must become known. They heard of it in Manila the following day from native sources, and the press made out of it a great story, which was also perfectly inaccurate, as is usually the case when the information comes through mestizos, people to whom truth is a thing either hateful or unknown. Felizardo had descended on San Policarpio with the whole of his band. He had slain the local police and confined the inhabitants to their houses, had taken the parish priest from his bed, and compelled him, at the point of the bolo, to read the burial service. It was even suggested that the tenant of San Policarpio should actually be hanged, in order to give an air of reality to the whole story. Unfortunately, however, the ex-general of the Army of Liberty, who made the proposal, forgot or did not know that the man sitting opposite to him happened to be a brother to that same tenant. They got the knife away from the tenant's brother before any serious harm was done, but nonetheless, the meeting broke up in disorder, without having arrived at any definite decision. The Herald and the Record seized on the story eagerly. Copy was short that day, and this news seemed to offer such splendid opportunities in the way of headlines, but Clancy of the Star was suspicious and would not use it without confirmation. "Get a launch and go across to Calacan," he said to his most reliable reporter. "You may induce Basil Hale to talk. He is sure to know all about it. In fact, there's a rumor that he himself was at the burial. If he won't tell you anything, which is very probable, go on to San Policarpio itself and see the priest. I would sooner have the right story tomorrow than use any of this rubbish today." The news caused a good deal of commotion in official circles. Already, Commissioner Gumpertz was showing a nasty spirit, as was also Commissioner Johnson, and it had been necessary to give them, or rather their nominees, a contract for a long and utterly useless road to the hills in order to keep them quiet. Moreover, as that road had to be paid for by loan, the press had got early information of it and had said some things concerning the contract which were very unpleasant because perfectly true. Now, if, as was rumored, Felizardo was actually out on the warpath himself, there would be fresh expenses, fresh anxieties about money matters. Commissioner Gumpertz, on the other hand, having nothing to do with the finances, except as regarded the share of them which he himself got, was by no means displeased to hear of Felizardo's supposed raid. He had never given up hope of being able ultimately to sell that hemp land on the northern side of the Outlaws' mountains, and if he could revive the campaign against the old chief, he felt certain in his own mind that this time it would be carried through to the end, even though the president had to order the army to assist. As a result of these views, the Commissioner of Lands and Registration was very ready to be interviewed by the press on the subject of Felizardo's latest exploit and expressed his opinions most forcibly. He had always been opposed to the new policy of leaving this brigand alone, he said, and this outrage at San Policarpio went to prove that he had been right. It would be necessary now to resume operations on a larger scale than ever. The regular army would have to be called upon to provide troops, its chiefs being shown plainly that they were, after all, merely the servants of the state, and that it was not for them to say whether they would or would not assist the civil government. The commission must be supreme. No individual member of it must be allowed to dictate to his colleagues, and no murderer and outlaw, like Felizardo, must be allowed to remain in a state of insolent independence. The present state of affairs was an insult to the flag, a violation of all the great principles for which the party stood. True, the Herald headed its report of the interview, "Commissioner on the High Horse. Gumpertz gets on the great GG," and thereby spoilt a good deal of the effect. But still, the Commissioner for Lands and Registration had the satisfaction of knowing that he had got in the first blows both at his own colleague and at Felizardo. Lower down on the same page, the Herald announced that Mr. Ferber declined to be interviewed. The commissioner looked cross, it stated, for once telling the crude truth, but it did not dare to reproduce the remarks which a certain highly placed army officer had made to its reporter concerning Mr. Gumpertz and his views. Still, enough was published that day to set all Manila talking, and when, on the following morning, a launch came in from Igat, bringing Captain Bush's report of the affair, the sensation was even greater. True, some of the details given in the first rumors, such as the hanging of the tenant and the holding up of the village, were not mentioned in the scout officer's version, but these omissions were hardly noticed in view of the intensely interesting character of the rest. Moreover, they knew his character pretty well in Manila and did not admire it greatly. Bush himself had acted deliberately in the matter. He intended to ruin Basil Hale's career if possible, and the report had been the result of the joint efforts of the supervisor, the school teacher, and himself. And then the school teacher said, jerking his head in the direction of the lower end of the town, "Shall we go and tell them? They'll be mighty pleased to hear it." But Bush got up, a little unsteadily perhaps. "No, that'll do by and by. I'm going to tell my wife first," which seemed to the others such a good idea that they laughed immoderately and insisted that he should have another drink first. "You'll need it, old man," the supervisor said, and the treasurer, who came in at that moment and had the matter explained to him, agreed. Mrs. Bush listened to her husband in absolute silence. In fact, so still did she sit that he finished lamely, almost apologetically. "It was my duty to report it," he said. Then her anger blazed out, and he cowered before it. "Oh, you coward, your duty. Did he feel it his duty to report you when he saved the town you were supposed to be defending, when he saved your wife's honor at the hands of those brown fiends? Did he go into Manila and tell where you had been that night and why you were the last man on the scene? To think I should have married you when there are so many real men in the world. Oh, go away and never dare to speak to me again. Go to the friends who are worthy of you and to the woman you have put in my place, the colored woman." Possibly, for the first time, Bush realized something of the deadly insult he had put on his wife, for he tried to defend himself in a guilty man's way with a countercharge. "You are in love with Hale. That's what makes you so mad," he growled. She turned on him in superb scorn. "And if I am, have you any right to complain? Have you any right to speak to a white woman, you cur?" And then, in his rage, he struck her twice on the mouth. She staggered back and sank into a chair, whilst he went out with an attempt at a swagger, forgetting that the natives in the plaza, there were 3 sitting in the shade of the belfry, could have seen all that had occurred on the balcony. When he rejoined his friends in the spirit shop, they noticed that he was flushed and his hand was a little shaky. "I told her and she didn't like it," he said briefly. The school teacher sniggered, whereupon Bush turned on him savagely. "Confound you, what are you laughing at?" The others exchanged glances and hastened to start some entirely fresh topic of conversation. Obviously, Bush had one of his bad fits coming on, and they knew by experience how nasty he could be. More than once, they had feared that he was going to quarrel with them finally, which might have resulted in his making peace with his wife, in which case many privileges they now enjoyed would have been curtailed, if not actually withdrawn. So they endeavored to smooth him down, and after a while succeeded in their aim. Mrs. Bush did not cry, at least not at first. Instead, she went to her room and, after dabbing a little blood off her mouth, examined her lip to see how badly it was cut, doing it all very quietly, as though she were dazed. Then she sat down to think it out, right from the beginning. In a way, she blamed herself. She had known when she married John Bush that the curse of drink was in his family, but she had been very young then. She had believed she loved him, and believed, too, that she could keep him straight. But she had found out her mistake as soon as she rejoined him in Manila after the war. He was a marked man even then, in the service, as the old general had told her very gently. And, what was even worse, finding himself shunned by his brother officers, he had got into the hands of the baser class of civil officials, who had not the slightest compunction about separating him from his wife when it suited their ends to do so. Mrs. Bush had always made excuses for him to herself, so long as it was only a case of that miserable hereditary tendency. Even now, she was sorry she had demeaned herself by having spoken as she had done. Probably, he would glory in the knowledge of how sorely he had wounded her pride. As for the blows on her mouth, they seemed, somehow, to be matters of secondary consideration. In fact, when she came to think of them, she was almost glad he had struck her. Relations between them were now on a definite basis, the most definite basis of all, for no reconciliation was possible. There would be no more need to keep up appearances, to meet him, if not as a husband or lover, at least on terms of politeness. That stage had been passed, as she told herself with a sigh of relief. But when she thought of her own future movements, the prospect was far less satisfactory. She could see no way out of her difficulties. She had not even the money to take her back to the United States, and even if, as was probable, the general were to grant her free transportation, she had no relatives who would give her a home. 2 aunts and half a dozen cousins were the only members of her family she knew, and with these she had never been on good terms. She had very few acquaintances in Manila, having been in the city but a few weeks. In fact, the only friend she had, the only real friend, was Basil Hale, and to him she could not appeal, even though, in her own mind, she was certain that his chivalry would prevent him from thinking any evil. It was because she loved him, because she was not sure of herself, that she could not ask him for aid. She had promised to write to him if necessary, and now, when a crisis which neither of them had foreseen had come, she could not keep her promise. There was one thing she could do, however, one thing she must do, write and warn him concerning her husband's report. She glanced out towards the harbor. The launch had already gone, but the sea was like a mill pond, and it would not take a canoe long to reach Calacan. She sat down and wrote hurriedly, in a tone very different from that of her ordinary letters to Basil, for she was hot at the thought of how her husband was repaying the other man's services. The result was that, quite unconsciously, she betrayed her feelings to the man she loved, and showed him that the breach between her husband and herself was now wider than ever, so wide that it could never be crossed. But she did not say a word of his coming to Igat, nor hint at the terrible problem of her future, which now had to be faced. Still, nonetheless, Basil understood, and cursed the fate which made it impossible for him to offer assistance, at any rate at the moment. He was by no means a poor man, even though he might be serving as an officer in the Philippines constabulary, and he had but scant regard for most conventions. On the other hand, he had the very greatest regard for Mrs. Bush's feelings, and he realized, instinctively, that an offer from him might seem almost an insult, a suggestion that she should put herself under his protection. When he could see her, it would be different, but that was also an impossibility for the time being, especially as he felt certain he would be summoned to Manila to explain the part he had played in the cemetery at San Policarpio. For the greater part of the night, Basil sat, smoking innumerable cigarettes, and conceiving, and then rejecting, innumerable plans. In the end, he wrote 2 letters, one to Mrs. Bush and one to old Don Juan Ramirez. The former was the most difficult he had ever attempted. He wanted to say so much and dared to say so little, the result being that, as in her case, he unconsciously told everything, which was, of course, extremely wrong and must be attributed to the influence of the law of the Bolo. To Don Juan, he also told a great deal, this time with intention, and perhaps for that very reason did not tell it well. Although, as he had foreseen, the old Spaniard knew most of it already and was deeply touched by the confidence. Basil wanted to learn exactly how matters stood, what had occurred recently, how Mrs. Bush looked, where Bush spent his time and took his meals, a whole host of questions, which caused Don Juan to knit his brows and to wonder how many he dare answer. If I tell him the whole truth, he will certainly come and kill the scout officer, which would be very foolish. The Spaniard sighed. He had heard what those natives who were sitting in the shadow of the belfry had seen occur on the balcony, so I will tell him part and leave the rest to fate. Who knows, matters may adjust themselves. So he wrote discreetly, making the best of things, and after he had sent the letter, called on Mrs. Bush and tried to comfort her, speaking as one who was almost old enough to be her grandfather and was also a gentleman of Spain, could speak. But when he came to mention Basil Hale, he realized that this was a matter in which words were not of much avail, for possibly, again, because of that most demoralizing law of the Bolo, Mrs. Bush was losing all sense of the sanctity of conventions. Don Juan's letter followed Basil to Manila, whither he had been summoned to give an explanation of his doings on the night Felizardo buried his wife. Basil smiled grimly as he opened the envelope. He had been expecting something of the kind from the outset, and he was quite ready to face the trouble. When Father Doyle came in later that evening, Basil tossed the paper across to him. "What do you think of that, Father?" he asked. The priest's face grew grave. "I am sorry. It may be unpleasant for you, and you need not have gone. I was there because it was my duty, but you," Basil cut him short. "It was my duty, too. But for Felizardo, I do not suppose I should be here now. They would have killed me that day we hanged Juan Vargas, and there were other things as well. Perhaps you are right. It does not follow that because you seem indiscreet you are wrong," Father Doyle answered, speaking slowly. "They say, too, that I was indiscreet and unpatriotic." The other looked up quickly. "Who says so? The church?" Father Doyle shook his head. "No, the church understands, of course. But Commissioner Gumpert says I was wrong," and he smiled, possibly because he was thinking that the censure of the head of the Department of Lands and Registration was but a small matter when one had the approval of the church, as Mr. Gumpert's himself presently found to his cost, when, on his own authority, he made a statement to the press that the commission would take steps against Father Doyle. The commissioner was cold and severely official in manner, though, as the visitor was quick to note, there was none of that personal hostility which had marked their former meetings. "I sent for you at the request of the commission," Mr. Ferber said. "This is not a departmental matter, or, rather, they will not have it treated as one. Therefore, I can say nothing about it yet. Possibly, they may call you before them, or they may communicate with you by letter at your hotel." Basil got up to take his leave, but as he reached the door, the commissioner called him back. "Captain Hale," he said a little haltingly, "we have not agreed too well in the past, and I will admit that in some things I have been wrong or unjust. But this is not my doing. I also have met Felizardo, and I understand why you went to San Policarpio that night." In the end, they did not summon Basil before the commission, for what seemed to them a good and sufficient reason. Clancy of the Star had cabled the story of the funeral at San Policarpio to a certain great newspaper in New York, and the editor of that paper had decided forthwith to make Captain Hale the hero of the hour. Consequently, as even Commissioner Gumpertz had to acknowledge, it would have been a most injudicious thing to take any steps against the constabulary officer. In fact, before the matter had come up again for discussion, there had arrived peremptory cables from Washington ordering them to leave Basil Hale alone, not because Washington admired the conduct of the latter, but because, as ever, Washington's main consideration was the question of the votes it might lose at the next election. The Governor General and Commissioner Gumpertz saw to that. The former because he was galled at the interference from Washington, the latter because it was Captain Hale who had rescued Mr. Joseph Gobbett, and so allowed possible buyers to know that there were headhunters living on that most desirable tract of hempland to the north of Felizardo's mountains. The result of the feeling against Basil was that he could not obtain permission to return to his post. Day after day went by, and still he was detained on futile excuses until he began to realize that they did not intend him to go back to duty at Calacan. Moreover, there had been no further word out of Igut, either from Mrs. Bush or from Don Juan, and the silence was driving him mad. At last, in sheer despair, he called on Commissioner Ferber. That official looked at him curiously. "You don't know why they dropped all idea of open proceedings against you?" he asked. "Well, it is because they have made a hero of you in the States," and the flicker of a smile crossed his face. "It wouldn't have been wise, you see. As regards the future, I may as well tell you plainly. You are a marked man, and your chances in the service are nil. I have done what I can for you, because I believe I owe you some reparation, but I must not strain things too far. In the end, that would benefit neither of us. I may tell you that if you remain in the service, you will be sent to one of the outlying islands, and that, I believe," he spoke meaningfully, "would not suit you. Moreover, one is apt to meet with accidents in those places, as perhaps one of my colleagues, Mr. Gumpertz, could tell you. Speaking unofficially, in fact you must regard all this as unofficial, I should advise you to resign. It would be wiser and safer." Basil drummed on the table with his fingers. "At last, yes," he said slowly, "I think you are right. Can I do it now? I suppose it will be to you that I hand my resignation." So Captain Hale resigned, and his resignation was accepted immediately, and then he went back with his successor to hand over the government property in his charge, and to bid farewell to his plucky little men, who had fought under him on Felizardo's mountain, followed him in the forced march over the pass, carried out the great killing in the plaza at Igut, and stood firm when the mob at Calacan threatened to rescue Juan Vargas from the gallows. He had to do those two things, and after doing them, he would be a free man again, free to go to Igut if he wished, or rather if he thought it wise so to do, for his wish was always to be there. It was not an easy thing to say goodbye to his men, after all. Like so many of their kind, they had come to regard themselves as being in his personal service. The state was a thing of which they knew nothing, towards which they felt no kind of loyalty. Consequently, his departure filled them with absolute consternation, and though his successor was as lax and easygoing as the most tired Filipino could wish an officer to be, half his company was missing before the end of a fortnight, greatly to his disgust. "They were Hale's men," he said, "and, from the first, I was doubtful whether they would stay with anyone else. He was a man of rather an uncommon type." Then, as if thinking he had said too much, he went on curtly, "Let them go. Don't worry to fetch them back, so long as they've taken no carbines. I will send you some recruits to take their places." Basil Hale did not actually break down after he had bidden farewell to his men, but he went so near to it that he would not trust himself to accept his successor's offer and stay the night in the barracks. "No," he said. "I've got through with it now, and it will only reopen the sore if I stay here. I will go across to Father Doyle S." The new officer, who had never got down to crude things, such as the fight on Felizardo's mountain or the march over the pass, looked at him in astonishment. "I should have thought you would have been glad enough to be clear of the outfit. I know if I could afford to resign, I should go tomorrow. There's not much pleasure or glory in commanding a company of savages, who will probably bolt at the first shot and leave you to be boloed." Basil shrugged his shoulders and then crossed the plaza to Father Doyle's house, where he took off his uniform for the last time, presently coming down in civilian clothes. "It's over now," he said briefly, as he selected a cigar from his host's box. Father Doyle nodded. "When I first met you, I knew it must come to this before long. There was never room for you in the service. What are you going to do now?" Basil stared out across the bay towards Felizardo's mountains. "I am not quite sure yet," he answered slowly. "But I think I shall go to Igut first." The priest had been expecting that answer, and had given much thought to the question of how Basil's going was to be prevented. He had conceived several good schemes for delaying him, but now that it had come to the point, none of them seemed likely to be of the slightest avail. It was not an easy matter in which to interfere, especially as Basil, though perhaps his closest friend, was not one of his flock. So finally, he said nothing about it, trusting that by the morning, something might occur to make his intervention possible. The sun was just setting when he finished, and a dozen or so Tau passed the house on their way up from the beach. Then, following them, came two strange natives, one of whom was carrying a heavy basket. A moment later, "They are coming here. They look as if they wanted you, hail," the priest said. They came on to the veranda of the house, took off their hats, then the elder of them presented a letter to Basil. "From the Señor Felizardo," he said. Basil opened it, wondering. Then, as he read, the wonder changed to utter astonishment, for it ran, "The Señor Felizardo sends his compliments to the captain of the constabulary, who, as he hears, will no longer be his foe in the field, but can now be his friend in all things. That is good, but he hears with grief that the captain will be leaving the islands, and that is bad. Therefore, Felizardo hastens to pay his debts. Once, many months ago, the captain returned to him his daughter, whom, next to his wife, he loved best of all things in this world, and Felizardo promised then to repay the good deed. Now he sends, in this basket, the thing the captain most desires to have." Captain Hale handed the note to the priest, then he turned to the messengers. "Open the basket," he said, but they shook their heads. "Not here on the balcony, where the Tau can see. It should be taken inside the house, Señor." They set it on a table, and then they withdrew, whilst Basil was undoing the cords which held down the lid. First he came on a layer of leaves, which he threw on the floor, then he raised a white linen cloth and sprang back with a cry of horror, for there, livid and ghastly, was the head of John Bush, late of the Philippine Scouts. A few minutes later, when he went to look for the messengers, they were gone, although he could see a canoe with two men in it being paddled in leisurely fashion across the bay. Basil took the ghastly trophy to an outhouse, thinking as he went, the headhunters would treasure this, for there was not a spark of pity in his mind, even though he had yet to hear of those 2 blows which Mrs. Bush had received on the mouth. Then he went back to the veranda where Father Doyle was waiting. "It served him right," he said curtly, and after a pause, he added, "I was going to kill him myself. Felizardo says the only law that counts is the law of the Bolo, and he is right." Father Doyle did not reply, having no answer ready, and knowing in his own heart that what had happened was for the best. "I must go to Igat," Basil spoke suddenly, and now the priest nodded in approval. "Yes, you should go first thing in the morning. She will need you." But that was not Basil's meaning. "I shall go tonight," he said. "And if the Tau will not take me across in a canoe, some of my men, some of my old company, will do it." The Tau refused, fearing the dark and not loving him on account of the hanging of Juan Vargas. But when, after obtaining the permission of his successor, he asked for 4 men to paddle and 1 to steer, every member of the company stepped forward to volunteer. He selected the old sergeant and 4 of those who had been with him on the mountainside when Felizardo's Bolo men killed 3/4 of his force, and they started out through the night to paddle to Igat. After a while, he turned to the sergeant, who was steering. "The captain of the scouts at Igat has been killed," he said. The sergeant nodded. "I know, Señor. I heard the news an hour ago." "I was expecting it," he added calmly. Basil looked at him in astonishment. "You were expecting it? Why?" The little man smiled meaningfully. "Just after they buried the wife of Felizardo, over there in San Policarpio, Captain Bush struck his wife twice on the mouth. They were on the balcony, and down in the plaza, sitting in the shadow of the belfry, were 3 of Felizardo's men who saw it all. Hearing that, and knowing how Felizardo had loved his own wife, Dolores, did he not take to the hills for her sake? I knew that Captain Bush must die by the Bolo." Basil clenched his hands, so he had struck her in the sight of natives, too. And she had never given him a hint of it, nor had Don Juan Ramirez. Then, very reverently, he thanked God that he had not known, for, had he heard of it before, he would assuredly have shot Captain Bush like a dog, and that, as he realized now, would have made matters infinitely worse. The night seemed very beautiful as they paddled across the bay. Just before they came to the entrance of Igut Harbor, the moon rose from behind Felizardo's mountains, and Basil found himself wondering how he could ever have regarded the range as a place of horror and death in which you set foot at the risk of your life. Surely all that must have been an evil dream. Igut was asleep when he landed there, and no light was showing in Mrs. Bush's house, but old Don Juan was still sitting up. "I thought you might come," the Spaniard said. "Two men who landed a couple of hours ago said they had seen you, and you had heard the news." But Basil wanted to hear one thing first. "How is she?" he demanded. "They say she is better now, although the shock was great. It was I who had to break the news to her. They killed him down at the lower end of the town, outside the mestizo's house. We suppose it was the head hunters, for we never found the head." "I have the head at Calacan," Basil said, and told him of Felizardo's letter. Before they went to bed that night, they had arranged the matter. Amongst white men, Basil and Father Doyle and Don Juan Ramirez alone knew the truth, and there was no reason why anyone else, save perhaps Mrs. Bush, need know. So, officially, Captain Bush met his end at the hands of a stray party of head hunters whilst going his rounds, and they granted a pension to the widow, which, afterwards, she refused to take. Mrs. Bush rose with a cry of glad surprise when they told her Basil was downstairs, and she hurried into the room with hands outstretched. "Oh, I was praying you would come when you heard of it," she said. "I should have gone mad with no one to speak to." He bent down and kissed her hands. "My lady," he said. And then they understood one another at last, because the bar to their understanding, that which would have made it a sin before, had been removed in accordance with the law of the Bolo. Chapter 12, How Felizardo Made Peace. It was 6 months after Mrs. Bush had become Mrs. Basil Hale that a new Governor-General arrived in Manila. Much had happened since the day when the high gods at Washington had ordered the commission not to prosecute Captain Hale for the part he had taken in the funeral at San Policarpio. There had been scandals and rumors of scandals, especially in connection with that contract for a road to the hills which had been granted to the nominees of Commissioners Gumpertz and Johnson. And though no less than 3 editors had been sentenced to long terms of imprisonment, apparently for having discovered the truth, the stories had quickly found their way to the United States, where it is not so easy to arrange for the sentence on a journalist before you even issue the warrant for his arrest. As a consequence, Washington came to the conclusion that a change was imperative, unless votes were to be lost in the states at the next election. So the old Governor-General went home, rich in dollars if not in honor. Chief Collector Charler also left the custom house at the same time, having come into a large property from his father. Incidentally, he obtained a divorce from his mestiza wife, not because he had changed his opinions on the subject of racial equality, but because he had changed his opinion concerning her and did not want to take her and her relations back with him to the United States. Mrs. Charler herself acquiesced in the arrangement readily, having another husband in view, so all was for the best. Yet, though such a great clearance was made, the importers remained dissatisfied, and that ugly word graft continued to be amongst those most frequently on their lips, which goes to show that some people are confirmed grumblers. Commissioner Ferber, on the other hand, retained his office rather to the regret of the new Governor-General, who did not like him personally. But though the commissioner was fully aware of this feeling, the fact did not weigh with him in the least degree. There were certain things he had determined to do before he quitted office, and, with the obstinacy of a narrow-minded man, he did not intend to be turned from his purpose. One of these things was the settlement of the Felizardo question. If anyone else had proved, or attempted to prove, to him that his first policy had been wrong, Mr. Ferber would probably have set his face and continued on the same lines, or would have declined to have anything more to do with the matter. "We have had no fighting now for nearly a year," he said, "and I see no reason why there should be any more. We wasted a great deal of money and a good many lives over it, without injuring Felizardo in the least. In fact, he gained both recruits and rifles, and I am anxious it should not happen again." The Governor-General looked at him keenly. "I have been going into the matter, and I find that it was you yourself who advised these expeditions." If he expected excuses from the commissioner, he was mistaken in his man. "That is so," Mr. Ferber answered curtly. "It was my doing. I was entirely wrong in my policy." The other man regarded him with a degree of respect he had never shown before. "I see. And what do you propose to do now? What do you wish me to do?" "I want to make a formal peace with Felizardo. He is an old man, and he is averse to any further trouble. If we arrange matters now, during his lifetime, the band will break up in the natural course of events as soon as its military character has gone. But so long as we let the present state of affairs continue, keeping them always on the defensive, they must be a danger. Who would go out to the mountains and treat with these people?" The Governor-General asked. The answer came promptly. "I would, if necessary." The governor shook his head. "It would be dangerous," he said. The commissioner flushed. "I am not afraid," he answered coldly. The other hastened to explain. "I was thinking of the possibility of his holding you as a hostage and demanding all sorts of concessions. No, Commissioner," he spoke decisively, "I will not consent to that, though I appreciate your offer. Is there anyone else you can suggest? There is Captain Hale. He knows Felizardo well and would go willingly. We can trust to his discretion." Mr. Ferber's opinion of Basil had changed considerably. "Where is he?" the governor asked. "In the States." He looked dubious. "That means a great deal of expense." "Would no one else do? It would be cheaper than another expedition," the commissioner retorted. And so, that very day, the Philippine Commission sent a long cable to the ex-officer of constabulary, whom it had once forced to resign his commission because he had gone to the funeral of Dolores, the wife of Felizardo, asking him to return and arrange terms of peace with the outlaws in the mountains. As soon as Basil had read the cable, he went in search of his wife. "Shall I go, dearest?" he asked. She smiled as she saw the eager look on his face. "Shall we go, you mean?" "Of course. I think we owe something to Felizardo." The next mail steamer took them to Manila, where Basil had a long interview with the Governor-General and Commissioner Ferber, and then he and his wife went by launch to Catubig, avoiding Igat because of its evil memories. They found Catubig rebuilt, and found also the same old tenant who had once sent the constabulary off on a futile errand. Now, however, he received Basil as if no such event had ever occurred, and when he heard of what the business in hand was, he promised to send word to the old chief, with the result that, on the second morning, Felizardo himself came in. "I am glad," the outlaw said. "There have been many letters between the commissioner and myself, but I said always that it must be you who came to arrange matters, because of the respect there is between us." So he promised, which was news to Basil, and would have been news to the Governor-General. It did not take them long to come to terms, each side being ready for a lasting peace. Practically, it came to a general amnesty for the whole band, and an undertaking on both sides to cease from all acts of hostility, though, as Felizardo said concerning the latter clause, "I could fight no more now, because, once the whole country is open to them, all my young men will go. It is dull work on the mountains today, with no fighting, no outpost duty, and there are few young women amongst us. There will remain only the old men, who, like myself, are waiting for death." They offered to give him the title of Governor of the Mountains, but he shook his head. "What difference would it make? I shall be the chief still until I die. Then they can make a governor if they wish it." On the question of laws, he would not give way, as Basil had foreseen. "No," he said. "The law of the Bolo has served here for many years, and that, too, can remain in force till I die. After all, what do we old men want with laws?" So they signed the treaty, which, unlike most of its kind, was destined to be kept. And then it came to a question of bidding farewell, which, for Basil at least, was very hard, harder even than when he had parted from his men at Calaucan, for he knew he would never see Felizardo again. They shook hands in silence, with the grip of strong men, and Felizardo kissed the hand of Mrs. Hale. Then he turned once again to Basil, saying, "May she always be as dear to you, Senor, as Dolores La Sara, for whose sake I took to the hills, and whom I hope to rejoin very soon, was to me." And after that they saw Felizardo no more. At the end,